719. After Kui Dongshan finished his speech, he nodded his head lightly. Very good, very tactful. Since no one objected, I'll take it that the three of you have agreed to this. Ju Mili hugged the golden carrying pole and mountain walking stick. She took out the signature clap of the right guardian of Luo Po Mountain. Kui Dongshan followed the 6 green stone bricks on the ground and performed a set of tortoise fist technique. He was vigorous and powerful. It was not a fist technique, but his sleeves crackled as he fought with each other. Kui Dongshan landed on the ground and faced the bamboo building with his back facing Xiao Mili. Suddenly, he turned around and threw a punch. Seeing that Xiao Mili was confused, he could only remind her, "Take my punch. It's invincible." Xiao Mili quickly spun around on the spot and praised sincerely, "Good punch." Kui Dongshan shook his sleeves and said regretfully, "I didn't expect that after learning the ultimate fist technique, I still couldn't defeat the right guardian. Forget it, forget it. We'll fight again next time." Xiao Mili scratched her face. She hadn't even thrown a punch yet. Kui Dongshan swaggered to the side of the stone table. Xiaomi hurriedly placed the 2 treasured magic weapons on the table, pulled out several handfuls of melon seeds from her sleeves, and piled them in front of the big white goose. She had been saving them for a long time, and now she finally had a use for them. Kui Dongshan munched on the melon seeds and asked casually, "Xiao Mili, did anyone bully you? Even if you're a mute lake monster, you have to tell your little senior brother if you've been bullied. I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at cursing and blocking the door." Ju Mili crossed her arms. She wanted her shoulders to be taller than her little head. She sneered, "Big white goose, you've been away from home for too long. You're not smart anymore. I'm the only one who can bully others. That's why I said, don't always like to travel. If you're bullied when you're outside, I won't be able to take care of you." Kui Dongshan bent over and munched on the melon seeds. His mouth was not idle as he said, "Xiaomi, in the future, there will be more and more people on the mountain. Even if they don't travel far, there will be more and more things to do on the mountain. At that time, I may not be able to chat with you as much. Are you sad? Are you angry?" Ju Mili laughed. "The big white goose is talking nonsense again. When I was a big water monster at Mute Lake, no one talked to me for many years. How could I not be sad?" Kui Dongshan suddenly understood and said, "But those passers-by are not your friends. If your friends ignore you, the feeling will be different." Ju Mili furrowed her thin and yellowish eyebrows and thought for a long time. She counted the good friends in her mind one by one. Finally, the little girl asked tentatively, "Can you talk to me for a year?" Kui Dongshan stopped munching on the melon seeds and smiled. "Of course." Ju Mili said in a low voice, "2 sentences are not too much." Kui Dongshan smiled and asked, "When are you going to take me to Red Candle Town and Jade Liquid River to play?" Ju Mili blinked. "Let's wait for the Good Mountain Lord to come home first." As long as she squatted in the Good Mountain Lord's bamboo box, the black-clothed little girl's courage would be as big as 2 grains of rice. As long as she knew that the Good Mountain Lord was on his way home, she would dare to go down the mountain alone and pick him up at Red Candle Town. Kui Dongshan nodded. "That's a problem. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. I'll talk about it later. I can't scare little Mili." Since old chef had already returned to Luo Po Mountain to help sort out the situation, Kui Dongshan was more at ease. What he could do was to check and fill in the gaps when he had nothing to do. Other than helping fellow Daoist Chang Ming with Sharu, he also had to give Heng Xiaoyanzi, the 2 little rascals, a warning. As for Pei Xiong, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, who had just arrived, it was even more so. Old chef had always been affectionate towards beauties. He was still a little soft-hearted. In fact, it was just right. Old chef would be the good guy, and Kui Dongshan would be the bad guy. Kui Dongshan had already told Master that even if a mountain did the same thing in the end, it would still need many people's hearts. It was so that some people could see it clearly and remember it firmly. Only then could they really remember it well. Among them, one of the more important things was that he suggested that fellow Daoist Chang Ming temporarily take up the position of the Patriarch of Luo Po Mountain. In fact, according to the etiquette of ordinary immortal mountains, Kui Dongshan had already overstepped his boundaries. It was no longer considered daring. He was challenging the entire ancestral hall alone. Not to mention being punished after the autumn, he could just cut off his legs and throw them out to feed the left guardian of Dragon Riding Alley. Therefore, this trip to Luopo Mountain was really not just for Kui Dongshan to stroll around. Chen Nuanshu jogged all the way over. He had a bunch of keys on his waist and was chatting softly. The little girl in the pink dress bowed to Kui Dongshan and sat quietly at the stone table. Chen Nuanshu would not get involved in any major matters, but he knew all the small matters on Luopo Mountain. Kui Dongshan told Chen Nuanshu about Chen Lingjuan's situation on the river in the North Continent. It was not that he was lazy, but he had encountered a big accident. Chen Lingjun had become familiar with a new friend. He was loyal and was willing to sacrifice himself. In the end, for the sake of his good brother who had seriously chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper, the two brothers really enjoyed blessings and suffered misfortune together. They were both detained by the thunder god residents of the Baby Mountain, the westernmost mountain of Jifeng. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the central part of Jifeng had sent 2 letters to plead for mercy for Chen Lingjun, but they had failed to get the thunder god residents to release him. They were really angry. The losses to the sect were not great, but they had lost too much face. Who would dig out more than half of the words on the golden plaque at the entrance of the thunder god residence? Even if you're F*King crazy, you should know what you're doing, right? Even if you wanted to steal it, you could have just stolen the plaque as well. You could have recovered it in one piece and rehung it on the plaque. But those 2 fellows only took away the 2 golden words, divine residence. In the end, after the culprit was caught, the other party's reason was, I took away all 3 words because I was afraid that you would beat me to death. I just left a few words. Even if I'm in the Jianghu, I should leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. As a result, the 2 secret letters from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven had given the Thunder God residents a lot of face. The Baby Mountain did not release him. However, the great deities on the mountain were usually not too stiff. They respectfully replied to the 2 letters with tactful wording. They only said that the distinguished guest of the Southern Zun Water Hall, a good friend of Marquis Longting, only needed to apologize a little, and the Thunder God residents would release him. Not only would they release him, but they would also let him leave the territory respectfully. The crux of the problem was that the guy with a strong backer had been acting like a rascal. You can beat me, even if I'm half dead. Don't even think about apologizing or admitting your mistake. Chen Nuanshu was worried and asked, did Chen Lingjun throw a tantrum and do something wrong? For the first time, he didn't do anything wrong. In the North Continent, this kid would rather lie on the ground and carefully travel far away, let alone lower his head. No one can see him. Kui Dongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's because the Thunder God residents of the Baby Mountain didn't discipline him properly. He made a mistake first, but it wasn't a big mistake. There was a small grudge in the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain. He mistakenly killed a person and injured a few others, and settled the matter with a sum of immortal money. Then, Chen Lingjun happened to bump into him, but he couldn't save him. The friend beside him couldn't hold back and took the initiative to beat him up. Anyway, it was a muddled battle. Chen Lingjuan's new friend was beaten up badly, and the violent cultivator ran away. Chen Lingjun couldn't take it lying down. As for the deities on the Baby Mountain, they were more concerned about their reputation. Moreover, they didn't think that a mistake was a mistake. In addition, Chen Lingjun was a foreigner. According to the usual rules on the mountain, it was a mistake on top of a mistake. Chen Lingjun wasn't stupid enough to barge into the mountain gate. The first time he couldn't reason with them, the second time he was rejected. In the end, he discussed with his friends and came up with such a plan. At this point, Kui Dongshan laughed. As expected of someone from the Luopa mountain. Doing things is satisfying. Chen Nuanshu said, it's fine as long as it's a close call. Kui Dongshan nodded and said, the 2 friends who sent the letter are not simple people. We can rest assured. Chen Lingjun is eating and drinking well at the Thunder God residence. He also has friends in prison accompanying him and chatting happily. When he goes down the river, it's just a few righteous gods of the river opening the way and protecting him. Well, Our Lord Chen Lingjun even has the great malfeasance Marquis protecting him. After all, the two people who sent the letter were now in the North Continent. They had to give face. Shun Lin was from the Southern Zun Water Hall. Now, there was a deity position that would see the light of day again after a few thousand years. The other person's rank was slightly lower. He used to be the Great Malfeasance Water Lord Li Yuan, and was now the Marquis of Malfeasance Longting. His official rank was higher, but the waters under his jurisdiction were roughly divided into the east and the west, each in charge of their own affairs. Zhu Mili listened attentively and praised, Chen Lingjun is very generous. He's very popular outside. I can't make friends with such a great malfeasance Marquis. However, she didn't know if Chen Lingjun had mentioned in front of them that he had a good friend in his hometown, who was a big water monster from the Mute Lake. He was very fierce when he roamed the Jianghu. However, Xiaomi scratched her head. She felt that Chen Lingjun shouldn't be too willing to talk about this. It didn't matter if he didn't mention it. What if Chen Lingjuan's new friend didn't want to hear about it? Wouldn't Chen Lingjun lose face? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, yes, yes, yes. Xiaomi only knows silly Big Jun Qian and tabletop sword deity. Zhu Mili laughed and said, there's also Xiaomi and sister Hongxia. Chen Wanshu held back his laughter and said, Xiaomi helped Mr. Zhuo move a chair to the entrance of Jise Peak's ancestral hall. Mr. Zhuo stood up and wanted to move it back himself. Xiaomi was very fierce. She said I don't agree loudly, making things difficult for Mr. Zhuo. Xiaomi covered her mouth and laughed. She sat on the chair and shook her head and feet. How was she fierce? She was very loud. Moi, moi. Sister Nwanshu, don't talk nonsense. Chen Nwanshu felt that it was too interesting and couldn't help but praise Xiaomi again. Mr. Kui, you don't know this, but at that time, Xiaomi raised her head. Her silence was louder than words. It was as if she was telling Mr. Zhuo that she would move the chair. That was it. No one could say anything. Xiaomi waved her hand vigorously. That's what I meant. Sister Nwanshu is just talking nonsense. Kui Dongshan suddenly leaned back and said with a face full of shock, Xiaomi, do you know that tabletop sword deity is very fierce when he meets anyone other than Mr. Zhuo? Even your good mountain lord doesn't give him a good look. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi where the water monster at Mute Lake is famous, tabletop sword deity would swing his sword at the city wall for no reason. It was like he was chopping vegetables, and countless great demons died. Even the native sword deities of the Great Wall of Sword Chi are afraid to reason with him. They all avoid him. Xiaomi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so bold? Xiaomi sat up straight and frowned. After thinking for a long time, she nodded and said, I can agree to it next time. Nwanshu was slow in munching on her melon seeds. She gently pushed the melon seeds beside her to the big white goose and Xiaomi. Kui Dongshan chatted with the two young ladies. At the same time, he was distracted by trivial matters. The matters of the world were important. However, as long as the meridians were in his hands, they were trivial matters. As for the great blasphemy of Duke Ling Yuan and Marquis Longting, the Confucian temple in Heartland had yet to say anything. It seemed like they were just silently agreeing. The great blasphemy of Duke Ling Yuan was something that hadn't happened in the past 3,000 years. Ordinary emperors and monarchs of ordinary continents had no right to interfere in this matter. Of course, only the Confucian temple in Heartland had the right to do so. However, the three factions that divided the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, the Dayuan dynasty's Chongxian Bureau, the floating Duckweed Sword Lake, and the Water Dragon sect all did their best to facilitate this. They all contributed money, manpower, and even built the two majestic temples. Obviously, Duke Ling Yuan and Marquis Longting could be considered half of their family. Even if they were not close in the past, the water fate couldn't be faked. Not only could they gather the water fate of an entire continent, but they could also absorb the water fate from the sea. Especially the latter, which was a fortune that even the cultivators on the mountain couldn't obtain. Who wouldn't want to take the opportunity to benefit from the two ancestral temples of the Duke and Marquis? The headmaster of the academy in the North Continent was thoughtful. Not only did he not reject this, he even wrote 2 letters to the Great Wall of Heartland. One letter was sent to the Confucian temple, and the other was sent to his teacher. He probably wanted to convince the Confucian temple to accept this matter. He wanted the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Academy to confer the title. Even a saint of the Confucian temple wasn't enough. However, Qi Dongshan wasn't the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple or the Grand Chancellor. He couldn't see what was written in the letters. He could only make a rough guess based on Zhu Mi's temperament and the situation of the continent. In fact, it was the Aquarius Temple that forced the Confucian Temple in Heartland to agree to the connection between the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent. So what if they didn't admit it? The Aquarius Continent's Qi crossing was handled by the old man from the Book Lake. The old monk in chicken soup and Mr. Fan of the Shong clan watched the ceremony from the side. Li Liu, who had secretly returned to the Aquarius Continent, and Wan Xiu, who looked at Li Liu across the water, were also present. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong of the Yang family's medicine shop asked Wan Xiu to bring a plaque and Li Liu a couplet as a gift for the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Temple of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Like a spring breeze, a gentleman inherits the past and opens up a way for the future. Being calm and proud, a sage saves the world and helps the people. Literature brings peace to the world. The plaque and couplet were made of words, as if they were written by Qi Juogong himself. There was a blank plaque in the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple, as if it was waiting for someone to write. It might write spring in the world. It might write my heart is bright. Who knew? Qi Dongshan lay on the melon seed shells on the table, feeling bored. Why isn't Sword Immortal Mi here to catch up with him? We are good friends. I'm very busy. I have to cherish my time. So what if you are a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm? Do you think you can look down on a useless friend who is only one realm higher than you? Miu, who was dressed in a green robe, walked to the edge of the cliff. His smile seemed unnatural. Miu was really afraid of great sword immortals were. To be precise, he was in awe of him. As for the white-robed young man in front of him, who was handsome when he didn't speak, but had a screw loose when he spoke, Miu was really annoyed. Back then, on the city walls of his hometown, he was leisurely lying in a drunken stupor. He didn't provoke anyone, did he? In the end, this guy passed by and set a trap for him. This caused Zhuozhuo to attack a native sword cultivator for the first time. Miu got half the jackpot. After all, Zhuozhuo didn't really attack him. He looked down on the unpolished Jade Realm's embroidered pillow. What else could he do? Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had good luck and got the remaining half. Therefore, when Miu first discovered that Qi Dongshan had come up the mountain, he went to the empty old mountain shrine. He didn't expect Qi Dongshan to be so good at chatting. It wasn't appropriate to hide all the time. Besides, when Luopa Mountain opens the catoptric deflection, Miu wanted to bring this guy along to earn money from the fairy sisters. Besides, no discord, no concord. They were now a family. However, Miu felt that he had to take it easy. Lin Junbai was such a smart person, but she had been tricked so badly by Qi Dongshan after a few rounds of chess. Miu was a bad chess player, so it was best to be careful. Chen Nuanshu tugged at Zhu Mili's sleeve. Zhu Mili suddenly had an idea. She bade farewell and accompanied Sister Nuanshu to clean the bamboo building. If there was a speck of dust on the desk, it would be considered that she and Sister Nuanshu were slacking off together. Qi Dongshan gestured for Great Sword Immortal Mi to take a seat. He smiled and said, "Great Sword Immortal Mi, I've heard a lot about you." Miu helplessly sat down and faced the white-robed young man. It was better for them to be far apart. Qi Dongshan said in all seriousness, "I'm Dongshan." Miu said unhappily, "It's not like we don't know each other. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some temper. Even if he wasn't a sword immortal, he was still a sword cultivator. Which sword cultivator in the world didn't have a temper? Then let's get to know each other." Qi Dongshan smiled in his heart and said, "My natal flying sword filled the sky." Before ascending to the upper 5 realms, in the lower 5 realms, he secretly went out of the city to fight 6 times. In the middle 5 realms, especially when he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, he was the most ruthless. Among sword cultivators in the same realm, his battle achievements were ranked second. He was the most willing to risk his life because this place was hostile to the demon race. His realm wasn't too high. Even if he was in a desperate situation, his brother Mi who could save him. After ascending to the unpolished Jade realm, Miu's fighting style suddenly changed. He became timid and cowardly, becoming a joke in his hometown. The truth was that once Miu was in a desperate situation, he would only cause his brother to die first. Even if Miu died later than his brother, he would most likely die in the next battle. Or he would learn from sword immortals like Dao Wen and Zhu Cheng. He would suffer for the rest of his life and live a life worse than death. Miu clenched his fists under the table. His face was ashen. Kui Dongshan rested his chin on one hand and fiddled with the melon seeds with the other. He said, "My master didn't tell me that." Miu sneered and said, "Master Hidden Official definitely wouldn't be so bored." Kui Dongshan's head shook. He switched to his other hand and rested his chin on it. "That's right. I'm rather bored. That's why I poured wine on the wound in someone's heart." Miu said, "If you don't like me, just say it." Kui Dongshan shook his head and said, "It's the exact opposite. I don't dare to say that in my heart, Miu is a hero who has been wronged by others. But I dare to say that the sword cultivator Miu is truly a living person." Miu was very mischievous. But on some matters, he was very serious. So even though Kui Dongshan had explained it this way, Miu was still furious. He could not beat him. What's more, he might not be able to beat him. He could not scold him either. In addition, their statuses were very different from before. This made Miu even more sullen. Kui Dongshan smiled. The rather awkward thing is that Miu's aptitude is too good. Compared to his brother started practicing the sword earlier and his realm is higher. So when will Miu be able to truly display his skills and use his sword to kill a great demon? Kui Dongshan shook his head. There's no chance. His realm is still low. After all, the bottleneck of the unpolished Jade realm is not that easy to break. As the only remaining incense, he can't die. Otherwise, how can he earn enough with his senior brother's share before dying? It's really sullen. If I were Mi Sword Immortal, I might be even more sullen. Back at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Kui Wei had once said to Kui Dongshan, "Why should I die here?" Kui Dongshan agreed. As for Miu, Kui Dongshan actually agreed more. As for the conflict at the city wall, it was Miu's own fault. Kui Dongshan had only fanned the flames on small matters and pushed the boat with the current on big matters. Moreover, what was wrong with a person saying a few words out of anger? A real man clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Yu Qing, who had died on the battlefield, was like that. Miu, who had survived, was also like that. Miu flew into a rage for the first time. He stared at the youth who spoke without thinking. His eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "Kui Dongshan, you better stop before you go too far." Kui Dongshan raised both of his hands. All right, your own family said some nasty words, and you can't take it. In the future, when the Aquarius continent becomes peaceful, if outsiders were to laugh at you, Miu, and laugh at the entire Luo Po mountain for collecting trash, Great Sword Immortal Mi, wouldn't you have to do the same thing every day? Sneak out and go down the mountain to stomp on people, stomp until their heads are piled up like a mountain, and your sword blade becomes a scroll? Miu's sharp sword Qi instantly shattered a large portion of the clouds outside the cliff. Miu also forgot what he was thinking. Kui Dongshan squinted his eyes, he raised a finger to his mouth, "Don't scare Nuan Shu and little Mi Li. If not, I will beat you half to death." Kui Dongshan only blocked half of Miu's sword Qi. The clouds outside the cliff were shattered, and the sword Qi at the bamboo building was gone. Miu took a deep breath and immediately retracted his sword Qi. He was actually suppressing his anger, but his face was still gloomy. But he quickly turned his head and saw the two young ladies leaning on the railing on the second floor. Miu squeezed out a smile and waved his hand. He laughed hoarsely, "Play, play, play, go and do what you need to do." Kui Dongshan said, "When there is a big injustice in the human heart, there will be a big knot in the heart that is difficult to untie. I can completely understand that you, MIU, only have such a knot in your heart. If you are just ordinary friends, I will not mention half a word. Every time we meet, we will laugh and laugh. You eat melon seeds and I drink. But, Kui Dongshan laughed, but, I am never afraid of what if. I can kill what if every time. For example, if you, MIU, have a knot in your heart that is bigger than Luopo Mountain, I will kill this matter in advance. A beautiful sentence, as long as it is nagged by someone thousands of times in the ear, it will become vulgar and disgusting. Then it is the same principle. A big knot in the heart that is difficult to settle, as long as someone says it a few times by the side, it will inevitably be a little more relaxed. Kui Dongshan said 3 sentences in a row. In fact, MIU already knew Kui Dongshan's original intention after listening to the first sentence, so he didn't feel so upset anymore. He even felt that the second sentence was quite reasonable. As a result, the third sentence made MIU furious again. He couldn't help but scold in a low voice, F*ck off, you bastard. I'm not as narrow-minded as you think. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, really? MIU sighed, I will pay attention to this in case. Kui Dongshan nodded and said, the child can be taught. MIU glanced at the white-clothed youth. Have you always been so good at disgusting people? After asking this question, MIU immediately answered his own question. He said, as expected of the hidden official's student. You don't learn good things, only bad things. Kui Dongshan corrected, not an ordinary student, but my master's proud disciple. Taking advantage of the fact that the big senior sister who loved to keep records was temporarily not at home, the little senior brother had to do his best to make up for it today. MIU wanted to say something but hesitated. Kui Dongshan used his sleeve to wipe the table, sweeping the melon seed shells out of the cliff. As if he could predict the future, he said, you don't have to deliberately be friends with me. There's no need for polite greetings. In a family, even blood brothers can't see eye to eye with each other, let alone you and me. If you are willing to believe in your hidden official, I will help my master solve his problems. The general direction is the same, so there is no need to expect more. A forcefully twisted melon, dipped in honey sugar water, in the end, it will still be bitter. Sweetness first and then bitterness is the most troublesome. MIU nodded, that's a good principle. Maybe he could copy it and use it again, so that he could tell the fairy heroine about it. Kui Dongshan leaned on the stone table and looked out of the cliff, smiling. In the future, when Luopo Mountain opens the mirror flower water moon, Mi Genxian can tell the woman this principle. I will only cheer loudly and clap my hands. This is the first time I have heard such a wise saying. MIU sighed, annoying. Kui Dongshan said indifferently, how can the fire not stop burning? The pages of the book be described as annoying? MIU raised his hands and said with a sad face, Kui Dongshan, Kui Shenxian, Grandpa Kui, I'm afraid of you. In the future, as long as you come to Luopo Mountain, I will definitely stay far away from you. I will not bother you. Kui Dongshan raised his hand, his wrist did not move, but his palm gently shook. He smiled and said, Mi Genxian, don't be like this. I only have one good grandson, Cai Jingshan. I will be annoyed if I have more. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Chen Wanshu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the two had reconciled. Xiaomi also finally relaxed her tightly knitted brows. Good, good. UMI did not fight with the big white goose. If that happened, it would be difficult to stop them. Xiaomi landed on the ground and asked softly, Big Sister Wanshu, why did they fight? Chen Wanshu rubbed Xiaomi's head and said gently, Mr. Kui and Mr. Yu are both adults. They both have their own worries. It's better to talk about it than not. You can't always keep it in your heart. Xiaomi nodded vigorously. Then, her eyes lit up. She coughed and asked, Big Sister Wanshu, let me ask you an extremely difficult riddle. It was not taught to me by the good mountain chieftain. I thought of it myself. Chen Wanshu was curious and nodded, ask away. Xiaomi held her stomach and laughed. Oh my, it was too funny. The black-clothed girl had to squat on the ground to stop her stomach from hurting. It seemed that the riddle made her very happy. Nuanshu squatted down and waited for Xiaomi to stop laughing before asking what the riddle was. Ju Mili sat on the ground. Just as she was about to speak, she could not help but hold her stomach again. Nuanshu said helplessly, "Then I'll get busy first." Ju Mili made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian. Then, she quickly said, "What's good to keep it in and bad to not keep it in?" Then, the girl started rolling on the ground. Nuanshu rubbed her head. She knew the answer, but she said she had to think about it first. A few years ago, when Pei Qian was practicing his martial arts, it was rare that he could rest for 2 days and did not need to go to the second floor. This was the only time Ju Mili did not go early in the morning to be Pei Qian's door guard. Pei Qian felt it was too strange, so he went to check on the slacking right guardian of Luopa Mountain. In the end, when Nuanshu opened the door, the two of them saw that on Xiaomi's bed, the blanket was propped up by Ju Mili's head and hands. It was like a small mountain that was rolled up and tightly covered. When Pei Qian asked the right guardian what she was doing, Ju Mili said in a muffled voice, "Open the door first." Pei Qian lifted the blanket, but in the end, he and Nuanshu were fuming and quickly ran out of the room. Xiaomi, who had covered her nose early on, was left rolling on the bed laughing. At the stone table by the cliff, the two of them were silent. Kui Dongshan suddenly said, "If you choose to act on impulse and destroy the Jade Liquid River Temple, there won't be any Xiaomi left on Luopa Mountain today." Miu shook his head. "I'm not an idiot. Master Hidden Official has always said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I know what's important and what's important." Kui Dongshan turned his head. Miu said, "Fine, I'm an idiot." Kui Dongshan stood up and walked around half of the stone table. He lightly patted Miu's shoulder. "Miu, thanks." Miu asked, "What are you thanking me for?" Kui Dongshan did not give an answer. The white-clothed youth held his hands in his sleeves. His entire person was like a white cloud, looking out at the drifting white clouds. The white-clothed youth of the past, the young Kui Dong of the past, had once followed the old scholar to paper by Blessed Land. After the Blessed Land was occupied by the family, it continued to expand. Paper by Blessed Land could be said to be the strangest first-class blessed land in the world. There was no limit to how big the world was. Every family cultivator could pick up a brush and write about things. As long as it was not deleted in the end, it could help the Blessed Land continue to expand. Kui Dongshan had seen a few big books in the Blessed Land. There were stories about the immortals on the mountain and also about the Jianghu sects. He did not approve of them. He said that the immortals on the mountain and the Jianghu sects were somewhat lacking. The people's hearts did not change much. It was as if they had gone up the mountain or joined the Jianghu sects. As time passed, they did not really come back to life. Some people's hearts changed. Even if there was a slight change, it was still too stiff. The growth of those little heavenly characters could be considered rich, but the people around them were good. When they got along with others, they were always a group of people. If they were smart, they would always be smart. If they were pedantic, they would be pedantic. This kind of mountain sect, this kind of Jianghu sect, the people's hearts could not stand up to scrutiny. No matter how big it was just an empty shell. Out of paper by Blessed Land, the wind would blow it away. I won't talk about the whole of paper by Blessed Land, only the general situation. To explain the principles of the world clearly, we have to talk about the size of the ratio. That person's friends, those chivalrous people, will they not make mistakes? The immortals on the mountain, will they not accidentally kill the wrong person? Each one of them is more perfect than the moral saints of the world. That person's friends, just because they are friends of friends, they become lifelong friends. Why are those who are enemies of that person all evil people? Why are there so few people who live wonderful lives? Why can't they win the respect of others elsewhere? The immortals on the mountain, why are they only companions with the forest springs, white clouds, and green pine trees? When they go down the mountain, the common people do not recognize the immortal money in their pockets and ask the shopkeeper for a pot of inferior wine. Are they not immortals? Could it be that the paper Blanche Blessed Land, which is famous throughout the world, exists just for those hundreds of little heavens? What a great Tao! At that time, The founding ancestor of that family only stroked his beard and laughed. On the other hand, the young patriarch and a few geniuses who were publicly recognized as brilliant writing and full of talent were exposed by an outsider. Their faces did not look too good. They were just short of saying, if you have the ability, write it yourself. Otherwise, according to Kui Dong's temperament, he would have really done it himself. He wanted to teach them what was meant by the wisdom of the ordinary people is something that I, Kui Dong, casually said, naturally knew forever. Fortunately, the old scholar hurriedly smoothed things over and scolded his own disciple. What do you know about the superficial knowledge on paper? This kind of huge work is so voluminous, easily tens of thousands of words, it is not as simple as a few lines of poetry that you usually spout. Then, he helped those young geniuses to brag about it and gave them a few pointers. They were all small flaws. The flaws could not cover up the beauty of the jade. The personal praise of the literary sage and the repair of the flaws, of course, could not compare to the casual nonsense of a young disciple. Those experts did not argue with Kui Dong anymore. Other than the title of the first disciple of the literary sage, he was just a nameless junior. What did he know? But Kui Dong did not stop while he was ahead. At that time, the young man who had not yet revealed his outstanding talent said something even more disgraceful and ruthless that slapped people's faces. I have always felt that language itself is always a cage. The words of the world are the life and death of the family. Because the boundaries of language constructed by words are the invisible boundaries of our thoughts. If one does not transcend this, it is difficult to prove the great Tao. At that time, only the old patriarch nodded lightly and looked at the young Kui Dong with a gaze of admiration. The old scholar grinned until his mouth was as big as half a dustpan, but he could be considered honest and did not say anything. The old patriarch looked at him from the corner of his eyes and did not nod his head. After that, Kui Dong's reputation rose and he did not disappoint the title of the first disciple of the literary sage. After that, Kui Dong's name shook the world and his brilliant performance was only one of the three splendid matters. Finally, his reputation fell into disarray. Everyone in the world knew about this, but most of them forgot about one thing. In the past, Kui Dong was in the literary sage's lineage and frequently taught on behalf of his master. Kui Dong Shan had always been looking towards the south at the center of the Aquarius continent. That talent was always Kui Dong. Regardless of whether or not he was considered the first disciple of the literary sage, he would always be the embroidered tiger Kui Dong of the three splendid matters, the Dali imperial tutor who was not willing to add flowers to the splendor of the world. I am not. Kui Dong Shan laughed and muttered. I am just Kui Dong Shan, the innocent and pure young man Dong Shan. Tomorrow will always belong to the young man. Note 2, there will be young men every year, and I will always be one of them. In truth, Kui Dong Shan had thought of not being one of them, but Kui Dong did not agree in the past, and even gave Kui Dong Shan a reason that he could not reject. Kui Dong was like that. When he seriously calculated, he would always include himself. Miu did not seek trouble for himself, and only sat at the side, and did not take the initiative to speak to the white-clothed young man. Kui Dong Shan gently exhaled, and gently pushed the white clouds away. When immortals boast, clouds gather and disperse. Then he turned and shouted to the black-clothed young lady on the second floor, Xiao Mili, I will go down the mountain first, get the old chef to cook a table full of delicious food. Ju Mili immediately asked, how delicious? Kui Dong Shan imitated Xiao Mili and wrapped his arms around his chest, and frowned. Ju Mili waved her hand, Master, you are too childish. Go go go, remember to come back early, if you are late, remember to walk to the mountain gate, I will wait for you there. Kui Dong Shan nodded his head, and walked backwards. He leaned back and fell into the cliff. After his figure disappeared, he suddenly rose up, his entire body spinning in circles, like an immortal flying in the wind. Ju Mili sighed, the big white goose was truly childish. Miu squinted his eyes and looked over, Tilda good fellow, seems like he is heading straight for the Jade Liquid River Deity Temple. Tilda then Miu sighed heavily and was extremely angry, Tilda you should have brought me along. Tilda Kui Dong Shan had indeed gone to the Jade Liquid River, but not to the Water Deity Temple. Instead, he used a camouflage technique to hide his figure, and when he was above the Jade Liquid River, he fell headfirst into the river, and then paddled all the way to the entrance of the water mansion. Finally, the youth bent his finger and gently knocked on the door, shouting at the top of his voice, "Water deity, open the door, I am Dongshan." The two demons guarding the entrance of the water mansion looked at each other, not to mention who this guy was. How could he silently pass through the mountain and water restriction outside that even an earth immortal could not break, and the door of the water mansion in front of them was not closed? Then what was this Dongshan knocking on? In the straw shop of the dragon-riding alley, the blind old Daoist had been smiling a lot in recent years. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could occasionally wake up from his dreams with a smile. Even Jiao Cheng's two disciples did not scold him as much. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. If he did not beat or scold, he would not be a master. Jiao Cheng felt that his luck had really turned. Now, he was finally living the immortal life that an immortal should have. However, the old man also secretly warned himself that no matter how immortal life was, he had to remember the principle of living under someone else's roof. Some of the rules that were very useful on his side had to be pushed back. For example, when he was in a bad mood, it was fine to kick Zhao Dungao, that little bastard of an improper background, a few times. However, there was no need to be as heavy-handed as in the past. As for Tian Ju'er, he could not even scold her. After all, she was the first disciple of the young mountain lord. Every time she came to the dragon-riding alley, she would have to call her sister Ju'er. Today's weather was good, and the business of the straw shop was still very ordinary. After all, on the shop's side, other than the earliest items left on the mountain, the rest were leftovers from the Oxhorn Mountains Baozhai. Otherwise, it was a girl named Ma Duyi who put it here for sale. Even if the old Daoist was blind, he had traversed mountains and rivers to eliminate demons and defend the Dao for many years in his life. He immediately knew her ghostly identity and pretended to be blind. Forget it, he was really blind and pretended not to know. The old Daoist put his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door with a smile. It was a pity that fellow Daoist Ling Chun was not there for the time being. As an old immortal of the Dragon Gate realm, the old Daoist could still roughly see the appearance of fellow Daoist Ling Chun as soon as he activated his supreme magical power, the third eye. Shiru stood behind the counter and did not even bother to glance at Jiao Cheng. What else could this old Daoist do? Before he went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate and did not break through the realm by sheer luck, he came here and had nothing to do. He would talk nonsense all day long and flaunt his ancestry. When the Dragon Gate realm fell from the sky, well, he immediately began to change his tricks. Even Shopkeeper She was not willing to call him Shopkeeper She anymore. He no longer said that the two of them should take care of each other. He kept calling Shiru Brother Shi and showing off all kinds of unspeakable mysteries of his Dragon Gate realm. Why don't you just shut up? If it were not for Shiru feeling that Ju'er and Dungao were really pitiful and she did not want to make things difficult for them, she would have slapped the abacus and scolded the old Daoist when he dared to come. Then, she would have used a broom to chase him away. The old Daoist leaned against the door of the shop and held a jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. He said with a smile, "Brother Shi, why is Miss Ling Chun not in the shop today?" Shiru turned a deaf ear. The old Daoist opened the folding fan and fanned it. After a moment of silence, the fan made a rustling sound and he suddenly said, "Brother Shi, look, I accidentally made a joke. I have been in the Jianghu under the mountain for a long time and only cared about subduing demons and devils. I almost forgot that I actually don't know the weather of the world now." Shiru just laughed. The old Daoist looked relieved and closed the folding fan again. It was no wonder that Brother Shi would be so uncomfortable. After all, both sides were the nominal consecrators of Luo Po Mountain, but there was a great disparity between their realms. Jiao Cheng walked slowly and commented on the fragrance of the various pastries. He picked up one of them and knew that Brother Shi was going to speak. Oh, Brother Shi could only guard the identity of the shopkeeper now. Sure enough, Shiru said, "I will keep the account first and settle the bill together at the end of the month." Jiao Cheng said with a smile, "Brother Shi, it's okay to calculate according to double the price. After all, things like pastries, even if you sell dozens of catties or hundreds of catties, it may not be equal to selling one in my shop." Shiru lowered her head and opened the account book, No need. Jiao Cheng smiled in his heart. Brother Shi is too thin-skinned. You are still treating me as an outsider. Even if I become an old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm, am I not Brother Jiao next door to your shop? Jiao Cheng stayed in the shop for an hour. When he didn't see Miss Ling Chun, he inserted the folding fan at the back of his collar, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked back to his shop. As a result, he saw a young man in white sitting on the counter. Jiao Cheng didn't hesitate at all. The old Daoist reached out and put the folding fan on his waist. At the same time, he quickly stepped forward, bowed, and shouted in surprise, "Immortal Master Kui." Kui Dongshan didn't pay attention to him. He just let Tianju who was looking after the shop, go to the shop next door to eat some pastries. The bill was on shopkeeper Shi's head, so there was no need to be polite. Otherwise, Kui Dongshan would be angry with shopkeeper Shi. As for Tianju's senior brother Zhao Dongao, he went to the Dragon Spring Sword sect to find the eldest disciple of Wan Tong, Dong Jiyu. Both sides hit it off, and Zhao Dongao often asked the latter for advice on cultivation. Master Jiao Cheng, who had always been difficult to talk to, seemed to be more enthusiastic than his disciple on this matter. It was as if he was the one who really cultivated. In private, he kept persuading Zhao Dongao, saying that he shouldn't be shy and should visit there often. Immortal Dong was an earth immortal. No matter how stupid he was, he could still come back with some immortal aura. As for the business of the shop, his junior sister could take care of it alone. As soon as Tianjua left the shop, Kui Dongshan sat on the counter and looked at the skinny old man who was wearing a very loose Daoist robe. He said, "What an old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm. His body weighs 90 pounds, and half of his weight is probably due to the immortal robe on his body." Old immortal Jiao is not wearing a Daoist robe, but wearing a lot of immortal money. Yo yo yo, this Daoist robe is so big that the sleeves are about to touch the ground. Why, did you go to the dragon riding alley to sweep the floor? Jiao Cheng's forehead was full of sweat. He laughed dryly and said, "Immortal Master Kui, you must be joking." The old Daoist was not stupid. Over the years, he had been in the shop in the small town, in Prefecture City, or in the mountains. As long as he heard a rumor, regardless of whether it was groundless or not, the old Daoist would turn it over and over again and think about it. He thought about the good things in a small way and the bad things in a big way. He was careful and thought about it again and again. This was the foundation of the old Daoist's ability to survive in the pugilistic world. As for Mr. Kui's sarcastic remarks, it was very good. The cool summer breeze felt even cooler. Jiao Cheng did not feel embarrassed at all. If his face fell to the ground, he would not even care to pick it up from the ground. It was not difficult to bend his back. Spending a little money and casually eating a few pieces of pastries from the shop next door would be enough to make up for it. Unexpectedly, Miss Ling Chun did not appear earlier or later. At this moment, she was standing in front of the door of her caoutchouc shop. One of her shoulders was leaning against the door, and her hands were hidden behind her sleeves as she smiled. It was so bitter. When this Jiao Cheng was really just the old Daoist Jiao Cheng, Kui Dongshan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He tapped the counter with his finger and went straight to the point. "Do you know how hard it is to get a registered consecrator of Luopo Mountain?" Of course the old Daoist knew. When the ancestral hall of Luopo Mountain was built, even Lord Wei Shan came to observe the ceremony. Besides, so what if the old Daoist was blind about the matter between the young mountain lord and Lady Wan? "I was not blinded by lard. I knew it clearly." Kui Dongshan, who had just made a trip to the Jade Liquid River God residence, said slowly, "You have taken in a good disciple. It is not very generous of you to cherish your own things. You are not a consecrator of Luopo Mountain." Kui Dongshan suddenly slapped the counter, scaring the old Daoist so much that he immediately shrank his neck and bowed his head even more. Kui Dongshan jumped off the counter and circled around the old Daoist, who was silent like a cicada in winter. He scolded, recklessly wasting natural resources and being too selfish. "You are not a kind person. Are you tired of living after becoming an old immortal of Dragon Gate? Do you want to eat arsenic? How many catties do you want to eat? Give me a definite answer. F*ck, if I lose one tail of yours, I will be as ungenerous as you. Jiao Cheng raised his head slightly, feeling uneasy in his heart. His old face was full of grievances, and he said in a trembling voice, "Immortal Master Kui, I understand what you mean. It's just that I can't speak of the bitterness in my heart. Today, I met Immortal Master Kui. Even if I don't want to lose face, I have to boldly tell you about the difficulties of us three master and disciple." Speaking of his sadness, the old man rubbed the corner of his eyes, but he didn't delay his words. "My Juer's physique is indeed in line with the natural order. It's not that I can't bear to part with this natural treasure. As a registered consecrator, I am not a person who goes against my conscience. I am grateful to Luo Po Mountain and Mountain Master. I only hate that I don't have a memorial tablet at home and offer incense every day. It's not because of our Mountain Master's good fortune. I have reached the Dragon Gate realm in Yellow Lake Mountain, so I should do something good for Luo Po Mountain. It's just that I wandered around in my early years, killing demons and subduing demons. My heart is still hard. It's just that my cultivation is insignificant and my ability is not good enough. I have become a joke to Immortal Master Kui. How can I not know the benefits of my disciple Juer's blood? I'm just afraid that this move will hurt others. If the Mountain Master Kui finds out, I would have let Juer do this long ago. Even if she is unwilling in her heart, her eyes are shallow, and she doesn't know how to be grateful to Luo Po Mountain. As her teacher, not only do I want her to give me a few catties of Talisman Spring, but I also want to teach her the principles of how to conduct herself. No matter how much I love my two disciples, I am willing to give birth to a filial son under the rod." Of course, Jiao Cheng was talking nonsense. It was pure nonsense. Not only did he flatter himself, but he also wanted to splash dirty water on his disciple Tian Juer. The Dragon Gate realm's old immortal Jiao Cheng was actually speaking the truth. He was afraid that Luo Po Mountain's Mountain Master Chen Pinggan would feel that this move was hurtful. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jiao Cheng's eyes were blind, but his heart was not. He knew that Luo Po Mountain's bottom line was to have a conscience and be a human. The rest of the tricks would not make him lose this immortal rice bowl of Luo Po Mountain's honorary consecrator. In fact, until now, the shrewd old Taoist still did not understand why the young Mountain Master would choose them and let them, who were used to living in the open, have the honor of eating rice bowls in Luo Po Mountain. Kui Dongshan pulled the old Taoist's sleeve and took away the jade bamboo folding fan that was given to the old Taoist. He gently opened it and walked in a circle while fanning the breeze. Immortal Master Kui did not speak. The old Taoist used all his strength to finish his words from the bottom of his heart. He really did not have the courage and brain to speak more. Kui Dongshan said, "From today onwards, let Juer accumulate the Talisman Spring regularly. It will be of great use in the future. Just remember not to hurt Juer's Dao." The old Taoist pecked at the rice and cupped his fists. "I will follow Immortal Master Kui's decree. Not only will I help Mr. Kui accumulate the Talisman Spring, but I will also miss Juer. How can I bear to part with her? After all, she is my own daughter." This Jiao Cheng's cultivation was vague, but his words were not vague. In fact, it was because Jiao Cheng was too shrewd that Luo Po Mountain noticed some of the old Taoist's unwise choices. Those two disciples were really miserable to have a master like him. He often beat and scolded them. He could say all kinds of unpleasant words. When he beat his disciples, he did not lose to killing demons for money. However, there were some things that Jiao Cheng did not do as an immortal master on the mountain. For example, he took in a disciple who was born as a demon by his side and had to help hide his identity. For example, he did not sell Tian Juer to the Talisman Mountain's Fuji master. The old Taoist's disciple, Tian Juer, was talented. Her blood was naturally suitable for cultivators to draw talismans with. In the past, whether it was Jiao Cheng earning money or pretending to be a Daoist master to steal the money of the rich, the Talisman Spring would come in handy when he drew the unorthodox Thunder Talisman in his palm. However, the gold and silver money that he obtained with his true ability and appearance were worlds apart from selling Tian Juer at a high price. Kui Dongshan nodded and said, "That's it then. Junior will not disturb old Immortal's cultivation. Kui Dongshan threw the folding fan back to the old Taoist. Jiao Cheng hurriedly caught it with both hands as if he had received a treasure. Kui Dongshan walked towards the longevity Daoist at the door and suddenly turned his head. A catty of talisman spring is a small sum of money. I personally bought it for Miss Ju Er. It has nothing to do with Luo Po Mountain. Jiao Cheng immediately said, "You can't buy so much. 2 catties of talisman spring for half a small sum of money from Immortal Master Kui is already making money against our conscience." Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Oh? How is it against your conscience?" Jiao Cheng immediately straightened his back. The heavens took pity on him. He actually had the demeanor of an old immortal. He said, "All the immortal money belongs to Ju Er. As her master, I have not taught Ju Er much. I already feel guilty. If Ju Er can rely on this immortal money to leave her master's support and let her take a few steps on her own, it would be the greatest kindness." Kui Dongshan reached out and pointed at the old Taoist. "Damn it. In the future, the new young people of Luo Po Mountain will have to come here to learn to speak with you first." Kui Dongshan flicked his finger several times. Each time, a grain rain coin would ring. In the end, a few grains of grain rain coins slowly floated to the old Taoist. "It's your reward. Don't worry and accept it. You became our Luo Po Mountain's honorary consecrator. As a result, you wander around in rags all day." Jiao Cheng immediately understood. He could change his robe and wander outside less in the future. Kui Dongshan and the longevity Daoist smiled and said, "Sister Ling Chun, let's go for a walk." Changming smiled and nodded. She really had a few small questions in her heart. It wasn't appropriate to ask before. Now that Kui Dongshan came to her door, she didn't have to be too polite. The two walked up the stairs along the dragon-riding alley. They passed by a few big houses during the process. They were now the longevity Daoist's family property. They had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Otherwise, Changming would want to change her appearance and identity. She would secretly buy a few mountains in the west as a courtyard. Kui Dongshan walked to the edge of a grain-sunning field. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "Changming, I'll answer all your questions." The longevity Daoist didn't take the patriarch discipline too seriously. He asked, "You're wearing this uncommon skin bag so that one day, you'll have a chance to eat that GQ from Mud Bottle Alley." "Wangzhu." Kui Dongshan grunted. However, that was the worst outcome. Now, it was the best outcome. Kui Dongshan was born to deal with flood dragons. Now, in the Cloud Forest's Deer Academy, the Huangting country's old flood dragon who was the deputy mountain leader had already experienced it. However, Kui Dongshan really wanted to win. From the beginning, it was the last true dragon in the world of Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, Li Zhu. If he couldn't help her, she wouldn't become a talent. Then let me, Kui Dongshan, do it personally. If the situation wasn't right, Kui Dongshan would be ruthless. Not only that Wang Zhu, the other 5 little things, the Huangting country's old flood dragon, his 2 useless children, and Li Jin in Red Candle Town under the Yellow Lake, plus some leftover opportunities and remnants in Jiu Shu's territory, I'll eat them all. Changming said, "Now, it's a burden. It'll be difficult to reach the Ascendant Realm. Old Mr. Yang definitely won't open the Ascension platform just for you." Kui Dongshan shook his head, "The world scheme is taboo." Changming nodded, "I'm overthinking." Kui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and moved again. He took the longevity Daoist, who was already a fallen patriarch in his heart, for a stroll. Changming thought of the straw shop and Fu Quan. He smiled and said, "It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. After a long time, it'll be easy." Kui Dongshan said, "If you don't pay, you won't cherish. The more you pay, the more you care. It has nothing to do with good people or bad people. The same pot of wine, regardless of the reason, the taste, and the speed at which one drinks, it will be different regardless of whether the price is raised or lowered." Kui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Daoist Changming, tell me the story of how you met my master. Pick up the things that can be said." Changming told him tirelessly. In fact, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Other than the old master, the penal official, who didn't mention anything else, and the hidden official's sewing process, Changming didn't hide the rest. For example, the existence of the sewing man, the old deaf's disciple, and the demons imprisoned in the prison. What were their origins? How did they get along and fight with the hidden official? In a sense, the shed skin on Kui Dongshan's body was actually the sewing man's first favorite. As for the skin of some cultivators, it had nothing to do with the level of their realm. It was naturally suitable to be used as talisman paper. The sewing man was best at this. The talisman beauty refined from fox skin by the Fox Nation of Qingfeng City was barely related to this. The sewing man selected cultivators, killed them, skinned them, and stored talisman paper. He would either use it to draw talismans or sell it to Devil Dao cultivators at a high price. Therefore, the sewing man, the Southern Sea Lone Rider, and the flower thief were regarded as one of the 10 great evil Dao cultivators. Of course, there was no reason for everyone to kill them. After Kui Dongshan finished listening, he said slowly, "The sewing man and the executioner have similar great Daos. The Southern Sea Lone Rider who stole the world's water transportation. The passerby who caused the Yin soldiers to pass through. The beautiful corpse who cultivated the color refining technique and created a romantic tent. The flower thief whose corpse was put on a bounty by the 100 flowers blessed land. The god of plagues who was destined to suffer misfortune in his life. The ghost of debt collector who was born in the school of Yin-Yang but was hated by the school of Yin-Yang cultivators. The master Du who helped people through life's difficulties but had to pay the price of the other person's 3 lives. Other than the glutton immortal whom I haven't interacted with for the time being, I've seen all of them in my life. Even the rarest of the 10 candidates who sold mirrors, and the most famous one at that, I've seen him in the graceful grotto heaven. I even chatted with him a little." Kui Dongshan's expression was indifferent. He also told Changming some old stories. "I once rode the Southern Sea with the Southern Sea Lone Rider. I once stood on the back of a horse beside a passerby. I once lay drunk in a romantic tent and talked with the beautiful corpse about the sage's principles until dawn. I once gave poems to the flower thief. I once heard the sad whimper of a young god of plagues. I once haggled with the ghost of debt collector. I once asked the master Du what to do if the guest didn't have a next life. I once asked the mirror seller if he could really refine the glowing moon into a mirror. Who would I be able to see when I raise my head?" Speaking up to here, Kui Dongshan suddenly laughed. His eyes brightened a little. He raised his head and said, "I once stole the hair of the green immortal mountain's madam in the bamboo sea grotto heaven with Alliance. Alliance swore to me that it was the most suitable hair in the world to refine into the sword of love and the sword of wisdom. Later on, when our whereabouts were exposed, that King Alliance ran away without saying anything. However, he cast the body-fixing technique on me and I had to face the murderous green immortal mountains madam alone. I also traveled to the graceful grotto heaven with junior martial brother. Previously, I went to the barbarian barrier blessed land and Qingxia grotto heaven. Finally, I took a long detour to the graceful grotto heaven. Because of my one-track mind, I was the least interested in this place. Therefore, I have never been to the 100 flowers blessed land. The graceful grotto heaven is the place that cultivators on the mountain who are about to become immortal couples yearn for the most. At that time, the fairy beside us was so anxious that she was about to cry. Why couldn't we trick Wuxiu to go there? Because there is a Western capital inside. It is said that there are lovers in the world. Even those who suffer from unrequited love can come here to burn incense and make a wish. Not only can they hope to be together, but they can also grow old together. I remember that the temple attendant was a very beautiful woman. She held a peach blossom fan with a bright moon and bamboo words written on it. Her name was Shenxi. Her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful. It is said that when Bai Yi was still a poet immortal and not a sword immortal, he traveled to the graceful grotto heaven with his good friend Jun Qian. He couldn't refuse their kindness and personally wrote the fan. In fact, at that time, Bai Yi and his friend Liu Shiliu didn't have money on them and couldn't enter the graceful grotto heaven. Bai Yi could only write poems and sell them in exchange for passage money. Therefore, in the future, at the entrance of the graceful grotto heaven, there was a cliff carving of 10,000 hearts united in one moon. That was the work of my junior martial brother Jun Qian. Who can guess it now? In the end, when they left the graceful grotto heaven, the fairy secretly asked Wuxiu, that temple attendant wasn't that good-looking, right? She was quite good-looking. At the entrance of the grotto heaven behind her, there was a girl smiling beautifully like a crescent moon. Beside her, there was a girl who wasn't so happy. After a while, she said, "What does good-looking have to do with me?" The two girls' moods were flipped again. After the fairy left, I jokingly scolded Junior Martial Brother for being a fool and begged you to open your mind. Junior Martial Brother smiled and answered Senior Martial Brother, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" I don't know if the fairy who liked Senior Martial Brother was beating around the bush. She saw that the temple attendant was good-looking and was worried that Senior Martial Brother would change his mind, so she felt uncomfortable. Junior Martial Brother still understands such shallow thoughts of a girl. At that time, I gave him 2 thumbs up. At that time, Junior Martial Brother's smile was very bright. Changming found it very interesting to chat with Kui Dongshan. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. A person who had experienced more and accumulated more stories was the most ruthless. The two of them walked through Mud Bottle Alley. When they walked past the old school, Changming stopped and asked, "So what?" Kui Dongshan didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. However, his sleeves were still hanging down. "I can't say, there's nothing to say." Changming followed the white-clothed youth's footsteps and changed the topic. "What did you do when you visited the Jade Liquid River's water god's residence?" Kui Dongshan said, "I didn't do anything. I just pulled the water god's hair and casually spun it around a few times." Changming teased, "Can't you be human?" However, Kui Dongshan said, "It's very difficult. Trust me." Changming sighed. "It's very difficult not to trust Mr. Kui." Kui Dongshan laughed. "I won't be the villain of Zhuiying Dynasty's master and servant, as well as Yunzi of Green Mud Slope. Traveling isn't tiring, but chatting with others is. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to help me be the villain. Anyway, you said it yourself. It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. However, take note of one thing. Don't add fuel to the fire with the pseudonym Shiqiu. The entire Luopa mountain will pretend that she doesn't exist. That's the best way to get along with her. In private, you have to protect her more. Anyway, you can control your own temperament. Otherwise, when Mr. blames you, he will reason with you. At most, he will scold you a little. When it comes to me, I reckon Mr. won't care about being reasonable and will directly beat you up." Changming nodded. "All right." Yunzi of Mount Huaming's Green Mud Slope was temporarily in the Dragon Gate realm. His true identity was the Black Snake of Chestun Mountain. However, he wasn't a mountain spirit in the true sense. Instead, he was transformed from one of the black chess pieces used by the two immortals. There were golden lines on his abdomen, and he already had the embryonic form of dragon scales. Compared to the water dragon Hong, because of the chess game back then, the black chess piece placed on the chessboard. His killing intent was extremely heavy. This caused the Yunzi later on to be more brutal and unruly than the mountain snakes and pythons. Kui Dongshan finally brought Changming to the shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Liu Xianyang stood up and laughed with his hands on his hips. "Brother Dongshan." Kui Dongshan swaggered. "Brother Xianyang." Liu Xianyang raised his palm high. Kui Dongshan jumped up and slapped him. He held Liu Xianyang's hand and then asked with his eyes, "This sister Ling Chun?" Kui Dongshan replied with his eyes. "If this doesn't work, change to another girl." Liu Xianyang sighed and cupped his fists towards Changming. "Greetings, Miss Ling Chun." Changming smiled and nodded. She felt that it was better to be polite with this person. Hence, she cupped her fists and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Mr. Liu." She had already made up her mind that she would come less often to the shop in the future. She would definitely not come if there was nothing. Therefore, Changming took her leave and went to Mount Huaming's Green Mud Slope to do business. Liu Xianyang and Kui Dongshan sat on a small bamboo chair. Liu Xianyang reminded him softly, "Brother, take it easy. That chair under your butt was once sat on by our Dallas Empress Dowager. It's precious. If you fall down, can you afford to compensate for it? Kui Dongshan raised his eyebrows and looked at Liu Xianyang's bamboo chair. He smiled but didn't say anything. Liu Xianyang laughed. Brother, what are you thinking? Isn't it vulgar and romantic? That chair has long been hidden by my master. Kui Dongshan took a deep breath. Impressive. As expected of brother Xianyang, if that old-fashioned Wan Tian heard this, he would really beat Liu Xianyang to death, wouldn't he? Kui Dongshan chatted with Liu Xianyang. Anyway, it was similar to what Chen Lingjun said when he was drunk. Finally, Kui Dongshan said, Xianyang is a good name. Heart like flowers and trees blooming towards the sun. Liu Xianyang smiled. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. I only remember that old Yarrow said that Yangxian clay is a good clay for making porcelain. It's just that it's not easy to find. Back then, Chen Pinggan followed old Yarrow into the mountains to look for clay and suffered a lot. Kui Dongshan suddenly smiled. Bai Yi and Zhun Qian are good friends. They're both fated to be with you. Then what about Xianyang and Jiayue? Liu Xianyang laughed. I'm the one who's climbing the social ladder. Judging from her posture and tone, she was already close to being one of the 10 young girls, Miss Yu Yu. Liu Xianyang suddenly asked, how does Miss Jiayue look like? Kui Dongshan didn't answer the question. This lady is very strange. She comes from the wilderness but doesn't kill people in Tongya continent. She only looks for people. Liu Xianyang slapped his knee and said, good lady, she's really a good lady. Isn't her brother Xianyang sitting here? What's there to look for? He quickly turned around and handed over a handful of melon seeds. Brother Kui, have some melon seeds. Kui Dongshan took the melon seeds and grabbed some for Liu Xianyang. At least leave some for brother Xianyang. Kui Dongshan ate the melon seeds and bent over to look into the distance. He casually asked, do you believe in marriage? Are you afraid of red strings? Liu Xianyang also ate the melon seeds and smiled. I only look at whether the lady is good or not. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, did you miss out a word? Liu Xianyang nodded and said, one word is 2 words. Save some energy. Only look at whether the lady is good or not. Kui Dongshan slapped his knee. Brother Xianyang, I'm not praising you. You're terrifyingly quick-witted. Liu Xianyang said shyly, if it's cute, it's more cute. Only by getting a good omen can you find a good wife. Kui Dongshan finished eating the melon seeds and said that he was going home to eat. Liu Xianyang waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't be following him to eat and drink. Kui Dongshan stood up and walked a few steps. Liu Xianyang suddenly asked, is the person who Jiayue is looking for sword cultivator Liu Cai? Kui Dongshan slowly turned his head. Yes and no. It's hard to say. Liu Xianyang asked again, how far is he from me? Mr. Kui, can you let me see Liu Cai from afar? Kui Dongshan shook his head and said, don't get involved. Liu Xianyang asked again, is it because I can't get involved at the moment, or is it because I have to pay a higher price? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, it's both. The former is the majority, so don't think too much. Liu Xianyang acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Kui Dongshan didn't return to Luopa Mountain with the wind. Instead, he walked and finally sat on the stone arch bridge. The old sword was no longer hanging under the bridge. Kui Dongshan frowned and covered his sleeves with his hands. The person who Jiayue was looking for was indeed Liu Cai. A person who was already far away from Mr., but seemed to be right in front of him. A person who Kui Dongshan had been wary of in his early years, just in case. It wasn't that he felt that person was strange at that time, but that person's preacher was too strange. So whenever he had the chance, Kui Dongshan would secretly ask about the past of Tongyi continent. In addition, Mr. was more willing to chat with his good friend whom he met by chance on the road, so Kui Dongshan naturally knew more. Then Kui Dongshan roughly knew that Mr. had already met the future Liu Cai before he entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Not only did they meet, but he was right in front of them, close at hand. Moreover, both sides were sincere best friends. That person even sincerely hoped that Mr. could become a mainstay in the chaotic world. Kui Dongshan just thought about it, even as an outsider, and after so many years, even if he was half Kui Dong, he felt a chill down his spine and was terrified. Back then, Mr. roughly said, "You have to leave something behind, you can't have everything." That person laughed and said, "Chen Pingan, you're actually hiding from that one. I'll let you hide for a while first. Become that one. Wait until you become one, then come and kill that one." Mr. Chen Pingan and that Liu Cai, who had helped Liu Qiangwei in the past, were actually talking about this matter face to face. This was the real calculation. Wasn't the stick of candid whores in Pearl Grotto Heaven not enough for you? Was there an end to this? Kui Dongshan slapped the stone arch bridge, but suddenly he retracted his strength, and his palm and sleeve gently brushed the bridge together. Kui Dongshan said telepathically, "Sage Li, come and pay your debt. Most of the first chi is on you. Since Mr. didn't accept your peach talisman, you should." Actually, Kui Dongshan was prepared to make a scene and act shamelessly. Logic couldn't be said this way, but he had to. When that old bastard Kui Shi found out about this, he made even more divinations and deduced even further. That old bastard insisted on killing Liu Cai if he felt like it. Just let that Liu Cai try. Kui Dongshan wasn't willing to do this. Many things were not difficult at all if it was just a fight. The problem was that Zhu Zi had set up such a meticulous trap, and the implications would only be greater. This wasn't some calligraphy lake interrogation trap. Sage Li appeared with a smile and sat beside Kui Dongshan. Then he nodded gently. "I have no problem with discussing the Tao with Zhu Zi, but it won't be for Chen Pingan." "But do you look down on Chen Pingan that much? It's not very appropriate for a student to not trust Mr." Kui Dongshan said sickly, "I'm in the middle of this. Of course I'm not as calm as you." Sage Li Na placed his hands gently on his knees and looked into the distance. "Then do you think that Chen Pingan has already guessed who Liu Cai is?" "Of course, that's just a guess." Kui Dongshan shook his head. Mr. Li Na's brain isn't sick. He had a little calculation in his heart. He planned to ask the Liuyin saint for his blessings. In the past, embroidered tiger Kui Dong was just teaching on behalf of his master. As for the former leader of the Beko Keikyang building, he was teaching on behalf of his master. However, Sage Li Na didn't let Kui Dongshan succeed. He only smiled and said, "Whether or not you have the heart, you'll get one." That one, was it that easy to dodge? Was it that easy to kill? Even my master doesn't think it'll succeed. So I think you and I should just watch from the sidelines. If something really happens, we'll talk. Sage Li Na waved his hand and threw the golden carp and the golden crab into the water. However, just as they were about to fall into the water, they suddenly appeared in the distance. Sage Li Na smiled and said, "Transform into a flood dragon." Kui Dongshan looked pitifully into the water. Sage Li Na said indifferently, "Return of the snowy night." Kui Dongshan turned a deaf ear and remained indifferent. When Sage Li Na's figure disappeared, he went to great blasphemy. Kui Dongshan stood up expressionlessly and returned to Luo Po Mountain with the wind. When he saw Xiaomi waiting at the gate, Kui Dongshan flung his sleeves. No matter how many years he had to wait, there would be a return of the snowy night. To hell with Zhu Zi and whatever, I'm Kui Dongshan, I'm Dongshan. 720. Sorry, the update is late. A 20,000-word chapter. Nothing major happened on Luopa Mountain. Just like what Zhu Lian and Pei Xiong said, it was a beautiful day. The wind blew the mountain and the rain hit the water. It was just a pleasing sight. The stability of Luopa Mountain was, of course, not because Luopa Mountain stood aloof from worldly affairs, but because a grown-up adult, an elder, in different positions far and near, sheltered Luopa Mountain from the wind and rain. For example, Sword Immortal Miu, who had already gone through the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and nascent soul sword cultivator Kui Wei, who was rushing to the battlefield. On Luopa Mountain, even Pei Qian, who was only slightly taller than Zhu Mili, was now in the middle of the battlefield of Jin Jiao Continent. The person Pei Qian was chasing was the 10th realm martial artist Cao Ci, who she regarded as her master's martial arts rival. Pei Qian chased not only the level of the fist technique, but also the number of enemies killed on the battlefield. Even if she could not catch up, the gap between her and Cao Ci was still very big, but to Pei Qian, after learning the fist technique, she had to do something. So now half of Jinzhou continent, which was in imminent danger, knew that beside Cao Ci, besides the famous genius martial artist Yu Zhuanfu, there was also a young female martial artist called Pei Qian. She was even more talented, and her fist was even more domineering. She was best at exchanging injuries for death. On the battlefield, she preferred to take the initiative to pursue the strong enemies of the demon clan. Unfortunately, the enemy she encountered was a demon clan earth immortal cultivator. As the place where half of the Li dynasty rose, the northern peak had not come into contact with the army of the demon clan for the time being. However, the 3 consecutive golden downpours were actually enough to make all the cultivators feel a lingering fear. Among them, the flood dragon under the pond was originally a big event, but under the current situation of a continent, it was not so eye-catching. In addition, Wei Ba and Qi Dongshan, the 2 officials of the Li dynasty, covered up the flood dragon on their respective lines. As a result, the immortal masters of archives and the cultivators of the mountains and lakes who stayed in the northern peak to cultivate still did not know whether the flood dragon that appeared out of nowhere was the guardian of the mountain secretly cultivated by the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Pei Xiong's Fox Kingdom moved to Luopa Mountain because of the location of the Lotus Root Blessed Land, and Shu Han of Qingfeng City had to use the old Dragon City's military merit to repay Dallas Ascension platform, so even if the Shu woman in Qingfeng City had some guesses, she could not do anything but tremble in fear and wait for the punishment. Shu Han of Qingfeng City gave the outsiders the impression that he was focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the public, so the power fell into the hands of the woman. But of course, Pei Xiong and shopkeeper Yang knew that the real backbone and the person in charge of Qingfeng City had always been Shu Han, who made the final decision in every major event. Another example was the old master Zhong Qiu, who wanted to go to the Wind Snow Temple to take a look. Even Sui Yu had died once. Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang both had the status of Dallas border army and official. In the Dali dynasty, if an outsider wanted to become an official, other than military merit, there was only greater military merit. Even Guaniran and Liu Xuanmei, who were born in the Yinkai Alley and Miaoer Street, who were born in the noble families, killed their way out of a pile of corpses. Even the supervisor Cao Gengxin and Yuan Zhengding's descendants with the surname of Shong Zhuguo also first obtained the imperial examinations, and then were thrown into the local officialdom by their families to climb up. As the first choice of officialdom, the family may be able to do something, but whether or not they could be promoted and whether or not they could have a meteoric rise, all depended on the rules of Dali. Before Qi Dongshan went down the mountain, he gave some pointers to Cao Qinglang's cultivation. Cao Qinglang's breakthrough was neither slow nor fast. It was not slow, but compared to the ordinary immortal masters with the title Zong in the ancestral hall, it was not fast, but compared to the likes of Lin Shuyi. This was very good. For mountaineering cultivation, as long as one's aptitude was enough, there was no need to be too frightening. Many geniuses died early, so they were always the first. Back then, when she switched to learning swordsmanship, she was able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat because she was too steady in her studies. Now, every time Sister Senta, who even Xiaomi thought was silly and cute, came home, the family would urge her to marry. In particular, Senta Yuanji's mother had privately said some intimate words to her daughter several times. The woman's eyes couldn't help but redden. She was really her daughter. She was obviously born so beautiful, and her family background was quite solid. She also didn't have to worry about marriage, so how did she become a big girl? Now, there were fewer and fewer people coming to propose marriage. Many of the scholars that she liked could only become the son-in-law of other families one by one. Qi Dongshan sat on a bench at the entrance of the mountain, listening to Cao Qinglang talk about her youth. Qi Dongshan sighed. Teacher had not returned from this long journey, and had missed out on many interesting things. Cao Qinglang was diligent in her studies in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. She also had Master Zhong's wholehearted nurturing and Lu Chai's assistance. Later, she followed Zhong Qiu and traveled the world for many years. She was successful in her studies, and her speech was appropriate, gentle and refined. Cao Qinglang's only regret was that her teacher was not present when she came of age. Before Kui Dongshan left, he was both happy and worried. He was happy because of Cao Qinglang, but worried because it was more difficult to talk about. Alright, it was the second. He was happy because Cao Qinglang rarely spoke about his own Luo Po mountain. After all, this trend could not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, in the past, when teacher was slightly guilty, he would at most insist that Luo Po mountain was like this. As the mountain chieftain, he did not dare to take all the credit. The others, such as Kui Dongshan, Zhu Lian, and Zheng Dafeng, had also contributed greatly. Now that teacher had traveled for many years, if the younger generation of Luo Po mountain, under Kui Dongshan's watch, treated people more and more like teacher, then as a student, he would really be unable to wash away the injustice even if he jumped into the jade liquor, embroidery, and Chongdan rivers. Junior apprentice brother, who do you think is prettier, Center Yuanji or that Miss Yuan Bao? Tell me, we are not talking behind other people's backs. I, your little senior apprentice brother, am not someone who likes to gossip. The two of us are just having a heart-to-heart chat. If you don't tell me, then it means that I have a guilty conscience. Then I will have to openly be suspicious. Miss Center's looks are better. When it comes to practicing martial arts, she has no distractions. It is the same whether or not there is anyone else around. It is not easy. On the other hand, Miss Yuan Bao has a tenacious temperament. Once she has decided on something, she is extremely persistent. They are both good girls. However, senior apprentice brother, let me say this first. I am just speaking from the bottom of my heart. You must not think too much. I think that Miss Center seems to be diligent in learning martial arts, but she is slightly lacking in dexterity. Perhaps she needs to have a greater ambition in her heart. It would be better to practice martial arts. For example, so what if she is a female martial artist? So what if she is at a disadvantage compared to cultivators? She wants to make all the male masters bow down and admit defeat after she punches. As for Miss Yuan, she is quick-witted and intelligent. It would be better if teacher Lu taught her to be magnanimous and have more empathy. Senior apprentice brother, these are my shallow insights. It is fine if you have heard them. Is that all? Otherwise, do you know who Miss Yuan Bao likes? How can I know about this kind of thing? Besides, it is not good to make wild guesses. Kui Dongshan did not say much. Yuan Bao liked Cao Qinglang. Just like how Yuan Lai liked Center Yuanji. Her elder sister was full of Jianghu aura and showed off her abilities. However, she secretly admired a scholar who she did not often meet. This made other girls not dare to like him too much. In fact, Yuan Bao did many seemingly unruly things and pretended to be childish. Why was that? Since she was too embarrassed to talk to him face to face, she could only let him listen in on her many conversations. Her younger brother liked to flip through the books of sages and liked to be a scholar even more. He even secretly hid a few books on imperial examinations. However, he liked Center Yuanji, who was infatuated with martial arts. He liked her so much that it was as if there were two bright moons on Luopa Mountain, one on the mountain and one in his heart. Kui Dongshan believed that he was too smart and too ruthless. He was good at dealing with many bad things and solving accidents. Therefore, he did not dare to touch these beautiful things. He was afraid that if he was too strong, it would shatter and be difficult to recover. After all, the human heart was not the moon in the water. The moon would always come and the water would always be there. It was easy for people to grow old and their hearts change. It was difficult for the human heart to remain young. It's okay. I'll leave it to you. As long as he returned home this time, it would not be easy for him to go out and return. Luopa Mountain would have hundreds and thousands of years of good time. The direct disciples would be passed down, and there would be more and more chairs in the ancestral hall. Luopa Mountain and its vassal mountains would be full of people coming and going everywhere. There would be more and more disciples. The mountain and river pedigree of Luopa Mountain would become thicker and thicker. Then, it would pile up into a box. Even the teacher who liked to remember everyone and everything would not be able to take care of it. He would definitely see some young faces that he could not recognize when he went out one day. In the early years, Chen Lingjun, who only focused on cultivation for 2 punches, would become one of the mountain guardians in the eyes of the future young people of Luopa Mountain. It was unimaginable that the ancestral master Chen Lingjun would wander around the gate at the foot of Puyun Mountain just for a friend's loyalty and Jianghu friendship. In the end, he would be rejected and returned to Luopa Mountain dejectedly. In the early years, Shui Jiaohongxia, who did not even dare to come to Luopa Mountain, would become an unattainable yellow-robed female immortal in the eyes of the future disciples of Luopa Mountain. They would feel that their ancestral master Hongxia was really good at water techniques. Even that warm tree might not have the chance to be busy with those trivial matters every day. Maybe even a handful of melon seeds in Xiaomi's pocket would become more valuable than Guyu money in the eyes of the cultivators of Luopa Mountain. There would definitely be a day in the future when every disciple of Luopa Mountain would talk about their ancestral master's invincible fist technique and the #1 swordsmanship. They would admire their old mountain master Chen and make friends all over the world. They would be close friends with some ancestral masters and brothers with some sect masters. When the young people in the future travel down the mountain or walk the Jianghu, most of them would like to talk to their own friends about when and where their ancestral master had done something magnificent. Then, the rules and principles set by the young mountain master of Luopa Mountain would become more and more important. And Kui Dongshan wanted to ensure that these things in the future would become a vein that was nailed to the board. The mountains stretched and the rivers spread, the roads of the mountains and rivers were already there. The future disciples of Luopa Mountain only needed to walk on the road, and it would be better if there was someone who could open up a new path. It was just that in this process, there would definitely be all kinds of mistakes, all kinds of people's hearts would scatter and many big and small unhappiness. There would need to be someone to preach, someone to protect, someone to correct mistakes and someone to correct mistakes. It was definitely not something that Mr. could do alone. So the reason that Kui Dong gave to Kui Dongshan, the reason why he persuaded Kui Dongshan not to let his emotions affect his decisions, had nothing to do with outsiders. It was just a matter between Kui Dong and Kui Dongshan. You feel that you are Kui Dongshan, and no longer Kui Dong, that's fine. I, Kui Dong, have already made the Dali dynasty and the Aquarius continent become a big one, then you, Kui Dongshan, will make Luopa Mountain the next big one in the human world. Let's have a competition between ourselves. Let's assume that Kui Shi has lived 100 years longer than Kui Dongshan. I'll give you at least another 100 years to wrestle with me. Let's see whose one is bigger and more indestructible. Every time Kui Dongshan thought of this, he wanted to curse out loud, but every time, he could only curse an old bastard, and could not curse anymore. That Mi sword deity is vexed my ass, how can he compare to me, Dongshan? You still want me to bring you to the Jade Liquid River God residence to relieve your boredom, Mi sword deity, dream on, I will envy you to death. After all, there was a difference between being close and distant. Kui Dongshan believed that he was still very protective of Mi sword deity, after all, he was the future leader of the illusionary flower, water and moon. However, Kui Dongshan was not too polite to some newcomers, and he did not think highly of them. He pinched his nose and recognized them as half of his family, so being too polite would only make them estranged. For example, the Lord of the Fox Kingdom, Pei Xiong, who had added inscriptions to Zhu Lian, had secretly become Kui Dongshan's possession. Kui Dongshan liked the phrase true love for a few years very much, so he gave Pei Xiong an item that he did not like for a long time. It was not only a fair transaction, but also a small gift in return for Luopa Mountain. Receiving an item that even cultivators of the upper 5 realms might not have, the Lord of the Fox Kingdom, who was used to seeing immortal money, felt like he was dreaming. One day, when old chef was cooking in the kitchen, Kui Dongshan leaned against the door and took out the inkstone with a smile, gently blowing on it, and showed it to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian glanced at it and asked with a smile, how much is true love? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, it can be a lot, but it has to be exchanged with an item that is close to you. Of course, it is not a matter of money. Sister Pei Xiong has a high status, so of course, she has to consider the Fox Kingdom. Old chef, don't be sad, or else you will hurt Sister Pei Xiong even more. Zhu Lian smiled and said that it was already very unexpected. His expression was calm, and he was very sincere. Kui Dongshan asked again what would happen if Pei Xiong took the initiative to apologize to him. Zhu Lian said that he had his ways to help her relax, or else what else could he do? Kui Dongshan admired old chef more and more. He was really a stubborn old chef. It was not enough to describe his cultivation of the heart, but rather, his cultivation of the heart was mature. At the mountain gate, Kui Dongshan asked Mr. Lu about some trivial things that happened in the lotus flower-blessed land in the past. The more trivial, the better. Firstly, it would not arouse the suspicion of the meticulous Cao Qinglang. Secondly, one or two trivial matters and a few casual words would of course not reveal one's true nature. However, as long as there were enough, it would reveal one's true nature more than any major feat. Moreover, Lu Chue was more sincere on Cao Qinglang's side. Therefore, Kui Dongshan could get closer to the real Lu Chue. Once Zhu Zi felt that the time was right, he would really make a move. Liu Cai, the sword cultivator, was one of the top 10 young people in the world, and the innate restraint of the two blade strengthening gourds and the two natal flying swords were not only a means to suppress Mr., but also a smokescreen. Q-sword was not only about the sword. Sir had already figured this out long ago. In the future, he would even use Jingyang Mountain to practice and ask this person's heart. Then, how could he not know about Tan Tianzu, who was above the entire Shuro Di Lu clan? When the time came, Zhu Zi would definitely make Lu Tai suffer in the past. He would then become the sword immortal Liu Cai in Zhu Zi's heart. In the end, it would make Sir's state of mind even more unbearable. All the sincere thoughts, past grudges, and beautiful things of the past would be another intrinsic flying sword that Zhu Zi forged for Liu Cai. It would be Liu Cai's true most powerful sword. The most troublesome part was that Zhu Zi's intention to kill Liu Cai was not necessarily to force Liu Cai to kill Sir. Perhaps it was because of his Dao heart. The so-called death of one's body and Dao on the mountain seemed to be a matter of one's family. In fact, it was often a matter of two neighboring families. All he needed to do was to separate the family physically and mentally. Kui Dongshan was rarely so wary of a person. A person who dared to use Sharu as a training ground and compete with Lu Chen in mental arithmetic such as Lu Chen, "You're bored and I'll relieve my boredom," was definitely a million times stronger than a woman who only knew how to use a few red threads and move the sword fate of an entire continent to sharpen her Dao. However, there was no need to mention such an important matter to junior apprentice brother Cao Qinglang. Cao Qinglang was still too young and lacked a few real trials. However, even if it was just a chat with Cao Qinglang, Kui Dongshan's mood improved. Within the same literary lineage, there was a successor who could take on great responsibilities. This was more worthy of Kui Dongshan's expectations than someone who was 1 or 2 levels higher on Luopa Mountain, or someone who could ascend to the next peak level in the future. The junior apprentice brother beside him, who seemed to make the bamboo chair smaller with each passing year, the slightly thin green-robed youth in his hometown back then, was now a young Confucian with a jade-like complexion. Other than Zhun Qian, the literary sage's lineage, including Sir, was actually not bad with women. It should be quite good. When it came to Cao Qinglang, even Kui Dongshan did not dare to be sure. After all, no matter how good one's luck with women was, one had to be enlightened, right? Otherwise, they would learn from the blockheads around them. Even if Yu Laro paid them a visit and hammered the red string of red string every time, or dragged the red string of 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 red string of. Kui Dongshan and Cao Qinglang's chat was actually a temporary farewell to Luopa Mountain. When a white cloud flew away with the wind, he could not help but look back at the beautiful mountains and clear waters. Let's go, let's go. If I take a few more looks, I really can't help but go back and eat more melon seeds. Old Chef and the head of justice were on the mountain, so he could rest assured. There was also brothers Xianyang outside the mountain, so he could also rest assured. What Liu Xianyang really could make Kui Dongshan feel at ease was not the golden core sword cultivator realm that he cultivated in his dream, but the sentence, "Can I take a look at Liu Cai from afar?" What would happen after seeing it? Of course, Liu Xianyang would go to the dream to kill someone. Liu Xianyang did not ask about the cause and effect at all, nor did he ask about the price he had to pay. Liu Xianyang even had to put aside his identity as a Confucian scholar who had read a lot of sages. There were some life and death matters that were at the gates of hell. After experiencing it once and tasting the bitterness once, one would learn to be smarter. Back in his hometown, Liu Xianyang had already done it for a friend once. Now that he encountered other things for the same friend, he was still so stupid. Kui Dongshan was sure that his Sir, Chen Pinggan, still felt that Liu Xianyang was much smarter than him. Perhaps he would think so for his entire life. That was why Kui Dongshan seemed to have borrowed the courage of the left protector of the dragon-riding alley. Risking being scolded by his Sir, he secretly arranged for Liu Xianyang to follow the mellow Madam Chen and walk the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As a small immortal who hid and snuck around, Kui Dongshan could of course do many things, but he might never be able to be as righteous as Liu Xianyang. Especially not like Liu Xianyang, who was true to himself and felt that what he did, Chen Pinggan's words were useful. He just needed to listen. If my words don't work on Chen Pinggan's side, I won't be Liu Xianyang, and Chen Pinggan won't be Chen Pinggan. Even Kui Dongshan had to admit that these words, which Liu Xianyang didn't say, were very arrogant. That kind of Liu Xianyang was worthy of any good girl in the world. Kui Dongshan didn't go to Dallas capital or Old Dragon City. Instead, he went to a place that wasn't under Wei Pai's jurisdiction. There were still some things to deal with at Marshall Mountain that had something to do with Old Yang, so he had to be careful. Flipping through the old almanac, those ancient gods that were once high and mighty were actually mountains in great numbers. If they were like a piece of iron plate, there wouldn't have been humans climbing mountains in the future. However, the biggest similarity was that the heavenly Tao was heartless. The great changes in Wan Xiu and Li Liu in this life were deliberately caused by Old Yang. Otherwise, why would Li Liu, who had reincarnated so many times, still have the same heart of the great Tao? Kui Dongshan yawned. At the border between the two mountains, he suddenly reversed his posture of swimming with his face facing the sky and back facing the ground. He glanced at the human world. The big and small night wandering gods of the Northern Mountains City God Temple were probably the existences that were most grateful to Lord Wei Shan. On Mount Padding Cloud, Wei Pai, who was temporarily free, was in a small bamboo forest. The few remaining bamboos not only came from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, but also from the Azure Immortal Mountain where the Mountain God Temple was located. They were extremely precious. Back then, he had been harmed by Alliance, so he had to endure it. In fact, every time Wei Pai went to Luo Po Mountain's bamboo house, he had mixed feelings. If he took an extra look, his heart would ache, but if he didn't, he couldn't help it. Now, the bamboo forest was shabby, and there was a shortage of green and yellow. Wei Pai sighed. The night wandering banquet could be held again, but the bamboos had to be protected. Previously, he had found Kui Dongshan and asked if the white-clothed youth had any relationship with the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, and if he could buy a few more bamboos of similar quality. Here at Mount Padding Cloud, he could buy them at a high price. At that time, Kui Dongshan had a strange expression, saying that he was willing to bite the bullet and risk half his life to open his mouth for the Mountain Lord, but he was afraid that he would be beaten half to death by the Lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain and implicate Mount Padding Cloud to become a first-class guest on the Green Mountain God Temple's list. Wei Pai could only give up. However, he placed his hopes on Chen Pinggan. In any case, this young lord of Mount Luo Po was really good at dealing with women or with seniors. The little person from the Ju City God Temple who came to Mount Luo Po on time to offer incense was privately given a temporary low-level position by Ju Meili. He was the right Dharma protector of the Riding Dragon Alley, the one that Ju Meili had resigned from. Moreover, she told him frankly that whether he succeeded in the end would still be up to Pei Qian. Right now, he was only temporarily in charge. The little guy was so happy that he almost went home to beat drums and gongs. When the little person returned to Mount Luopo's pavilion of the province, probably because he was wearing an official's hat, he had a tough back. The little guy spoke like he was quite arrogant. He stood on the edge of the incense burner with his hands on his hips, raising his head towards the golden statue and saying, "Show some respect when you speak in the future. Why don't you fucking put more incense ash in the burner? If you make me hungry, I'll report you to Mount Luopo. I have someone protecting me on the mountain right now, so if you don't want me here, they'll be somewhere else." The Lord Mount Luopo that ranked first across the entire dragon province chuckled and said, "What a great official's might." The little guy's courage diminished slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest like the right Dharma protector and was just about to say a few heroic words when Lord Mount Luopo slapped him out of the Mount Luopo mountain. He felt humiliated, so he just ran away from home and joined Mount Luopo for half a day. When the right Dharma protector of the Dragon Rider Ali ran into the right Dharma protector of Mount Luopo mountain, he only resented himself for being too small, unable to carry Sir Ju's pole and bamboo cane. Instead, Chen Nuanshu heard the little guy grumble about many of the faults of Lord Mount Luopo mountain, so he tried to persuade him. He basically said, "You've gone through so many trials and tribulations with the old Mount Luopo mountain in the past. Now that your master has finally been promoted to an official after so much difficulty, you can be considered as half a face of the Mount Luopo mountain. You can't squabble with Lord Mount Luopo mountain so often, just in case the other Mount Luo temples of various sizes and civil and military temples see you as a joke." In the end, Nuanshu smiled and said, "Of course the right Dharma protector of our Dragon Rider Ali isn't insensible. He's always been very thorough in his work, and he's even polite." Xiao Mi Li nodded vigorously on the side, placing her hand on the little person's head gently. "We've been and are still the right Dharma protector of the Dragon Rider Ali, so we're all very clever." The little person was stunned at first, then he thought about it. In the end, he was overjoyed. Now that he had a way out, the little guy jumped off the stone table and happily went down the mountain to go home. Tonight, Liu Xianyang walked alone along the Dragon Whisker River until he reached the Tiefu River. On the other side was the water god temple of the river god Yanghua. Liu Xianyang then turned around. Before leaving the South Soro continent, the old master said goodbye to him on the stone cliff. He told Liu Xianyang about this matter and then let him choose for himself. Liu Xianyang raised his wrist and smiled bitterly. Without any hesitation, Liu Xianyang bowed and asked the old master to help him cut the red string. Chen Chunan smiled and broke the red string with 2 fingers. He reminded Liu Xianyang, "When you return to your hometown, be more careful. The person behind this is definitely not simple." Liu Xianyang sighed and rubbed his cheeks hard. The strange existence of that sword cultivator Liu Cai was indeed worrisome. However, when he thought of that Miss Jian Yu, he felt a little happy again. He immediately ran to the water's edge and squatted down to look in the mirror. Damn it, even Chen Pinggan couldn't compare to those handsome lads. "Miss Jian Yu, you're really lucky." North Continent. The head of the Fish Mallard Academy, Zhu Fei, was waiting for the 2 replies. For the time being, he couldn't go to the Aquarius continent to relax, so he could only go to the nearby Lion Peak to relax. He drank with 2 old friends, old and new. His good friend was the head of the peak and the martial artist Li Er. In fact, Zhu Fei had visited the Lion Peak not long ago. At that time, there was a young Confucian scholar who claimed to be from the Cliff Academy. When he met Zhu Fei, the young man was reading on the mountain. At first glance, it was obvious that he wouldn't mistreat himself. The young man named Li Huai thought Zhu Fei was a cultivator from the Lion Peak. He wasn't afraid at all and was very enthusiastic. He dragged Zhu Fei to drink with him. He gave the remaining half of the wine on the table to great immortal Zhu, who claimed to be surnamed Zhu. He said that in his hometown, regardless of whether it was salted water or peanuts, using chopsticks was a sign of friendship. As long as great immortal Zhu didn't mind, there was no need to be picky. He also said that he had a sister who was cultivating on the mountain and wanted to trouble great immortal Zhu to take care of her in the future. The young man raised his wine bowl and said that he would take one first. Zhu Fei smiled and asked, Has your son returned to the Aquarius continent? Leah smiled and nodded. He said that he can't always travel far away. My son is a scholar. Until now, Leah and his wife still felt that their son Li Huai's identity as a scholar was the most important thing in their family. As for their daughter Li Liu, she had always been an extremely sensible daughter to Li Er. Even now, she was still the same. The Peak Master smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that Li Huai was insensible, but that he was too sensible. For the sake of his sister's immortal fate on the mountain, he could say any kind of mushy words. Firstly, there wasn't such an atmosphere on the Lion Peak. Secondly, the old Yuanying was used to flattery outside the mountain. Therefore, it wasn't that the old cultivator couldn't stand the flattery. It was that kid who said, "My sister is clumsy but not bad." How lucky must she be to be able to cultivate on the Lion Peak? And then, if my sister accidentally does something bad out of good intentions, Peak Master is obviously an old immortal who is well read. Please forgive her. However, a few words of punishment and scolding are also necessary. The old Yuanying could only smile and didn't dare to say anything. Did he dare to say anything? Of course not. The founder of the Lion Peak wasn't the maid of the earth immortal gold core Wei Taizhen in Li Huai's eyes. Instead, she treated an ascendant realm demon from the Lushire pit as her maid. After drinking with Li Er and the others, Ju Mi went to the pavilion with a wide view and sighed softly. Teacher, there are things in the world that we can or can't do. Let's do it first. If you think it's too far away, I'll take care of the formal appointment ceremony for you. However, don't forget to send me the Green Confucian Temple Edict. Since he had the same name as a sovereign realm demon, the scholarly sage, who thought he had a good temper, sent the letter to the Confucian Temple Edict. However, the end of the letter to his teacher was almost disrespectful. If you can't even do this, I'll have to return the sage's teachings to you. Not only that, I'll also resign from my position as the Peak Master. I, Ju Mi, will go and meet the desolate lands when Hai Ju Mi. Anyway, only one of them can be left. At the Thunder God residence on the Infant Mountain, the two foreigners finally left. The guy named Chen Lingjun didn't lower his head and apologize in the end. He still maintained the attitude of "you should admit your mistakes first, and I'll apologize later." The Thunder God residence let him go because the Marquis of Longting, Li Yuan, sent him a second secret letter. The letter only had one sentence: "Don't be so shameless. If my good brother eats one more prison meal in your residence, I'll turn your Thunder God residence into a water prison." However, Chen Lingjun was still in the dark. He just thought that he had made a wish in his heart and prayed for his master's protection. His wish finally came true. His reputation was ruined in the Thunder God residence. However, he didn't have to eat prison meal every day in fear. Otherwise, if there was a slight taste of meat in the food, Chen Lingjun would feel like he was going to die. Then, he would turn around and watch his good friend wolfing down the food. He would feel sad, thinking that he had implicated his good friend. Now, the sky was high and the earth was wide. Not only did the old immortals of the Thunder God residence on the Infant Mountain not haggle over the loss of the word God residence, they even sent him down the mountain in a friendly manner. Chen Lingjun secretly left all the immortal money on him in the prison. He only left some gold leaves and silver ingots to ensure that he and his good brother didn't have to worry about food and drink. The Thunder God residents didn't pay attention to the things they did, but he, Chen Lingjun, was a particular person. After going down the mountain, Chen Lingjun couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. The young coachman said, "The old immortal of the Thunder God residence didn't admit his mistake, but we didn't admit our mistake either. Let's call it even." Chen Lingjun looked back at the Infant Mountain from afar. "We're already immortals. Is it so difficult to admit our mistakes and correct them?" The young coachman smiled and said, "Immortals have more face, or ordinary people have more face. Brother, you're really an idiot. You can't even understand this." Chen Lingjun laughed and said in a low voice, "F***ck his face." The young coachman said, "Go drink good wine. Who cares? Remember to pick the expensive ones. Live frugally and be stingy. It's not our style." In a seaside city, Chen Lingjun found a restaurant and ordered a large table of wine and dishes. Chen Lingjun and his good brother, who had gone through thick and thin together, drank together and got drunk together. The two brothers had to use the smell of alcohol to wash away their bad luck. The young coachman's name was Bai Hung. His name was a little strange. Once when Chen Lingjun was drunk in a wine shop, he said that this name wasn't very festive. He patted his chest and promised his good friend that when they returned to their hometown together, he would ask his master to give him a name. Chen Lingjun stood on the bench at that time and gave him a thumbs up. He said that his master would give him a name. Although he was a young coachman, he was a real martial artist of the third realm and was used to walking the jianghu. When Chen Lingjun made friends, he didn't look at the realm. Moreover, in his hometown, the thing about realms was really not to be taken seriously. It was the most boring thing. The world was big, but getting along was the most important thing. Today, he drank with his good brother Bai Hung in the restaurant and ordered a table of signature dishes. Bai Hung said a few words in a genteel way, saying that it was rare that he had nothing to do today, so it was best to drink good wine. What good wine? It was expensive wine. Chen Lingjun liked it very much. Bai Hung was the best. He was never pretentious. Bai Hung's true feelings of brother freeloading with you every day. Am I taking advantage of you? Impossible, I'm treating you as my long-lost brother. Chen Lingjun liked it the most from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, that brother Li Yuan. The only flaw in this otherwise perfect thing was that he lacked this heroic spirit. Today, Chen Lingjun was drunk again, but it was rare that he didn't pull Bai Hung along to brag. Instead, he was a little sad, and his voice became softer and softer. In the past, I always liked to listen to good words and couldn't listen to anything bad. Later, when I met Master, he told me that I would listen to good and bad words and not take them too seriously. Moreover, out of 10 good words, one bad one would often be beaten to death. So every time I listen to a good word from someone, I have 90% of it left. When I have enough good words, I can wait for that bad one to come to visit. I won't be sad at all. The young coachman shook his head and said, Brother Lingjun, there are very few people in the world who are so shrewd and know how to fix their own hearts. They all like to listen to good things. Otherwise, they are so rich that they have nothing better to do and only pick ugly things to listen to. Chen Lingjun smiled and said, You're talking about me. The young coachman smiled and said, I'm also talking about myself. Let's encourage each other. In any case, we know the rules. Whether we can do it or not, we'll talk about it after drinking. Why are you in a daze? Are you afraid that I'll drink until you're poor? I'll pick one first, you follow. Chen Lingjun hurriedly drank a bowl with Bai. Chen Lingjun couldn't help but sigh. His mood was a little strange today. Chen Lingjun thought of that old brother of his from Mount Huanghushan for no reason and said, Bai, come visit my house in the future. I want to introduce you to a friend. He's an old daoist with the surname Jiao. He's witty and has a good tolerance for alcohol. Bai laughed and said, Fake? Is it real or fake? It's fake, right? Chen Lingjun chuckled and said, You're ignorant. But as a member of the Jianghu, it's not shameful that you don't know much about fighting. But you have to mention one. Bai hurriedly drank a bowl of wine and continued to fill it to the brim. The bowl wasn't big and couldn't hold much wine. He had to rely on the number of bowls to make up for it. In any case, a good brother wasn't a petty person. In the Jianghu, this was called face. The two of them walked out of the restaurant in a drunken stupor. Chen Lingjun weighed the money pouch and said bitterly, Bai, I don't think we can drink more than a few meals of this kind of wine. Bai nodded with a smile. That's right. There's no banquet in this world that doesn't end. Chen Lingjun burped. He was still in the attire of carrying a bamboo chest and holding a mountain walking staff. He originally wanted to follow his good brother's words and scold Bai for not knowing how to speak properly. But when he thought about how he was going to really walk on the river, he took it that this sentence was sad and couldn't refute it. After all, walking on the river was not only destined to be difficult, but there were also too many accidents. Elder brother Bai was only a martial artist of the third realm. Firstly, he might not be able to keep up with his speed of walking on the river. Secondly, it was even more unstable. What if a thunder god residence blocked the way? Bai hurriedly turned his head to look at Chen Lingjun, who had his head lowered and didn't say anything. He smiled and slapped the back of Chen Lingjun's head, causing the latter to stagger. Chen Lingjun scratched his head. What the heck? Bai hurriedly patted his stomach and said with a smile, wine can fill one's stomach. Chen Lingjun hesitated for a long time before saying, brother, we might really have to part ways. I have something to do that can't be delayed. If it succeeds, I will look for you to play later. We will drink good wine, drink the most expensive immortal wine. Chen Lingjun saw that Bai hurriedly smiled at him, and was startled. What, after being locked up for so long, you can treat me like a girl? Bai hurriedly, don't be like this, I will give you all the gold leaves, but I will keep the silver ingots. After that, I won't care where you go. Bai hurriedly laughed out loud. No need, following a good brother, I don't have to worry about food and drink. This is the business of the martial world. Chen Lingjun had already taken down his bookcase and walked to a secluded place. He opened the bamboo case and took out the remaining gold leaves and gave it to Bai hurriedly. Seeing that his good brother did not move, Chen Lingjun grumbled, hurry up, if you don't do things well, how can you be my good brother? Bai hurriedly hesitated. Chen Lingjun directly tossed it to him. After Bai hurriedly caught it, Chen Lingjun hugged the mountain walking stick and cupped his fists. Bai hurriedly, let's part ways here. If you are willing, go to the water dragon sect and wait for me. As long as I can return, I will definitely look for you and bring you to the Aquarius continent to play. I am not bragging, but I am very familiar with the place. Wherever I go, I will drink and not spend money. When we are there, we will continue to eat and drink well. Bai hurriedly laughed, then I will go to the spring dew garden and wait for you. Chen Lingjun thought for a while, he did not know who was waiting for whom, but it was not convenient to say more, so he agreed to meet at the spring dew garden. Chen Lingjun left in big strides. Bai hurriedly kept the bag of gold leaves in his sleeves, he leaned against the wall and watched the figure gradually disappear. Indeed, he did not know who was waiting for whom. Bai hurriedly waited for it to happen. Just like that old Daoist, Jiao Cheng, he would return this body. However, he was slightly different from Jiao Cheng. Back then, the muddle-headed Jiao Cheng was him taking a nap, but he was not Jiao Cheng occasionally. From time to time, he would still take a few glances at the Pearl Grotto heaven of the past. As for the body he was wearing now, he was just a passerby. When he left as a guest, the owner would not remember that there was a guest. When the guest came uninvited and came without permission, of course, he would have to give him a gift. Of course, it was not difficult to have a physique of the far traversing state or a cultivation level of the land immortal. However, when an ordinary person suddenly became rich, only his state of mind was still shallow. In the long run, it might not be a good thing. Giving some secular gold and silver, he could get a physique of the third realm that could prolong his life for a few years. It was enough for the coachman to return to his hometown as if he was sleepwalking. Then, he would get an inexplicable small fortune and be at ease. That would be enough. Looking for flowers in the fog was not a mistake. Looking for flowers in the fog was really difficult. Could it be that he really had to pick flowers and smile in the end? Bai hurriedly laughed and raised his hand to form a seal. The sword technique was the Dao technique. The sword of the flying sword, the Dao of the Dao technique. When the sword was unsheathed, the Dao revolved. The long river of time seemed to flow in reverse. Just as Bai hurriedly took the bag of golden leaves, Chen Lingjun had just turned around. Bai hurriedly smiled and said, Chen Lingjun, I did come for Zhonlong. When I arrived at the ruins of Pearl Grotto Heaven, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone and saved myself the trouble. First, I killed the remnant of the true dragon. Then, I ran a few steps further and beheaded you, Chen Lingjun, at the estuary of Jilu Estuary. It's just nice as a small return gift to Lu Chen for messing with me. That Chen Lingjun turned around and gave Bai hurriedly a thumbs up. As expected of a good brother, even the way they spoke was the same. If I don't drink, I am the most miserable person on Luo Po Mountain. If I drink, not to mention Luo Po Mountain, I am the most important person in the entire northern peak. Then, Chen Lingjun jumped up and slapped the young man's head. He scolded jokingly, "You didn't eat any melon seeds, did you? Look at how drunk you are. Is the head of a good brother for you to behead? Behead your grandpa. You can't even afford a sword. If I gave you a sword, you would be able to slay the heavens." Bai hurriedly laughed and formed another seal in his sleeve. He was still standing in the same place, but that Chen Lingjun had already disappeared around the corner of the street. A head suddenly popped out and shouted, "Bai hurriedly, I'll help you change your name in the future. It's a waste of effort, it's not festive enough. Bai hurriedly, or perhaps Jiao Cheng, or perhaps the master of the White Emperor City's city lord, the person who once ruled over the world, smiled and waved at that Chen Lingjun. In the tall building of the feudal residence. Today, Song Mu left the meeting hall where the generals and immortal masters gathered. He personally brought Mr. Fan, an esteemed guest from afar, and together they ascended to a high place to observe the battlefield. The words of his royal uncle, Song Jianqiang, made him truly change from Song Jisin of Clay Bottle Alley to Song Mu, the vassal of Dali. If you spend your whole life studying hard, you may not necessarily become a sage of the Confucian temple. If you cultivate Taoism, you may not necessarily become an immortal. However, you are the vassal of Dali. You don't have to care about whether you are Song He or Song Mu in the genealogy of the Song family. As long as you know how to use people, you will be the Song Jisin in your hands, who is far more powerful than the headmaster of the academy and the immortals on the mountain. The mountains and rivers of a continent, half of the country, are in the hands of Song Jisin, waiting for you to devise a strategy. The sages of the academy speak reason, but others just listen. The gods are in charge of the mountains and rivers. Just take a look for yourself. As for the thoughts of some women around you, do you need to deliberately understand? Do you need to feel sorry for yourself? You need to let her take the initiative to guess the thoughts of Song Jisin beside you. Song Mu gently exhaled. Outside Old Dragon City. In a small Aquarius continent, many cultivators who left the mountains displayed their spells and divine powers. Even Mr. Fan, the old cultivator who hunted down Alliance, was secretly shocked. GQ first revealed her true dragon form in the sea, and wantonly strangled the demon army of the wilderness. She also controlled a huge wave out of thin air, and crashed into the water waves that were activated by the royal demon, Imperial Concubine Fae. Imperial Concubine Fae's attack caused the entire South Sea outside Old Dragon City to seem to be divided into two, one high and one low. After GQ revealed her true form, a pearl as big as the bright moon in the sea shone over 100 miles, and instantly rose to the surface of the sea near Old Dragon City. The two high walls of the sea that seemed to be separated by a thin line, the north was higher than the south by a large margin. After all, Imperial Concubine Fae's move of the sea was originally this royal demon's full effort, and there were also hundreds of demons who were proficient in water techniques helping to add fuel to the fire. GQ allowed half of the sea to collapse, and directly rushed behind her, flooding Old Dragon City. She just fiercely smashed the wall on the way forward, and went straight to the south to find Imperial Concubine Fae. Of course, the Aquarius continent's cultivators on the battlefield of Old Dragon City would not allow the sea to destroy Old Dragon City's mountain river formation. The sword boats suspended in the sky, and thousands of flying swords shot out. The group of sword immortals and sword cultivators from the North Continent, as well as the native sword cultivators of the Aquarius continent, including the Fu family's consecrator Chu Yang, shot out all kinds of sword lights, and shattered the water. There was also the Dao Attainment Master from the White Frost dynasty, who allowed the calligraphy that had lost its words to completely disappear from the world. He then turned the seals on the calligraphy into golden puppets that were hundreds of feet tall. Each of them held a magic weapon, and they lined up in a line outside Old Dragon City. There was also the eminent monk who represented the Aquarius continent's temple to return the gift from the Dali dynasty. He did not hesitate to give up his two natal items, a monk's staff and a kasaya, and used his staff to transform into a dragon. It was like a green mountain that spanned between the sea and the land, and then used his kasaya to cover half of Old Dragon City. He had to stop the water from crushing the city, and not cause damage to Old Dragon City's formation that even the immortal money could not repair. The Tai Hui sword sect's patriarch of discipline, Huang Tong, did not retreat. He stood alone on the shore and took out a natal flying sword. He did not care about the huge waves and seawater, and just took the opportunity to kill those demon clan cultivators who could do whatever they wanted. He used this opportunity to tear away all his disguises, saving him the trouble of looking for her. He thrust out his sword, and it first turned into 81 sword lights. There were sword lights swimming in all directions like dragons. As long as a bright sword light touched a demon clan cultivator's body, it would instantly explode into a large cluster of scattered sword lights, and burst out again with a loud bang. In the past, when he fought with the sect master at the Great Wall of Sword Chi to seek death, this was where Huang Tong's confidence came from at that time. Unfortunately, he was still suppressed by the sect master Han Huize's "I am the sect master." The old Dragon City's Great Wall formation was temporarily unharmed. However, before that Mr. Fan left, he still smiled and said a few polite words to vassal King Song Mu. It was fine if he could not see this kind of loss, but if he could see it and did not do anything, he could only pay. Therefore, Old Dragon City received a sum of money to maintain the spiritual chi of Old Dragon City on the ground and the sword boat in the sky. After Mr. Fan and the attendant left, Song Mu just stared into the distance, looking at the pair of mortal enemies that occasionally revealed their true bodies on the surface of the sea. GQ, Fei Fei. They had both revealed their true bodies. The rich water in the north was like a torrential river, continuously surging from the central region to GQ in the sea. Fei Fei also borrowed a part of the water in the north of Tongya continent, but the momentum was not as exaggerated as GQ's. The battle between dragons and snakes. It was just that the true dragon, whose rank was higher, was still young, and its realm was lower. Fortunately, both sides did not dare to steal the sea's water for the time being, and were more inclined to be close to the true dragon, whose body was snow white and only had golden eyes. Song Mu's expression was calm, but his one hand holding the railing turned into 5 fingers like a hook. Song Mu suddenly retracted his hand. Without turning his head, he just gently raised his hand. The Dali army cultivators immediately let the two go, allowing the latter to go to the vassal king's side. They were 2 old acquaintances, young city lord Fu Nanhua and Yunsha Mountain's Cai Qin Chien. There was no need to be polite with Fu Nanhua, it was not common now, but after so many years, one lived in the old Dragon City's vassal mansion in the inner city, and the other moved to the outer city. There were many opportunities for them to look at each other and reminisce. Therefore, Song Mu turned around, only smiled and nodded to Fu Nanhua, then looked at the Yunsha Mountain's immortal, clasped his fist and said, "Congratulations to Jin Jian for ascending to Yuanying." Cai Qin Chien was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's just a joke, Fu Nanhua just made fun of me, you're not the only one." After Song Mu laughed, he said, "I'm not young city lord Fu." Cai Qin Chien sighed. He stood beside Song Mu and looked at the battlefield from afar. The layer of light of the old Dragon City's great formation was crushed by the remaining huge waves that came ashore. Fortunately, after the impact, it dimmed a little, and quickly recovered its original aura. The Song clan was really rich now. After Cai Qin Chien got the opportunity of the ascension platform, because of her sect's Yunsha Mountain, she did not need to go to the battlefield to fight. Her financial and material resources could be exchanged for military achievements. After Yunsha Mountain knew that Cai Qin Chien had ascended to Yuanying, the Grand Master of Law even specially looked for Cai Qin Chien and asked her to promise one thing, that she would not stop him from going out to fight, but she must protect the foundation of the Great Tao. Song Mu continued to look at the battlefield in the distance. His cultivation realm was not worth mentioning, but it was a good thing. He did not need to look at the bloody scene, it was too real. That was the only true dragon in the world, it was 3,000 feet long. Once the wound on its huge body was torn, it would be even bigger and more shocking. Cai Qin Chien glanced at the king of vassal state, who was not too young, and sighed in his heart. Finally, he was no longer the young man who could not hide his noble aura in the mud bottle alley. In the center of the Aquarius continent, at the imitation Beko Keikyung building, the 12 flying swords were released together for the first time. They disappeared into thin air above Pidu and Great Blasphemy, and appeared in the sea outside the old Dragon City. The flying swords nailed Fei Fei's true body from head to toe. The true dragon, whose white bones were exposed and its body was covered in golden blood, was able to withdraw from the battlefield, but even with the help of the 12 flying swords, the true dragon still could not successfully leave the battlefield. A long-armed old man, who was hovering outside the battlefield, changed from a posture of holding a long stick on his shoulder to smashing the true dragon's head with the stick, hitting the true dragon's head to the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly covered the sea surface. This scene could be said to be very close to the old dragon city. Song Mu clenched his fists in his sleeves, but his face was expressionless. Several sword immortals from the northern continent helped the true dragon to hold the line. Seeing that the chances of killing the true dragon were slim, the great demon Yuan Shou chuckled. He tapped the tip of his foot and left the long sword under his feet. Suddenly, he transformed into his gigantic true form and stomped to death a dozen cultivators who dared to kill his own men on the shore. Then, he smashed his staff onto the old dragon city's mountain landscape grand formation. With just one strike, the grand formation lost its luster. The great city-protecting grand formation, which was created by countless fine and majestic spiritual energy, shattered on the spot. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it was as if a gorgeous rain had fallen on Old Dragon City. Not only did the long stick break the great array, the momentum was still huge, and quickly smashed the tall building. Almost at the same time, Huang Tong and Li Cai took out their flying swords to slash at Yuan Shou's head, but the great demon slapped away one of their swords, and then grabbed the other sword and threw it far away. Fortunately, when the stick was about to land on the old dragon city, a continuous thin line appeared in the sky, and it was this small mountain range that was moved by an unknown person, that blocked the remaining half of Yuan Shou's stick's power. When the thin line broke, a mountain range in the middle of the Aquarius continent collapsed. Yuan Shou did not dare to stay on the battlefield for long, and took a few more hits from the sword immortals. He stepped on the long sword again, and retreated from the battlefield. These swordsmen from the North Continent are truly despicable. Wait till I destroy 100 ancestral halls in the Aquarius continent. When I reach your hometowns, I will not use my long rod to destroy your ancestral halls, but instead, I will have a good fight with your mountaintop. On the Dragon Ascension stage, a white-clothed lady who had kept her true body, curled up her body. A yellow-clothed boy stood by the stairs, trembling in fear. He did not dare to go up the stage, and even more so, did not dare to go near his miserable master. GQ's cheek was pressed against the ground as she stared at the trash. She squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth: "Get lost." The boy in yellow who had followed GQ to successfully escape from Qifeng's fire, the 4-legged snake from Mud Bottle Alley, hurriedly ran down the stairs and squatted at the foot of the dragon platform. He covered his head with his hands and shivered. Just now, when they looked at each other, he realized that his master seemed to be on the verge of eating to heal himself. Imperial concubine Fei had also returned to her human form, but there were 12 holes in her body. Those were not ordinary sword immortal flying swords, so it was inevitable that her great Dao foundation would be damaged. Especially the sword that pierced through the back of her head, it was the most ruthless. But compared to the little dragon, Imperial concubine Fei's miserable end was still much better. As for the 12 Baek Okekyung building flying swords, she didn't return all of them to Kuidong. She broke one of them and kept the other one, intending to give it to her young master as a gift. The battlefield returned to the 2 armies. King Song Mu ordered. Dozens of Dali men of sacrifice quietly moved, like a net, towards the 3 gates that were broken through by the wasteland. Since it was the gates torn open by the demon race army, it was also the path that Old Dragon City intentionally gave up. Otherwise, the wasteland would really attach to Old Dragon City and flock to the north. Song Mu and all those who were qualified to participate in the meeting never thought that Old Dragon City could be defended. But when Old Dragon City couldn't be defended, it would be a complete ruin, and enough of the demon race army would die, especially the demon race cultivators. As for the Aquarius continent's cultivators, how could there be no casualties in this world's war? Just like those men of sacrifice who rushed to the battlefield, other than the cultivators who followed the Dali border army, there were more cultivators who were prisoners in the Ministry of Justice's death row prison. Every one of them was a talisman, and the death of every one of them would be equivalent to the suicide of a Jindan Earth immortal. Cai Qinqian asked, "Aren't you worried that some of the men of sacrifice are afraid of death and run away, or simply surrender to the demon race? Song Mu said, "There are definitely some, and there will be many. But don't worry. If they are afraid of death, the demon race wouldn't dare to accept them. The men of sacrifice who came from the Dali dynasty army would first surrender and then die. It wasn't just one person, but one after the other, a total of 12 people. They would force the demon race army to not accept them. Furthermore, the battlefield was so chaotic, who would have the mood to identify them one by one? Very quickly, at the front of the battlefield, near the demon race army, a large ball of light lit up. Fu Nanhua leaned on the railing and turned to look at Song Mu, who was squinting his eyes to observe the situation of the battlefield. The latter raised his hand, as though he had some thoughts. He called over a secretary and spoke telepathically, and the latter directly rode the wind to the meeting hall. Fu Nanhua retracted his gaze and was somewhat envious. The identity of the vassal king, the qualifications of a formidable person. Other than the southern peak behind Old Dragon City, the 2 elite cavalry units of Dali were quietly waiting for Old Dragon City to be breached. There were also 2 battle lines in the southeast and southwest of Aquarius continent, where battles had begun. It was just that it was not as tragic as Old Dragon City's battle line, but this not so, was only relative to the cultivators on the mountain. The number of deaths in the Dali border army and vassal army was rapidly increasing by the day. Of course, it was the Dali cavalry stationed at the front lines that died first, and more died. But there were also some vassal army soldiers that the Dali dynasty thought were strong enough to fight on the front lines. Even so, these vassal state elites were still looked down upon by the Dali cavalry. The Jiang clan of Yunlin was in charge of a vassal state battlefield. A great battle had ended. Under the setting sun, Dali's civil and military secretaries were in charge of arranging for soldiers to clean up the battlefield. There were fewer Dali cavalry units, and more of them were vassal army soldiers. The cultivators on the mountain and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain were all like this. Even after the battle ended, the vassal army elites who did not need to clean up the piles of corpses did not feel that it was unreasonable. After a series of battles, the disparity in strength was even more obvious than when the Dali cavalry went down south to crush the vassal states in the early years. Only then did they know one thing: the vassal army that went down south did not have many opportunities to use their full strength. A dozen Dali elites who had their wounds bandaged sat on a small hill and looked at the battlefield not far away. In fact, most of them were from the vassal state army of Dali, and only 3 of them were vassal Dali cavalry units. However, after a few battles, the relationship between the 2 sides became slightly more harmonious. The so-called harmony was that they could chat more leisurely. A young soldier who came from one of Great Li's vassals said softly, "Lieutenant, according to those immortals, I heard that when a person dies, most of them are gone forever. Some of them will turn into wandering souls, and they will die in the first 7 days. Only a small number of them have the chance to turn into ghosts." The general, who was called Lieutenant, had an elegant face. If it were not for his injuries, people would believe him if he was thrown into the vassal state army's hometown. But this lieutenant was of course an old official position in the vassal state army in the past. Now, not to mention lieutenant, he could not even be a senior lieutenant. He could only be a deputy lieutenant in the Dali border army, and he was promoted by 1 rank not long ago. Before today's battle, he was only one of the 3 deputy senior lieutenants, but now he was not one of them. He would probably become one of them again tomorrow. He laughed softly. "Our hometown is still here. The sooner we die, the sooner we can go home. If we die too late, our home will be gone. When that time comes, we won't even know where to go when we die. If we were lucky, we could have taken a few more looks, but now we are unlucky." In fact, this military officer named Cheng Qing was a true grand scholar. Cheng Qing turned to look at the senior lieutenant beside him and joked, "Your Dali is at the northernmost side, have a good trip." Senior Lieutenant Wang Ji was a Dali border army scout. He was about the same age as Cheng Qing, but when he joined the army, Cheng Qing was still a teenager and was still studying the sage books. Cheng Qing once asked a question that he wanted to know the answer to. Why were the Dali Iron Cavalry so strong? The man who had been a Dali border army lieutenant for many years actually looked like a man in his 40s because of his old appearance. The man thought for a long time before giving an answer that was not the answer. He said that when he first joined the border army, the first time the enemy's knife saw his own bone, he carried the old senior sergeant to bandage his wound. In fact, the old senior sergeant did not blame him. At that time, he only blamed himself. He felt that he was not a good man, but he had to pretend to be one. As for later on, he got used to it. A young Dali border army soldier said angrily, "What do you mean by your Dali iron cavalry? Explain it clearly to me." Wang Ji's old appearance was really old, but the young man's face was really young. He was only 16 years old, but he was a real Dali border army soldier. The young man silently cursed in his heart. Previously, he was being sarcastic, so he tolerated it. It was said that this fellow was a person who had read a few books and knew a few words. When he saw the sunset on the horizon, he said that it was like a girl he liked blushed. He even said that the moonlight was also a snob. Otherwise, why would the moonlight look better than cotton and linen clothes on a bright moon night? He spouted such nonsense that others could only half understand. You are so King knowledgeable, but I don't see you killing more demon beasts than me. Why don't you become the Minister of Rights? Cheng Qing smiled and said, okay. Senior Sergeant Ma is right. The young man with the surname Ma always said that his surname was Ma, so when he was reincarnated into our Dali Iron Cavalry, it was all for the Dali Iron Cavalry. Seeing that Cheng Qing was like this, the young man did not pursue the matter. After all, Cheng Qing was now half a lieutenant. As for why it was half, he was still an outsider. Wang Ji did not stop the young man's words. He only reached out and pressed the young man's head, not allowing this little brat to continue talking nonsense and hurt the harmony. Wang Ji smiled and said, "It's just a habit. It doesn't matter. Besides, we don't even care about life and death anymore. What else is there to care about? Now that we are all fellow soldiers." Hearing this, the young man was about to speak, but the senior sergeant pressed his head harder, and he immediately shut up. According to our Dali law, all the soldiers of Dalis vassal states will be demoted by at least 3 ranks. Those who have no rank will be demoted, so they will be obedient pawns. Cheng Qing teased, "Corporal Ma, did you see Fairy Song, who looks about the same age as you? Did Fairy Song cry when I bandaged your wounds this time?" The young man's face turned red, and he scolded, "You scholars are all frivolous things. How can you make fun of a little girl and call her a hero? Get up, let's spar." Cheng Qing waved his hand, I don't dare. I admit defeat." Everyone, whether they were Dali natives or not, roared with laughter. At the rear of the battlefield, the Yarrow family's cultivators and the Dan Cauldron sect's cultivators were the 2 deities with the highest status in the eyes of the Dali soldiers. The reason was simple. One could save lives, the other could give people a higher chance of survival. Regardless of the level of a woman, regardless of her appearance, they would sincerely call her fairy. Men would even use the word deity in their surnames. It must be known that the Dali border army had always scoffed at the deities of the Aquarius continent. Before this war that had started, no one knew if there would be a tail. Those who cultivated on the mountain did not care who you were. If you dared to be arrogant with me, do you see this Dali standard war knife? Even if I can't chop you to death, my Dali cavalry can always find someone else with a different knife. Even if you die, you won't dare to fight back. As for the little girl who was called Fairy Song by Cheng Qing, she was a Yarrow family chi cultivator. She was quite courageous and dared to come here with her elders. However, she liked to cry secretly. The young man did not want these bastards to laugh at the Fairy Song he knew. He immediately changed his attitude and asked, "Senior Sergeant Ma, I heard that you followed our general to the Ministry of War in the capital. How was it? Was the Yamen imposing? Minister Ma, is it true that the legend is true? A sneeze is louder than thunder." The senior Sergeant Ma, who was serious in speech and manner, twitched the corner of his mouth and took it as a smile. "Back then, I was the general's personal guard. That was why I had the chance to walk around the capital. Without official documents, I could not enter the Ministry of War's Yamen. Sneaking in would be courting death. I could only obediently wait outside for the general. There were people coming and going in the yamen, so I plucked up my courage and touched the manner of the stone lion. However, before I could touch it to my heart's content, the general came out and said that he was done with his business and wanted to go somewhere else. He has a friend who is working in a yamen under the Ministry of War. He is not doing well. He is also a high-ranking official and wears the same official patch. How can he compare to drinking tea in the yamen and drinking horse piss on the battlefield? Speaking of this, Senior Sergeant Wang Ji said, actually, among the general's friends, there are two who are doing well in the capital. I am familiar with them. In the past, they were beaten and scolded by the general's old barracks. However, the general is more concerned about his reputation and did not have the face to be looked down upon. Every time the general finishes his business in the capital, as long as he is not in a hurry to return to the border, he will make a trip to the capital. In the general's words, these old friends of his are not even as high-ranking officials. In fact, these old friends of his were not that old. It was not that they were not doing well, but that they died early. Cheng Qing sighed in his heart. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it seriously. This casual conversation actually made Cheng Qing, who was a scholar, feel that it was very meaningful. Senior Sergeant Wang Ji did not know that Deputy Lieutenant Cheng was thinking too much. He only said slowly, I followed him to the yamen under the Ministry of War's armory. In the end, the general's friend happened to be busy, so I could only sit with the general in the side hall. We drank tea the whole afternoon. There were not many tea leaves, but we had enough water pipes. The general was quite happy and said that the officials of the Ministry of War were poor, really poor, unlike those from the Ministry of Rights who only knew how to pretend to be poor. The general's voice was always loud, and these words were coincidentally heard by the servant outside. He quickly brought in a small jar of tea leaves and said with a smile, it's different now. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue was so stingy that they had to give out tea leaves in tails. Now, they are generous and finally know how to calculate by the weight. Our general was waiting for these words, so he immediately stood up and cupped his fists, saying, thank you, thank you. Fortunately, old Lieutenant Liu, who I used to follow, has been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. That old servant immediately laughed heartily, saying that the two of us can be considered half a family. We asked each other about their experiences in the border army. Great, we are really relatives. It turns out that when Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue was a lieutenant, our general was a scout senior sergeant. Who would have thought that when Assistant Minister Liu had just joined the army, the old man was already a corporal? The general wanted the old man to sit down and drink tea while he helped to guard the door. The old man smiled and said that he could not. These are two different things. Drinking as a punishment was delicious at the border, but now that he is working in the yamen, drinking as a punishment is not delicious. Hearing this, the young man asked, Senior Sergeant, you didn't take the initiative to ask to be a guard at the door? Wang Ji was stunned and shook his head. At the time, I was too busy laughing and did not think about this. The young man clicked his tongue and said, Senior Sergeant, you were really impatient when you were a soldier and killed thieves. I feel that 2 thumbs up for Senior Sergeant is not enough. But Senior Sergeant, you are really not cut out to be an official. If it were me, I would have run to the door to keep a lookout and at least let the old corporal and the general drink a pot of tea. Wang Ji reached out and pushed the young man's head, laughing. The general said that I am not going to be an official, and I admit it. You are just a small corporal, and you have the nerve to talk about Senior Sergeant. Wang Ji originally wanted to stop the conversation, but he did not expect that his fellow soldiers all seemed to like listening to such old stories. In addition, the young man kept asking about the situation in the capital, so the man continued, I did not enter the Ministry of War's yamen, but the general took me to Delay Alley and Fan Street. Those 2 streets in the capital were famous for being filled with generals. The young man's eyes were full of longing. How was it? Was it heavily guarded? When people walked on the streets, they did not dare to breathe loudly. Did they have to report to the Ministry of War before even letting out a fart? Otherwise, they would have to chop off their heads. At this point, the young corporal laughed to himself. This joke was quite good. It was worth it to go back and talk to his subordinates. So what if you are old? Aren't you still a soldier under my command? Wang Ji shook his head and said, in the beginning, I was so nervous that my hands were sweating. I was even more afraid than when I was on the battlefield. As I walked, there was no difference. It was just that the trees on both sides were old. When I walked there in the summer, I walked in the shade of the trees, so I did not feel hot. The corporal was embarrassed to say that when he turned his head, he saw the general's eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was not afraid at all. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, so he was not nervous. As for whether the general was forcing himself to be calm, he did not think much about it before and did not ask. He planned to ask if there was a chance in the future. The young man glanced at Cheng Qing and laughed. Delay Alley and Fan Street, listen, can you come up with such good names? Cheng Qing nodded and said, we can come up with such good names. However, only Dali has Delay Alley and Fan Street. These were words from the bottom of his heart. The young corporal said angrily, look at you. Are you looking for a beating? I am bare-handed. I will let you use a knife and have a spar with you. Whoever loses is a coward. Wang Ji reached out and pressed the young man's head again to stop him from embarrassing himself. He laughed and scolded, he is saying good things. Be more careful. Read more books in the future. The young man moved his head closer and whispered, can't you tell good from bad? After all, they were brought up by our corporal. I was just annoyed by them and found a reason to vent my anger. The corporal only repeated, read more books in the future. In the corporal's eyes, this young corporal was actually a child. Moreover, he was only 16. Was he old? A young man, as long as he could live in a peaceful world, could read more books. Let those of us who are older and have a higher position die first. The corporal did not tell the young corporal that the old man in the yamen who was holding the tea set and the teapot was very stable. However, the other hand that was deliberately hidden was trembling. The tendons in his hand were cut off on the battlefield. As for the old man's hand that did not tremble, he was missing 2.5 fingers. Scouts from the border army, cultivators who followed the army, and old soldiers from Dali. The Dali dynasty valued these the most. They would easily die first. Those who were immortals did not care about their lives. And those who lived for a long time on the battlefield. Civil officials, immortals, and distinguished scholars. The Dali dynasty recognized them now. However, as long as they met the former, they had to step aside. When the Great Li cavalry and the vassal armies were first established and united, there were many conflicts, big and small, between the two sides. It was not only verbal, both sides often fought. Because of this, he had protected his subordinates quite a few times. At the very least, he wanted to seek justice. He only hoped that the valiant soldiers from Dallas border army would not speak too much. It was enough. He did not dare to expect more. Fortunately, Dallas border army law had always been there. The vassal troops could not break it. Those Dallas border army who spoke without restraint did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, they would often beat their opponents on the training field. When they returned, they would be dragged back to the training field and beaten on the spot. Dallas border army could see it. The vassal troops could also see it. Or according to some Dallas border army customs, they would be beaten with the back of a sword. Even worse, if they violated the rules, they would be dragged by a war horse. Their entire back would be badly mutilated. Strangely, when they gathered to watch the show, the vassal troops would often be silent. The Dallas border army would be the most rowdy with their own people. They would blow their whistles and say strange things loudly. Oh my, your buttocks are white and white. Let the brothers satisfy their cravings tonight. There was a strange thing about the Dallas border army. The old scouts of the border army or the old Dekaches from the old barracks did not have high positions. In fact, they were very low. However, they all put on airs. This was especially true for the former. Even the Dali generals who received official military ranks would often first salute when they met on the road. Whether the other party would return the salute or not depended on their mood. He even witnessed a scene with his own eyes. A young general of secondary class rank 5 came here from another military camp on horseback for a meeting. After leaving the military tent, He met an old sergeant on the road and immediately dismounted from his horse and cupped his fists to greet the old sergeant. This person was very young. It was said that he came from the Chang'e Street general family. Now, he was in charge of 5,000 Dallas elite troops. In the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, this person's authority might be greater than any of the country's generals. The old Descartes only stretched out his fist and knocked on the general's bright armor. He even pinched the young general's cheek and scolded jokingly, "Little bastard, you don't have much merit, but you're quite an official. No wonder you wanted to leave our scout team. You have a good father who's a high-ranking official. You're so capable. You can go wherever you want. In my next life, I'll find you. You'll be the father and I'll be the son." Then, the old Descartes gave him a light slap. "Get lost. Don't be a small soldier who can only die. Be an official in the future. Anyway, it's better to be on the back of a horse." Wang Ji's gaze suddenly swept across everyone. "Finally," he said, "everyone, actually we have many grievances and grudges. But no matter what, we are all comrades in the battlefield. We all have Dallas Standard Blade. I, Wang Ji, do not know how to say beautiful words. I only have one sentence: our Dallas Blade is the most beautiful wife in the world. Everyone has one, don't think it's too little." Vice Captain Cheng Qing and the young Descartes, as well as the rest of the people, laughed. Some laughed out loud, some did not. In the small Aquarius continent's mountains and rivers, the various countries' cavalry went to listen to the sound of the waves. The immortals who did not care about worldly affairs returned to the foot of the mountain. The heroes of the forest and the heroes of the Jianghu joined the battlefield, and in the vast territory of the Tongyi continent, there was one of the 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain. He was standing on a faraway immortal mountain. His palm was on the hilt of his sword, and his sword was pierced into the skull of a corpse. He only felt that it was a pity that he did not have enough fun. He killed a Jindan so easily. Behind this sword cultivator, there was a broken building of the ancestral hall. There was a young cultivator who came from the same tent. He raised his hand. His pale and slender fingers had scarlet fingernails. And in the ancestral hall, there were 5 puppets that were moving around. It was as if they were dancing under the control of the cultivator. There was a great demon sitting in the ruins of the huge capital. His body was huge, and covered half of the capital. Occasionally, his body would move slightly, and it would crush countless old stories. Rays of golden light broke through the sky, crossed the gate, and landed on the territory of the Tongyi continent. When one of the huge ancient deities walked through the human world, there was a rainbow-colored light behind him. The Jiazi tent announced to the Tongyi continent that all the local demons of the Tongyi continent, as long as they could find a military tent nearby, would be conferred the title of mountain and water deity according to their cultivation level. After returning to the old land, they destroyed the Confucian temples and only left the martial temple. When Lord Xingwang and the mountain and water deity built their own ancestral temples, they gathered incense. There were also people who said that since they could pass the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was no reason why they could not pass the small old dragon city. Zhu Mi stood at the northernmost crossing of the Tongyi continent. He looked at Kui Dong, who was in the center of the Aquarius continent, and smiled. "Although we have disappointed Xiuhu, we cannot disappoint him too much." Kui Dong turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked at the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent. Zhu Mi nodded. "It is too late to plan." On the side of the Fuyao continent, there was a myriad of sword lights that headed towards all the remaining students of the various academies. The Jinjia continent had already given up half of its land, and the demon army was still advancing steadily towards the north. On a battlefield where the situation had already been decided, an ascendant realm great demon and Cao Ci's group met on a narrow path. The great demon ordered the army to disperse. He held a red gourd and blew the Samadhi true fire. The surrounding hundreds of miles was scorched earth. But the white-robed man was still punching. On the battlefield, there was still a young woman who did not know whether she was dead or alive. She had already been played by an extremely rare 9th realm peak martial artist under the great demon's command. This battle gathered almost all of the remaining elite soldiers of the Jinjia continent, as well as many upper 5 realms and earth immortals. After fighting with the great demon army for a month, victory and defeat were possible. The Jinjia continent finally lost miserably because of the betrayal of an old ascendant realm cultivator of the Jinjia continent. At the end of the Great Tao, he did not have long to live. The old cultivator wanted the old mountains and rivers of the human world to mourn with him for eternity. While the pure martial artists were fighting, an upper 5 realms demon cultivator came behind the female martial artist. He held a long spear in his hand. The 2 ends of the spear were as sharp as blades. He was about to chop off the woman's head. As for whether or not he would accidentally injure the 9th realm martial artist, he would think about it after obtaining a merit. Just as the young female martial artist leaned forward and tilted her head slightly, a short and thin old man suddenly appeared on the tip of the sharp spear in the hands of the unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator. He stepped on the tip of the spear. White hair, purple clothes, barefoot. On the back of the old man's purple robe, there was a black and white yin-yang 8 trigrams pattern. A wine gourd hung from his waist. It was crystal clear, and the scene inside could be clearly seen. The starry light seemed to gather the entire Milky Way in the wine gourd. The skinny old man had just rushed over from the central divine continent. He had a small grudge with the ascendant realm cultivator of the Jinjia continent, but he was a step too late. The upper 5 realms cultivator used unpolished mountain and river again, but the short old man followed him like a shadow. He even asked with a smile, "Do you recognize me?" The unpolished Jade Realm cultivator who retreated after the failed sneak attack actually abandoned his life iron spear this time. He instantly teleported hundreds of miles away. He did not expect that the spear would follow the old man to a new place. The old man smiled and said, "Not particular. Die." The unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator's body, golden core, nascent soul, yin spirit, and yang spirit were all shattered on the spot. He didn't even notice what kind of spell or divine ability that old geezer had used before he died. The iron spear fell to the ground. The old man was still standing in the distance. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I forgot that you can't understand my hometown dialect. If I had known, I would have used the great language of the vast world." The old man glanced at the other 2 battlefields. It seemed that he did not need to participate. At the northern ferry of the Tongyi continent, Zhu Mi stretched out a palm and signaled Kui Dong to respond. Xiao Chuo, who seemed to be in a bad situation, was now wearing the robe that Zhu Mi deliberately separated from the Tongyi and Fu Yao continents. Then left and right only needed to use all his strength. Anyway, half of it would fall on Wen Sheng. But if he did not use his full strength, then he would have to try Xiao Chuo's full strength. Other than that, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. "Xiao Hu, you let left and right cross the continents in an instant, then I, Zhu Mi, am slightly more generous than you." On the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, the old man suddenly frowned. A figure rose to the sky and looked worriedly at the Fuyao continent in the south. This old man was called Yu Xian. Or it could be said that he was Talisman Yu Xian. Just like when the immortal poet was mentioned, it would be that person who was most proud. When the martial god was mentioned, it would be the woman of the great Duan dynasty, Pei Wan. When the dog was mentioned, it would be someone. Chen Chunan of the secondary sage lineage monopolized Chun Ru. Longhu Mountain's grand heavenly master monopolized thunder techniques. This old man monopolized the world's talisman. Good fellow, 6 beasts gathered in one continent. What about Bai? 721. First, the true dragon GQ revealed her true form and took the initiative to leave the dragon platform to fight in the sea. She fought with the king stage great demon Fei Fei, who had a conflict with her great Dao. Then, Kui Dong's 12 flying swords of the Beko Keikyang building rushed to the battlefield to help GQ. Then, Yuan Shou smashed the true dragon's head with his staff and smashed Old Dragon City's mountain water formation. Finally, the Mohist ranger Shu Ruo unsheathed his sword and blocked the remaining half of Yuan Shou's staff. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the demon race army continued to attack the city. Cultivators from the Aquarius continent continued to die. After the fighting was over, the wildlands was filled with bridges and god Dao steles, as well as satin ribbons. The great demon tossed the pocket-sized mountains from the Tongye continent into the sea. Then, he used his divine abilities to propel them into the sea, where the tips of the mountains were nailed into the seabed near Old Dragon City. They hung upside down in the water, creating a flat battlefield on the sea. The sea of clouds spread out over the surface of the sea, filling the valleys and valleys. Compared to the young true dragon that could only lie on the dragon platform to recuperate, Fei Fei was in a much better state. After receiving a secret order from the Jiazi camp, she waited for a moment. Then, countless huge icicles appeared out of thin air on the east-west line of the sea surface where she stood. They were slanted towards Old Dragon City that had been blocking the way for a long time. The icicles were lined up in order, like tens of thousands of catapults. Among these icicles, there were dozens of demon race cultivators who seemed to be sleeping soundly. They were sealed in an icicle cage. Most of them were gods of plagues and 2 were passers-by. Other than that, there was a large group of demon race cultivators who spared no expense to carve a talisman on the icicles that imprisoned the gods of plagues and passers-by. They did not want to anger the hot-tempered Fei Fei and freeze them to death on the spot and throw them into Old Dragon City. Of the 2 lords of the swaying river in the savage world, Yang Ji was the one who was more graceful and graceful. No matter how good-tempered these sovereign stage demons were, how good could their tempers be? Other than Liu Cha, who liked to roam the world as a swordsman, and Mr. Ju, who rarely showed his face, were the exceptions. Imperial concubine Fei turned her head and smiled sweetly, softly calling out young master in her heart. A sword-wielding young man wearing a black robe with a snow-white ribbon tied around his hair was none other than Yu Sai, a swordsman from Joshan Tent. He hurriedly rushed to the rear of the battlefield and found Fei Fei. Yu Sai was still worried about her safety, even if she was a monarch-level great demon. Yu Sai asked, "Are you okay?" Fei Fei shook her head. "That little brat is still too tender, relying on the protection of the true dragon's destiny and the vast water fate. All he has is his body's toughness, but is still lacking in water attribute arts. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't even be in the ascendant realm. He might not be capable, but his temper was not small. This battle would not give that little fellow too much of a chance. Hurry up and eat her up before that old hag Yang Ji. I don't mind accompanying young master to the central divine continent to relax." Only on Yu Sai's side, Fei Fei was willing to speak more. The withered bone-thrown great demon Bai Ying had secretly rushed to the Golden Armor continent after the Battle of Tongyi continent ended. Tongyi continent's gentleman Zhong Kuei had previously prevented Bai Ying from fully displaying his strength, and this Zhong Kuei and that Jiang Shangzhen were the 2 most deserving existences who had not died. As for the others, they had already received Mr. Ju's secret order. She could not leave the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and she was not willing to join in the fun. After all, this time, the entire Fuyao continent was used as a hunting ground, and the person they were preparing to kill was Bai Yi, who had killed a monarch-level great demon with 3 swords. Although the situation had been reversed, and they had all the advantages, Bai Yi was still Bai Yi. Yu Sai sighed softly. Wooden Clog has already received Mr. Ju's surname, Ju Qinggao. Fei Fei smiled and comforted him. Even as Mr. Ju's last disciple, he still can't compare to young master's status. Yu Sai shook his head. It was always so difficult to talk to her. Fei Fei knew that her young master was more concerned about the direction of the battlefield, so she considerately used Divine Man Mountain River's view, allowing Yu Sai to clearly see the movements of the battle in Old Dragon City. On Old Dragon City's side, the cultivators had launched the first counterattack in the past 10 days. The momentum was huge, and there were actually more than 300 Qi cultivators. All of them rushed out of one of the 3 gates, towards the sea. Yu Sai was stunned. Dali is very pragmatic. Unlike vassal King Song Mu's character, logically speaking, he would not do such a thing. As long as the cultivators of Aquarius continent left Old Dragon City's mountain river's great formation, especially when they left the land and entered the sea, they would lose the protection of the other 2 great formations. Fei Fei smiled and explained, "It's that vast world's strange technique again. They are all paper dummies. Anyway, they don't have any killing power, they are just used to scare people." Yusai nodded. That's the unique ability of my family's cultivators. After all, they can even use a brush to write out the various mountains and rivers of the human world, drawing hundreds of chi cultivators. It's not strange to pass off as the real thing. I've heard Liu Bai mention it in the Joshan tent before. I'm very curious. I want to personally travel to Paper White Blessed Land one day. However, Old Dragon City's move is not only used to scare people, that Song Mu is really good at managing the household. No wonder Kui Dong dared to put him in Old Dragon City. Just as Yu Sai thought, the group of Paper White cultivators that went out of the city to fight was used by Old Dragon City to deceive the monster cultivators of their techniques, as well as to lure some hidden offensive magic weapons. Even if it consumed some of the Earth Immortal cultivators of the monster race, it was still a good thing. Soon, there would be Dali cultivators in charge of supervising and patrolling the battlefield, recording all the details in detail. On the battlefield, Old Dragon City would not let go of any small gains. This kind of action, big and small, there were new tricks every day. Both sides were like this. Ju Mi never personally made arrangements. He gave orders to the various army tents on the battlefield. Kui Dong was the same, letting vassal King Song Mu be fully responsible for all matters of Old Dragon City. As for personally entering the battlefield, that was even more unnecessary. If they were not careful, they would really die. Ju Mi and Kui Dong rarely made a move. It was a kind of great protection for the top forces of their respective camps. We are all in a life-and-death battle. Why are you two not allowed to die? Those who dared to say such words would probably die. A female great demon who once shook out a painting of rivers and rivers on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi sneered when she saw that the battlefield of Old Dragon City was in a foul mood again. She took out a painting of mountains. The peaks were like clusters of swords. The scroll flashed and disappeared. First, it broke the Old Dragon City's city defense formation. Although a small part of it was pierced by the flying swords of many sword immortals, and a part of it was destroyed by the spells of the other Chi refinement warriors, the remaining half of the scroll was still able to unfold above Old Dragon City. The scroll faced down, and the mountains instantly fell together. They were like huge flying swords that smashed into the second formation that Old Dragon City used to protect the residents. Dali has a sword boat. Hundreds of peaks were like huge flying swords, like a torrential rain falling rapidly on the small round lotus. After Song Mu learned about this in the meeting hall, he just nodded and continued to focus on discussing the details of the battlefield with the generals and secretaries stationed in Dali. I am a vassal king of Dali, not a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Protecting Old Dragon City, relying on the defensive formation of Old Dragon City, or according to some private agreement, with the help of the immortal, it has nothing to do with me, Song Mu. The reclusive Zhenren who went by the alias of Cao Rong in the White Frost dynasty sighed. When he saw the female great demon shake out the painting, he took out a treasure that he had kept for most of his life almost at the same time. Heartache, really heartache. It was a landscape, flowers, and birds album, one for each of the 4 seasons, and 4 for flowers and birds. They were all hand-drawn by him. He was quite proud of it. The incomparable rarity of the album was not in the paintings, but in the seal that was printed on each of the pages. The 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyang building in Qingming Tian all left their seals, giving it to this Daoist Zhenren who was not a native of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent. The great sect master of the Beko Keikyang building, who took in a disciple on behalf of his master, had the seal Daoist scripture master. The second sect master, who was Cao Rong's second martial uncle, the truly invincible Daoist second brother, also took out a private seal that was not easily stamped. There is no second place in literature. The third sect master of the Beko Keikyang building, Lu Chen, who was also the master of the Zhenren, had the seal stone until now. In Da Xiandu Temple, the old temple master's son had the seal peach blossoms again. These 4 landscape paintings were all obtained with the help of his master, Lu Chen. Otherwise, with Cao Rong's identity as Lu Chen's direct disciple and the fact that she had not been in the Beko Keikyang building in Qingming Tian for a long time, how could she have such a big reputation? The great sect master was still fine, he might have given it to her after asking. However, the arrogant second martial uncle and the old temple master's son, who was at odds with the Beko Keikyang building, could forget about it. The remaining 4 paintings of flowers and birds were personally stamped by the old Junren himself. The great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Central Plains had the seal Young Phoenix. The talisman Yu Xian had the seal Amaze the World with a single brilliant feat. These two were the top 10 old immortals in the Central Plains. They were highly respected and had extremely high Daoist skills. The seal of the fire dragon Junren in the North Continent was given by the old immortal. As he did not have a seal with him, he carved one on the spot and had the seal chirp 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 incessantly. The last one had the seal of the embroidered tiger Kui Dong with the seal supercilious eyes. The Junren Cao Rong tore the 4 paintings of mountains and rivers in one breath. She pinched one and threw it out, pasting it on the mountain and river formation of the mansion. Finally, the 4 seasons flowed and it was like a small world in the Daoist field. This small world was not considered small. Especially the 4 seals, the smallest of which was no bigger than a thumb and the largest of which was no bigger than a palm, suddenly enlarged. Light flowed and Daoist skills flowed. Among them, the 3 words Daoist scripture master were gentle. The 4 words of the old temple master of the Da Xiandu were like peach blossoms blooming in one of the worlds. It was both real and fake. Cao Rong's master's seal stone until now had the aura of a mainstay. Especially the 8 golden words of Cao Rong's martial uncle, the second Daoist, were aggressive and incomparably sharp. They were also the only seal words that actively attacked the flying sword of the Great Demon Mountain. Cao Rong carefully kept the remaining half of the landscape of flowers and birds book in her sleeves. She laughed bitterly. I really don't have the face to see master. The old monk joked, it looks quite valuable. Cao Rong smiled and said, why would a monk care about money? The old monk replied, what is there is there. What is there 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 is. Cao Rong praised, good Dharma. The old monk was helpless. This, as expected, this poor monk is not suited to play games with experts. I always lose more than I win. In the painting of the 4 seasons mountains and rivers, concubine Cheung seemed to walk out of the cloud-opening cave. The sky was filled with snow and countless jade fragments. The old monk said, even Dali might not have recorded such a secret treasure. At this point, the old monk was speechless. That embroidered tiger was good at calculating the heavens and the earth. It was really hard to say. Of course, the old monk did not see the supercilious eye mark on the last painting of the flower and bird scroll. He was only guessing based on common sense. Cao Rong smiled and said, right now, half of my senior apprentice brother is catching up with Madame Gui in Old Dragon City. As his junior apprentice brother, I can't possibly embarrass him. The old monk suddenly understood. Fan family's old boat from Osmanthus Island often passes by Jiaolong Gully. Cao Rong nodded. The reason why he was half of the senior apprentice brother was because the honored master had never acknowledged him as a direct disciple. However, back then, when the honored master was traveling the seas, the old boat was in charge of rowing the boat and traveling with the honored master. Even if there was no merit, there was hard work. Therefore, the direct disciples all recognized the old boat as their senior apprentice brother. The senior apprentice brother had many aliases. One of the most famous was Jiyu Qingsong. In the central divine continent, there was a famous reputation of pretending to be relaxed on the mountain. He was famous for his stubborn temper. No matter who he fought, no matter the disparity in cultivation level, no matter how great the opponent's background was, Jiyu Qingsong was never afraid and almost never won. He could even survive until the end. Alliance, the city lord of White Emperor City, Venerable Fire Dragon, and Jiyu Qingsong had all provoked him. Later on, he left the land and returned to the sea to be an old man rowing a boat. It was said that he could not provoke any more people, in case the younger generation could not catch up. With Cao Rong's help to protect the array, Old Dragon City and the feudal residents were no longer in danger. Song Mu suddenly thought of something in the meeting hall. He reminded in a deep voice, all the cultivators who died outside Old Dragon City, even if they left the designated battlefield without permission, even if they accidentally violated the rules, they died in battle. Go and remind all the cultivators who are supervising the battle. These Qi cultivators must be recorded in the military and criminal departments of Dali, and their military merits must not be discounted. A secretary said, "This is against the rules set by the imperial tutor." Song Mu turned his head and stared at him. "In Old Dragon City, I have the final say. Just do as I say. If the imperial tutor wants to question the feudal residents, he can come to Old Dragon City to look for Song Mu." The secretary's eyes were shining. He cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." This agitated young civil official immediately sent a flying sword message to pass on this matter. For the first time, this disciple of Hesitation Alley, who was born in the pillar state of Dali, sincerely recognized Song Mu's identity as the feudal lord. A young gentleman from the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was guarding behind one of the huge holes in Old Dragon City's array. There were a total of 3 battle lines, which was enough to show the size of this gate. Other than helping the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops, the gentleman also followed the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops. Every time he accumulated enough spiritual energy, he would do his best to attack. This time, the young gentleman's words were the law. He softly said, "Green Cavalry formation, 3 million. The so-called Green Cavalry was actually willow branches. They were densely packed and very imposing. It was okay to kill those demons who were not cultivators, but they were mainly used to stop the advance of the demon army. Juju, a sloppy sage from the Lakeview Academy, finally returned to the ranks of gentlemen a few years ago. As a result, he made a lot of contributions on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. However, he lost his title of gentleman in the academy and became a sage again. When will the ups and downs stop? Juju had already attacked several times before this, more exaggerated than the gentleman of the Cliff Academy. At this moment, he was squatting beside the gentleman of the Cliff Academy and gnawing on the immortal money. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A young cultivator from the military school of Wind Snow Temple was responsible for guarding this physically weak gentleman of the academy. In short, if the latter was in a desperate situation, he had to take the lead first. There was nothing strange about it. On the battlefield of Dallas Border Army, it was common for cultivators to follow the army. Although he was extremely steady on the battlefield, his temperament was extremely lively. He turned his head and laughed with the sage Juju, who had a similar temper. "Great Sage Ju, 3,030,000? Is there an extra 100 characters?" Juju said seriously, "The first thing to be exquisite in the art of writing is to first frighten the opponent with the aura of the blade on the page. It is to subdue the enemy without a fight. As the absolute master of the Wind Snow Temple, you don't even know this. Why don't you go to the Lakeview Academy and hang out with me for a few days?" The gentleman of the Cliff Academy just said a few words. After summoning the Willow Green Cavalry Army and rushing to the battlefield, he immediately sat cross-legged with a pale face and laughed, "Don't get addicted to it. That's enough." Juju and the military school of Wind Snow Temple's greatest pleasure when they were free was to tease this gentleman and call him the future Mountain Elder. However, the gentleman knew that the Mountain Elder of the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy had changed from Maro Xiaodong to the imperial tutor Kui Dong. It was impossible to imagine who would be the next Mountain Elder in the future. Who dared to guess the unfathomable thoughts of the embroidered tiger? Juju suddenly stood up and said seriously to the cultivator following the army, "Protect the gentleman." His figure flashed and disappeared. Near the gate, there was a little girl from the demon clan wearing a large black robe. Her spells and divine abilities were very strange. Her body instantly turned into thousands of birds and killed all the Willow Branch Green Cavalry. Juju wanted to meet her. He would find a chance to twist her head off and tell her that she was a beauty. On the other battlefield, the situation was even more dangerous. Even with the sword immortal of the Northern Reed, it was still dangerous. The animals of the desolate land swarmed into the gate like a swarm of locusts. All the cultivators of the old dragon city had to admit that these demons were really not afraid of death. The demon cultivators also competed with the old dragon city's men of sacrifice. The two sides exchanged politeness. At first, the cultivators on the front line of the old dragon city's battlefield suffered heavy losses. However, the secretary of the Fan Mansion did his best to quickly flip through a large number of secret records. Finally, in a relatively new but unrecorded book, he found the identities of the demon cultivators of the old dragon city's men of sacrifice. Only then did the Fan Mansion immediately come up with a countermeasure. They sent a message to all the sword cultivators with flying swords, telling them to look for traces of these two strange cultivators. Only then could they turn the situation around. A small thunder pool appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Within a radius of dozens of miles, thunder and lightning were attracted. The electric light was like a white flood dragon, and the 5 thunderbolts were like colorful snakes. They flickered and whipped the ground. A demon cultivator with red and black sleeves was riding a fire dragon and a water flood dragon respectively, rushing toward the gate. On the sea surface far away from the gate, there was a big demon that showed up for the first time. It was a golden armor immortal general who rode a horse and held a spear. He galloped on the waves and headed toward the old dragon city. Although it was not a fierce big demon in the peak state, it was very eye-catching on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the past. Its golden armor was very difficult to break, so much so that it was listed as a must-kill existence by the hidden officials of the Summer Palace. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, this horse was already so powerful. What would it be like in the old dragon city? There was a Taoist talisman sect immortal. His state was not high, and he was at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. However, he was proficient in writing talisman. Now, with the help of the great gentleman of the academy, he was able to communicate with the heavenly law. On the South Sea, every stroke created words. It was the writings of the sages. There was a female demon sword cultivator who was one of the 100 sword deities of the moon-bearing mountain. She looked young, and her forehead and cheeks had some characteristics of the true body of the demon race. She was actually faster than the golden armor immortal general. She did not ride on the sword. Every time she jumped, a white jade staircase would automatically appear under her feet. The treasure light behind her was like a halo. It was shattered by the flying swords or spells of the old dragon city. It turned into a broken mirror, and it closed up again in an instant. She had cultivated in the Great Wall of Sword Chi guarded by the Dragon Monarch for several years. She had obtained the sword will burning flower, the flying sword breaking mirror, and the natal technique reunion. Her flying sword and body were all like this. It was hard for her to die. Of course, she would still die on the battlefield. However, as a sword cultivator, how could she be a sword deity if she was always afraid of battles? Moreover, she had been fighting in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for several years. She did not think that she would die in such a small place. In the future, when she went to the door of the Confucian Temple in the central region and died after handing over her sword, she could still accept it. An earth deity cultivator of the old dragon city who was hiding his strength suddenly killed a large number of enemies. In the end, just as he was about to get what he wanted and accumulate enough battle merits to leave the battlefield and return to his sect in the hinterland of the continent to continue being the old patriarch, a person stood up from the pile of corpses behind him. It was the familiar face of the cultivator from the Aquarius continent. The latter clawed out the heart of the cultivator and stuffed it into his mouth along with the golden core. After that, the puppet fell to the ground with its mouth full of blood. An old sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm who was close to the battlefield, the Aquarius continent's sword deity senior, could not find any trace of the sneaky demon's true body. He had no choice but to take a step back. He took out his natal flying sword and shrouded the pile of corpses with a huge circle of sword light. Then, the sword light fell and blasted more than half of the corpses into pieces. However, he did not expect that the puppet would suddenly fly away. The old sword cultivator's flying sword went straight after it. He did not expect that the corpse of the cultivator whose chest was cut open would escape in the opposite direction. At the same time, The puppet that appeared first went limp and was about to fall into the sea. In a split second, the old sword cultivator was clearly caught unprepared. He subconsciously restrained his sword intent and cut the puppet into two. Then, he immediately withdrew his flying sword and turned to kill the corpse without a heart. The beast's true body must be on the corpse. The sword light shone brightly and its momentum was like a rainbow. Li Cai was speechless. What are you doing with your fancy tricks? Even if this female sword deity who came from outside was indeed exhausted, she still used all her strength to take out her flying sword and completely shattered the puppet that had just been cut in half. She also shattered the soul of the demon's earth deity hidden in the human cultivator's skin. Glancing at the old man, Li Cai was too lazy to speak. She had to go back to the old dragon city and drink a few jugs of good wine to refresh herself. She was going to have a good sleep first before fighting. As for that sword cultivator, he looked very old. Looking at his nascent soul aura, he could be considered a newcomer. However, his golden core was of ordinary quality and had been polished for many years. Why was his battle experience like a fledgling's? He seemed to be an old sword deity from Xinjiang Mountain. Oh, my dear mother. In terms of foresight, depth, and decisiveness of the sword, not to mention my clever disciple Chen Li, even that little girl Jiao Yuqing was far inferior. However, that old sword cultivator from Xinjiang Mountain had already cupped his fists and thanked the famous female sword deity from the North Continent. As expected of Sect Master Li of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, cultivators from both continents knew about this female sword deity. A good sword deity, her swordsmanship was truly exquisite. Her natal flying sword never missed its target. Every time, it would be a great harvest. If he could visit Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall in the future, he would definitely be half a disciple on the mountain and ask Sect Master Li for advice on swordsmanship. Li Cai almost rolled her eyes and returned the greeting to the old sword cultivator. She finally managed to hold it in and could not say anything more. She did not hit a smiling person. If someone else saw this kind of expression in his eyes on the Great Wall of Sword Aura, not to mention the hidden official, even that little hidden official would roll on the ground laughing. There were many strange things on the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Among them, there was an inconspicuous little oddity. It was that the young hidden official seemed to be particularly energetic every time he dealt with those moving mountains demons on the battlefield. Li Cai had once asked him in private. Did he have a huge grudge with that Yuan Shou? Was it because his cultivation level was not high enough that he could only vent his anger on Yuan Shou's disciples and grand disciples? At that time, Chen Pinggan gave Li Cai a reason that she thought was a joke. He said that Ning Yarrow and he had risked our lives to fight against an enemy for the first time, but we still did not gain any advantage. Li Cai was puzzled. Did Yuan Shou attack Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow before? Or perhaps he encountered an Ascendant Realm Great Demon of the Moving Mountain clan on a narrow path on the battlefield, but the battle was not earth-shattering? Just like how the young hidden official and Fei Ran exchanged pointers and quickly brushed past each other, Li Cai returned to the inner city of Old Dragon City on her sword and drank. Actually, her posture of riding the sword was already swaying. The woman seemed to be drunk. *CK the Immortal Realm. This time, it was really hopeless. Even the last chance was ruined by her. Who could she blame but the wine? Wang Zhu was still not on the dragon platform of Old Dragon City's battlefield. She had recovered a bit and was able to sit up. The robe she was wearing was in the style of an ancient dragon robe. It was quite different from the Emperor's dragon robe in the future. It used to be the semi-immortal weapon Cloud Sea above Old Dragon City. Coupled with the refining of the Desolation Slough, it had become a well-deserved immortal weapon. At the bottom of the stairs, the yellow-clothed boy who was sitting in a daze suddenly stood up and said with a straight face, "Ma Kuxuan, please stop." In addition to Ma Kuxuan, who had a cat on his shoulder, there was also his personal maid, Xu Dian, and a direct disciple that Ma Kuxuan had taken in a few years ago. The name was also given by him, Forgetful Ancestor. The yellow-clothed boy was the most unhappy about this. Forgetful Ancestor? Then wouldn't it have a homonym with one of my master's aliases, Wang Zhu? Ma Kushwan smiled and said, "Little worm, you only knew how to run around in Mud Bottle Alley. Now that you can finally speak, cherish it. Don't be so eager to die." The yellow-clothed boy said, "When beating a snake, it depends on its master." Ma Kushwan looked at the four-legged snake with a horn on its forehead in Liju Grotto Heaven. The latter took a step back and knocked his heel on the stairs. Wang Zhu, who was sitting at the top of the stairs, waved her sleeve and sent the useless guard flying. She looked down at Ma Kushwan and said, "What are you doing here?" Ma Kushwan was about to step forward to the dragon platform when Wang Zhu narrowed her eyes and said, "Think about it first." Ma Kushwan was not afraid of her, but he only had the physique of an Ascendant Realm cultivator, not the cultivation of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. He, Ma Kushwan, had always been known as someone who specialized in killing. In truth, he was best at survival. Ma Kushwan just did not want to make her angry. Wang Zhu was already in a bad mood, and there was no reason for her to be in a worse mood. So Ma Kushwan looked up at her and said, "I'll try to help you get back some face." "I can only say that I'll try." Wang Zhu sneered. A young substitute of one of the 10, and his tone was even more arrogant than one of the 10 from the Central Plains. Ma Kushwan smiled and said, "I didn't say that I would kill Fei Fei. I'm not the type to dream." One of the 10 from the Central Plains, the old sword cultivator Zhu Shinji, had been beaten to death by a sovereign great demon. Of course, this was related to Zhu Shinji's battle in the mountain cave. However, in a battle between Ascendant Realm cultivators, the difference between winning and killing was too great. Fei Fei was also one of the 14 sovereigns of the wildlands. Ma Kushwan was not stupid. If she wanted to die on the battlefield, he could find an opportunity to call her from afar. In the current battlefield, there were some people who were careful and meticulous. Most of them would die as soon as they made a move. Didn't this Wang Zhu of the Clay Bottle Alley take a hit from Yuan Shou? Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio. Ma Kushien was being criticized in Old Dragon City. Some people thought that since he was one of the 10 young people who could command god spirits to attack Skyscreen, he should be fighting on the front lines of Old Dragon City. Others felt that Ma Kushwan, as the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent, was too reclusive. He should learn from the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, who dared to ask for a sword expert. Unless Ma Kushwan heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't care about it. Once, when he was outside Old Dragon City, he happened to hear it. He just said, "The title of one of the 10 candidates isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Then you can go and die." Wang Zhu did not say anything. He just turned his head and looked to the north. Mountain moving apes, mountain driving dogs, talismans, yellow-scarved strong men, silver-armored strong men, and puppets created by the Mohist mechanism master were tirelessly building layers of battle lines around the southern peak. As long as the Dali dynasty had money and the North Continent as their support, manpower and material resources were not a problem. Scorched earth? No need. When Old Dragon City fell, nothing would be left behind for the demon clan. It would only be a complete ruin. Even if the demon army pushed all the way to the foot of the southern peak, it would still be the same. Ma Kushien just calmly looked at the cold and cheerless woman. Very good. She was the most different in the Pearl Grotto Heaven back then. Fortunately, she was still the same. She was in the Clay Bottle Alley, and he was in the Apricot Blossom Alley. They did not meet often. The most they met was every morning beside the Iron Lock Well. He saw her pretending to be struggling to fetch water and felt that she was really cute. Sometimes, she would sleep in and go out later to fetch water. Then, he would stay here for a while longer. They would meet eventually. Ma Kushwan suddenly asked telepathically, "Is the 11th hidden official your real contracted person?" Wang Zhu seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "I didn't beat you to death in the past, but maybe in the future." Tongyi Continent. Tongyi sect imprisoned a large group of young cultivators. Without exception, they were all the most talented cultivators of Tongyi sect. The young people who were not so outstanding were all dead. They died at the hands of their own ancestral hall's grandmasters, consecrators, and guests. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves in the Jiazi camp. Of course, it was true that they were imprisoned. The immortals did not lack torture. However, 6 of the best were imprisoned in the ruins of Wutong Grotto Heaven of Jade Gui sect. Li Wanyong, Qin Shirohu, Du Yang, Yu Xin, Fu Haizhu, and Wang Shizi, an outsider who mysteriously became a direct disciple of Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall. He was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus core stage and would soon break through here. These young people were the evil disciples of Jade Gui sect who insisted on keeping Zuozue. Even Li Wanyong, whose sword heart had almost collapsed because of Zuozue, had made the same choice. As for the sect master of Jade Gui sect, the immortal realm sword cultivator Fu Lingqing, he had already died in battle. If not for this, there would probably not be any incense left in Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall now. It would be completely cut off. What replaced it was a good reputation that would last for who knew how many years. Jade Gui sect's newly appointed ancestral master of discipline opened the mountain and water restriction and arrived at the ruins that were only a few dozen li in radius. Compared to the complete small grotto heaven back then, it was so dilapidated that it made one's hair stand on end. The old man did not continue forward. As for the 6 young people, some of them continued to concentrate on their sword practice. Some of them raised their heads to look at him. Their gazes were filled with hatred, sorrow, and confusion. The old man did not explain anything. Instead, his expression was somewhat unfriendly. It was as if he had come this time only to prevent these sect traitors from having any evil plans. The old man only swept a few glances and quickly turned to leave. A sect was completely divided. On one side were old farts who cherished their lives, and on the other side were young people who did not hesitate to die. Not only were they in a standoff, but they had even reached the point of killing each other. It could be considered a big joke in the eyes of both the vast world and the savage world. However, ever since Jade Gui sect's ancestor of resurgence, Du Mao, had died, it had been treated as a joke. It was fine after getting used to it. The old man was different from many of the old cultivators of Jade Gui sect. He was actually not that afraid of death. The bottleneck of his realm was difficult to break through. His body was rotten, and his soul was like a candle in the wind. Since he was not even afraid of death, he had to do something that he was not afraid of. For example, he had to leave behind some incense for Jade Gui sect that was truly worthy of the word legacy. The young people behind him were such. However, if they wanted to live, they had to draw a clear line. In the future, if the savage world won, they would win the entire vast world. Then, you children would still have a chance to come out of seclusion and make up for your mistakes. Even if you took 10,000 steps back, you could still concentrate on cultivating in the Tongyi sect and live in the mountains for a long time. The demons of the savage world revered the strong. As long as your realm was high, the world was vast. Perhaps you would be able to cultivate more freely than in the vast world. However, if the savage world lost and retreated to the barbarian land south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you would still have a choice. I am the oldest person in the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall now. As someone who is about to die, I can only do so much for the ancestral masters. These young people who were willing to die for the honor of the sect must not die. The Jade Gui sect in the southern part of the Tongyi continent had only been the leader of the continent for a few years. The patriarch of the disciplined sect had already died in battle. Even the cute little girl Liu, who later became Hua Mao's elder sister, had died in battle. Even if the ancestral hall still existed in the future, how many people would scold him? In that case, wouldn't he be lonely? I, Jiang Shangzhen, would definitely die of loneliness. A figure suddenly appeared and took a Dao technique from an ascendant realm demon that was waiting for him. He crashed into the sect's last mountain and river array and shot towards Joey Peak. Since no one was staying there, he could use it to practice. Jiang Shangzhen spat out a mouthful of blood. Raise your sword and welcome the guest. Joey Peak collapsed and cracked. In the end, countless chess pieces, 9 sword arrays, and 9 flying swords appeared. Old Man Zun and the other ancestral masters who had eaten even more incense ashes. Don't blame me for being a prodigal. Most of the old ones are dead. My young people really can't take it anymore. Aquarius continent. Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, the #1 sword cultivator in the northern lands of the northern lands, Bai Shong, and Cool Breeze sect master, He Xiaoyong, were rushing towards Shiyu domain. As for He Xiaoyong's senior brother, Old Boat Zi, he had already bade farewell and went to Old Dragon City alone. Under the arrangement of the Dali dynasty, they were in charge of helping Aquarius continent defend Shiyu domain. They only needed to defend against the enemy's great demons. The three of them had a subtle relationship. Wei Jin and He Xiaoyong and Bai Shong. Especially Wei Jin, who had not drunk for many years. Now, he secretly drank the wine brewed by the Wind Snow Temple. It was as if he had become the Jianghu man who rode a donkey and carried a wine jug. As for He Xiaoyong's Qing Shui sect, because of Xu Xian, he had a grudge with Xu Xian's master, Bai Shong. Bai Shong had once said that He Xiaoyong could forget about ascending to the Ascendant Realm. This caused the relationship between Wei Jin and Bai Shong, two sword immortals who were completely unrelated to each other, to become more subtle. Wei Jin could not help but scold Xiu Hu. "What were you thinking? Why did you have to group the three of us together?" After reuniting, He Xiaoyong had always been courteous to Wei Jin and did not deliberately alienate him. But the more so, the more Wei Jin wanted to drink. Bai Shong, who was originally in a bad mood, had a rare smile after discovering this. He was in a good mood. Mountain Lord Jin Qing of Zhongyu's territory. Now, in addition to showing a majestic golden body to protect the imperial tutor's Beko Keikyung building, his real body often went to deal with Ruan Teng, an old friend. The Zhuang dynasty used to be the place with the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent. As the top swordsmith of the continent, Ruan Teng was naturally familiar with Jin Qing, who was originally from the Mountain Lord. As the head honorary elder of the Dali dynasty, Ruan Teng had already taught all the sword crafting cultivators of the Dali dynasty his specialty, the sword crafting technique, many years ago. But at this moment, he still had to personally craft swords for those earthly immortal realm sword cultivators, and he didn't have to pursue the quality of the swords too much. Besides that, he still had to allocate a small portion of his energy to head to the numerous sword furnaces and provide guidance on the flaws in the sword crafting for the other sword craftsmen. These swordsmiths, who were equivalent to nameless disciples, forged long swords for all the sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms. As for the sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, they did not have the qualifications to enter the battlefield. Not only that, Dali also strictly forbade these sword cultivators to leave their respective sects. Without exception, they were all grounded by their elders. They could not bear to let them die, and with Dalis law, why not? Which of the Aquarius continent's sword cultivators were not the golden nuggets in the grass that the northern continent mocked in the past? They really could not be compared to the lavish spending of the northern continent. But now, the Aquarius continent's cultivators on the mountain were really convinced by the northern continent. In fact, the northern continent's cultivators, especially the sword cultivators, had changed their impression of this small Aquarius continent, which was only slightly better than the White Snow continent. They really dared to die, they really could fight, they really could fight. In the past, they really did not realize that this small neighbor in the south was so similar to the northern continent. In the entire vast world, it was the most similar. The Book Lake's True Realm sect leader Wei Ying, head consecrator Liu Larocheng, consecrator Liu Zhimao, and a total of 3 people in the upper 5 realms, went to the seaside Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest. Apart from that, there was also the Daoist Heavenly Lord Xieshe, who led a large group of sword cultivators, other than the northern continent's Qi cultivators, who were already at the Cloud Forest Jiang clan. Among them, there was Yuan Ling Hall, a disciple of Immortal Fire Dragon, the founder of the Black Peak, who could be recognized as the Jade Unpolished Realm with the combat power equivalent to the Immortal Realm in his hometown continent, which was full of sword cultivators. There was also a sect that was obviously an immortal sect, but had the title of the Invincible Divine Fist sect. The old sect leader met his old friend Liu Larocheng, who used to be the only unpolished Jade Realm cultivator in the Book Lake, and became the current immortal master of the True Realm sect records. The world was unpredictable, but that was all. After meeting his good friend Liu Larocheng, the old sect leader still had the spirit of the Jianghu and drank a few drinks. After drinking for the last time, Liu Laocheng could not help but say, "Old Senior Zun left just like that." The old sect leader took a big gulp of wine. That 1-foot spear was not very capable, but it was bold and had bad luck. What else could it have done? The old man was silent for a long time. He lifted the wine pot and poured the wine to the south, murmuring, "Brother, your 1-foot spear of the Tongyi continent was never tough in front of me, the jade-faced young master. I didn't expect it to die so tough. If I had known, I would have smiled more and said more nice things to you back then." Dallas capital. The Mohist sect of Middle-earth, which had entered the game earlier than the Shang clan, had placed their bets on the Aquarius continent's Mohist sect cultivators. They were still building mountain ferries and sword boats for the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty was good at making money, and Sir Fan was even more so. In the past, Dallas Minister of Revenue was known as the soft persimmon that anyone dared to pinch. Now, he had become the one with the worst temper in Dallas court. He even dared to scold the Minister of War. Looking at his posture, he saw the Minister of Works as an enemy, not to mention scolding him. He even dared to hit him. Every time he met with the Minister of Works, who had the same rank, to discuss matters, he would be scolded as soon as they met. After the discussion, he would scold him again, but the Minister of Works would often get up and leave quickly. The 6 Yarmans on the same street in Dallas capital city had long opened up a large piece of land, gathering all the Yarmans together and linking them together. As long as the officials of each department had official business to attend to, they could visit each other without any hindrance. In the past, Liu Qingfeng and Guan Yiran, who were also great blasphemy supervisors, could often meet again. As Master Guan's great-great-grandson, Guan Yiran was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't get promoted, and according to the rules of Dallas Court, he wasn't even considered a promotion. Therefore, there were a lot of civil and military officials who were fighting for justice for the Guan family. Liu Qingfeng, who was just a civil official of a vassal state, had been promoted to the Right Assistant Minister of Works. However, Guan Yiran, who was born in Dallas Guan family and was also a military cultivator, was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. Not only that, it seemed that when old Minister Guan left, Guan Yiran deliberately distanced himself from all relations with the Ministry of Appointments. These years, during the holidays, he never took the initiative to visit those uncles who held important positions in the Ministry of Appointments. Even his grandfather's generation, Guan Yiran was very arrogant and still didn't greet them. It was said that there was an old minister who had left the Ministry of Appointments for more than 20 years. Before leaving, he had been transferred to another ministry to serve as a minister for 3 years. He had always treated Guan Yiran as his own grandson. He had been idle in his home in the capital for many years, but Guan Yiran, this heartless little bastard, still didn't visit him. On the 2nd day of the first lunar month last year, the old man was so angry that he waited at the gate of his home for a long time. In the end, he still didn't see the young man who liked to laugh and joke around. The old man was so angry that he hit the floor with his cane and scolded Guan Yiran for being a bastard. When the old man turned around, he complained in his heart that Minister Guan was too cruel. How could he bully his own child like this? In Yinkai Alley, an old man who had left his position for many years was busy with his grandchildren. Anyway, there were a few juniors in his family who were a little promising, so they didn't lose face. Walking in Yinkai Alley and Mara Street, he didn't have to lower his head and shrink his neck. Today, the old man took his grandson for a walk in the garden. The child who had just started to learn to read from the tutor suddenly said to the old man in a childish voice, "Grandpa, we have so many immortals on the mountain, and so many great demons in the wild world. Can't the two sides just fight in the sky? When the fight in the sky is over, the fight on the ground will start. When the time comes to fight, my strength is too weak. I don't want to help. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue short of money? I'll donate all my New Year's money. Doesn't my father often get scolded by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue? If I give money, they won't scold my father anymore, right? It's 20 taels of silver." There was too much knowledge in this, so the old man could only pick some things that the child could understand. War wasn't playing house. Not only were the immortals on the mountain not afraid of death, They also couldn't be afraid of those below the mountain. No one could be afraid of death. Otherwise, it would be a second Tong Yejo. At that time, the two of us will have to move. Maybe we'll really move, bring some belongings, bring some sage books, or maybe we'll move our heads. But the last sentence, what was there to say to a child? Don't talk about the child being scared. Every time he thought of the worst outcome, he would be scared. Should he drink a few mouthfuls of old wine to calm himself down? Now that Dali allowed the officials to resign, half of their family assets would be confiscated. The remaining half, if it was enough to pay for the cross-continent ferry, they could go north to seek refuge in the North Continent. Dali wouldn't stop them. If they didn't have enough money, they could still borrow. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the accompanying cultivators would personally check all the accounts. Those who dared to hide or omit information, as long as it was more than 10% of the family's assets, all their assets would be confiscated. Regardless of age, the entire family would be exiled. Now that Dali was in need of money and manpower, he lacked both money and manpower. For the time being, the various places in the Aquarius continent that had not been affected by the flames of war, Jianghu and the commoners, those who privately caused more than 10 people to fight, without asking for the reason of both sides, would be executed. Cultivators who caused trouble would be executed. Those who didn't deal with the disturbances at the foot of the mountain without the involvement of cultivators and demons would be punished by the local government. Then, the Minister of Justice of the vassal state would be directly sent to the nearest 5 sacred mountains or Crown Prince Mountain. For all the fights that involved cultivators and demons, according to the rank of the sects and immortal mansions, all the immortal mountains would be divided into 3 grades. From low to high, they respectively governed a radius of 300 miles, 1,000 miles, and a radius of 3,000 miles. Regardless of whether or not there were disturbances, as long as the culprit couldn't be caught or killed on the spot, they would be punished. Afraid of an unexpected disaster? Then spread out all the immortal masters on the mountain, day and night to monitor the movements around the entire sec. They already didn't need to go to the battlefield to fight. Could it be that they couldn't even take care of the safety of the area near the entrance of their own mountain? It was better not to be such an immortal on the mountain. All the cultivators of the mountains and swamps in the continent could obtain a patrol token from the 5 sacred mountains, Crown Prince Mountain, and the vassal state's Ministry of Rights. Regardless of their cultivation level, after obtaining this jade token, according to their cultivation level, they could travel freely in their respective territories. They could also help the immortal masters find and fill in the gaps. Once they found something, they could receive immortal money. As long as they accumulated enough shares in the secret archives, they could exchange it for Dallas military merit. At that time, whether they wanted to obtain an official position in the Ministry of Rights of the vassal state or retreat to the North Continent, they would be free. For those cultivators of the mountains and swamps who were unwilling to go to the battlefield, Dallas cavalry and vassal states were not allowed to force them. However, if the gods of the mountains and swamps dared to leave their posts without permission, the vassal state's monarch and the entire Ministry of Rights would be held accountable according to the law. If the immortal masters of the mountain operated privately and removed the names from the records without permission, once Dali and vassal states investigated, the entire mountain's ancestral master hall would be punished, the ancestral master hall would be executed, and the rest of the cultivators would be exiled to the southern sacred mountains. Emperor Dali, Song He. The small court meeting had just ended. He quickly closed his eyes and rested in the imperial study. He would soon receive a group of ministers of the 6 ministries. Each of them had important matters and needed him to make the final decision. Then, he would issue a decree to the Dali court. Song He remembered the words of Kui Dong, who was both a teacher and an imperial tutor. Today, all kinds of Dali Kui Dong were unreasonable and mean to vassals. In the future, if His Majesty changed slightly and relaxed his governance, it would be the future Song clan's popular opinion. He could not let His Majesty lose at least half of the continent's mountains and rivers and not get a few good words in the history books of various countries. In and out of the books, there were good reputation. Rest assured. Dallas vassal state, colorful clothes country, near Yenji County. The haunted house on a rainy night in the past was now a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, an immortal's mansion. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head gently. However, she could not speak of her selfishness and the reasons that she knew were wrong. But she just did not want him to go to Old Dragon City. He comforted her. Was her husband's cultivation enough? It was not even enough to fill the gaps between the big demon's teeth. He was just going to do odd jobs. He would try his best to help out a little to gain peace of mind. How could he bear to go and not come back, leaving you alone? He would come back, definitely. Only then did she nod and gently hold his hand. Anyway, she could not stop her husband if she did not nod. A vassal state that was lucky to be located in the central hinterland of the Aquarius continent, an old master who had closed his door and refused to receive guests for many years actually went out to bask in the sun today. However, the usually elegant old man was actually cursing today, saying that the tyrannical government was so harsh. Those who destroyed my homeland's mountains and rivers were not far from defeat. A group of young ruffians passed by. The leader and a dog-headed military advisor who had been in school for a few years asked, "What is old Master Jiang talking about?" It was rare for him to go out and show his face. Why did it seem like his precious son was beaten up? The educated young man softly said that the old master was scolding Dali barbarians for being too nosy and liked to kill people at the slightest provocation. The young man who asked the question was puzzled. Was the scolding reasonable? The young man who had been educated but could not be considered a scholar was not particularly sure. He could only say that our old Master Jiang was very knowledgeable. Thinking of this, the young man looked at old Master Jiang's back. Old Master Jiang was very knowledgeable, but his son was really not a good person. He liked to gamble, and when he owed money, he would pretend to be dead. There was one time when the gambling house was really anxious, and beat him up and tied him up. It was the young man who went to plead for leniency and paid the debt. This was because one of old Master Jiang's students happened to be his school teacher. He couldn't read it from books, but he still respected the teacher very much. In the past, he had scolded and beaten him a lot. When he was young, he was quite resentful and thought that he was too nosy. However, as he grew older, he felt that he had let down that teacher, so he also respected the teacher more. However, that old Master Jiang's son was really not a good person. He helped out of kindness, but later on, he blamed him. In the end, the leader of the ruffians nodded to himself and said that he was right. Now that they were walking on the road, those official dogs who called them brothers when they treated them to drinks usually looked at them as if they were guarding against thieves. Jinjia continent. Yu Xian was located high in the sky of a continent. The place where he was now was supposed to be the place where a certain Confucian temple worshipped the sages. As for the native Ascendant Realm cultivator, Wanyan Larojing, he was already an Ascendant Realm cultivator, but he was like the old man in the marketplace who was dying of old age. He watched as time passed bit by bit until he died of old age. He was even worse than the old man in the marketplace. As the #1 cultivator in Jinjia continent, Wanyan Larojing had been famous for a long time. However, before he came out of seclusion, he had already been in seclusion for 500 years. Almost every 100 years, there was a rumor that the founding ancestor was about to break through the bottleneck and resonate with the heaven and earth. However, after so many times, no one paid much attention to it. After the North Continent's Fire Dragon Venerable, the South Whirlpool Continent's Chen Chunan, and the White Mountain Continent's God of Fortune, Wanyan Larojing, the Jinjia Continent's Ascendant Realm Cultivator, was once the most promising Ascendant Realm Cultivator in the world. He was regarded as one of the top 10 cultivators in the Central Plains. As for why he didn't go to the battlefield in his hometown where the outcome of the battle was uncertain, he didn't go to the desolate world's Ascendant Realm demons and perish together with them. He didn't want to destroy the demon army in one go. Why did he choose to kill the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in his hometown? Was it because his Tao was severed, and his soul and body were already rotten to the point where he could only wait for death? As a result, his Tao heart collapsed, and his inner demons caused trouble, attracting some otherworldly demons to steal his heart lake? Was it because of the huge restriction of the Central Plains Confucian Temple? Was it because he had been holding a grudge for a long time? Or was it because of the various old grudges that had passed for countless years? In any case, it was destined to become an unsolved mystery that would never be solved. Yu Xian didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. That Wanyan Larojing was a stubborn old thing to begin with. The grudge between the two of them wasn't small. If it wasn't for the annoying old-fashioned rules of the Confucian Temple, Yu Xian would have already crossed continents to visit the Jinjiao continent. Didn't he like to go into seclusion? Then he might as well not come out. Yu Xian lowered his head and looked towards the north of the central region of the Jinjiao continent. He sighed. What a good move by Jiao Sheng. When a scholar's heart was evil, it was truly terrifying. The Tongyi continent's catoptric deflection could be clearly seen in the north-central region of the Jinjiao continent under the old man's feet. What a good move by the Tongyi continent. Yu Xian descended into the mortal realm and didn't dare to travel far with his yin soul. Was he seeking death in the Jinjiao continent, where most of the mountains and rivers belonged to the desolate world? Yu Xian knew some small tricks of the talisman Dao. So what if he was one of the 10 of the Central Plains? That Jiao Sheng even wanted to kill Bai. The Central Plains divine continent, which occupied half of the world, had the 10 of the Central Plains most famous people. The most proud person in the mortal realm was the immortal poet Bai. He was the only one. The other 9 people were roughly divided into 3 groups. They might not be accurate, but they were the most widely spread. Longhu Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master. The cornerstone of all military cultivators. Talisman Yu Xian. Baidi City's Zheng Juzhong. Female martial god Pei Bei. She was a great demon who founded a sect. Mohist's master. He was known as a special existence who could single-handedly take down a city. It was said that as long as one of the 10 wasn't present, any of the 10 of them could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Old Sword Immortal Zhu Shenji. Huayin. This list naturally avoided the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains. There were also the 10 of them. However, the busybodies were noisy and annoying. Even Yu Xian felt that it was too boring. The Holy Ancestor. Ritual Sage. Secondary Sage. Bai Yi. Eastern Sea Monastery's Daoist Temple Head. Longhu Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master. These people were the ones that the talisman Yu Xian, who was a great cultivator at the peak of the mountain, recognized. Other than that, there were ups and downs. The 10 of them plus the substitutes had different opinions. Everyone had their own selfish motives and preferences. For example, the secondary sage swordsman Alliance. His sword intent was at its peak, his sword Dao was supreme, and his sword was the most magnificent. Another example was the literary sage's second disciple. His sword arts were the best in the world. Yu Xian realized that the Ascendant Realm Great Demon had already run away, and the 2 young martial artists were fine. Yu Xian was a little worried. What? Did he really have to return to the Central Plains with his tail between his legs? Only by killing or seriously injuring an Ascendant Realm Great Demon that wasn't at the 14 thrones would he feel better. As for the Fuyao continent, Yu Xian really didn't want to get involved. The water was too deep. Yu Xian, am short. Yu Xian couldn't decide what to do, so he decided to chat with the 2 young martial artists to ease his mind. He didn't expect Cao Ci to smile. After cupping his fists and thanking him, he took his leave. He looked rather calm and composed. But the tanned and charming young lady was more courteous. Not only did she cup her fists to thank him, she did not immediately leave. Yu Xian couldn't help but look towards the south. The Fuyao continent was no longer the vast world, and had become the territory of the savage world. Bai Yi, maybe you don't mind being in the vast world, but the other party's 6 beasts were stepping on your own territory. The 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent seemed to be illusory and useless, but the most profound part of it, ordinary people might not be able to see it, but how could Bai not know about it? 10% heaven's luck. One side was weak, the other side was strong. The Aquarius continent's cultivators that had no chance of winning suddenly had a 10% chance of winning. Was it important? Evenly matched, 50% chance of winning, became 60% chance of winning? Was it important? 90% chance of winning, became 100% chance of winning? Wouldn't the cultivators of the demon race tremble in fear when facing him? Bai Yi's sword landed in the Fuyao continent. This was no different from choosing to be alone, waiting for the encirclement. But the number of great demons surrounding Bai Yi, and their cultivation, even Bai Yi would be surprised. But Bai Yi, being surprised was just being surprised. It would not hinder him from using his sword. Hui Clan's old man was someone who liked to take advantage of others, and wanted to gain fame, so he went to the South Whirlpool continent where Chen Chunan was stationed. Zhu Shunji, that bad-tempered old man, left the Central Plains Divine Continent and rushed to the Fuyao continent. How was it? Was he a hero? Very heroic. In the Fuyao continent's mountain cave, killing demons was painful, very satisfying. Then what? Gone. One of the 10 of the Central Plains, gone just like that. Bai Yi made Hui Abacus go from the bottom 10 to the 9th. When Zhu Shunji was alive, what did he say? As long as I am alive, I will always sit at the 9th position. Even if you give me the 8th position, I will not want it. I want that Hui Abacus to be at the bottom forever, to shit and piss on his head. 6 great demons. What if there was a 7th? Bullshit. There definitely was. At the northern ferry of the Tongyi continent, Zhu Mi silently pinched his fingers. Fuyao continent. Good name. Just right for Bai Yi. Liu Cha would be the 7th. Liu Cha was indeed on his way to the Fuyao continent, and he did not deliberately hide his sword qi. In the eyes of the cultivators at the peak of the South Whirlpool continent, he turned into a beam of sword light and flew away. Mr. Zhu had previously given this bearded ranger of the wilderness 2 choices. He could cooperate with the Dragon Monarch and kill a junior at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Or he could go to the Fuyao continent and send Bai Yi off. A swordsman sending off a swordsman. Compared to Bai Yi dying tragically under a spell, he would die a more meaningful death. If he liked to stand out, then he would be killed. Zhu Shunji was only the first. The Ascendant Realm Wanyan old Jing who had lost his mind was on the other extreme. It was indeed as the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had said, at the ruins of the inverted mountain, he had announced to the world that they would not be free for long. Who told the cultivators at the peak not to be free? Of course, it was the Confucian rules. The most hateful thing was that the higher the realm, the heavier the restrictions. When Ascendant Realm cultivators left their continent, they had to greet the Confucian temple sages who were in charge of the sky screen and obtain permission to travel across continents. Not to mention the savage world, even in the green underworld where Taoism was the dominant sect, would there be such a rule? However, in the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended, there were all kinds of rules to restrict immortals and Ascendant Realm cultivators. Liu Cha chose the second option. In the wilderness, he did not contribute much because he respected Chen Qingju and those sword cultivators. After all, he could not go to the vast world and ask Chen Chunan for a sword and not attack a few times. Bai Yi was the same as Alliance. Liu Cha wanted to ask for a sword the most. So what if he could not ask for a sword alone? Liu Cha wanted to do something, but in the end, he could not do anything. Mr. Zhu finally said 2 sentences. The first sentence was, "Please remember where your hometown is, Mr. Liu." The second sentence was, "Moon-bearing mountain invites Liu Cha to attack." Apart from this, Mr. Zhu was also scheming against Chen Chunan and the entire South Whirlpool continent. Zhu Shunji died, and Fuyao continent and Tongye continent fell into the hands of the wilderness. Only the South Whirlpool continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, still had few battles. Once Bai Yi died in the Fuyao continent. Then what about the mellow scholar Chen Chunan? The South Whirlpool continent now had the Hui family's patriarch and one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lu Ji, who could hold the line. Chen Chunan was very leisurely. What a noble and mellow scholar he was, sitting calmly on the fishing platform. Zhu Mi stopped his mental calculations and lightly shook his sleeves. He smiled at Kui Shi and said, "Let's wait for left and right to strike Xiao Chuo with their swords." As a student, I'll take half of Mr.'s life before going to the Fuyao continent. Kui Dong remained silent. It was something that Zhuozhuo would do. If Zhuozhuo did not do it, the old scholar would force Zhuozhuo to lower his head and attack. Kui Dong's gaze was on the south of Ju-Mi. Soon, a towering tree and a majestic tower would be erected there. The old scholar gave him something and Liu Shiliu helped him take it to the Tongye continent. Taoist temple, Tongye continent, Wutong tree. You calculate your own, I calculate mine. I, Kui Dong, do not care about your calculations. Not to mention Bai Yi's life or death, I don't even care about the old scholar and Zhuozhuo's life or death. Not to mention Chen Chunan, who was born of the secondary sage. Which one does Kui Dong need to worry about? However, I, Kui Dong, will return the favor. Let's see if you, Jiao Sheng, dare to not care and if you cannot care. People were dying on the three fronts of the continent. Dali Imperial Tutor remained calm. Other than controlling the Beko Keikyang building and killing the great demon with his flying sword, he only explained the subtleties of the 100 schools of thought to the Confucian disciples. Other than mental calculation, he also asked questions and answers with the Confucian scholars. For some reason, a high-spirited Confucian scholar from the Lakeview Academy mentioned that there were no borders in the world. Kui Dong said indifferently, "Fuck no borders." The whole place was silent. The one who said this was not Kui Dong Shan, but the imperial tutor Kui Dong. In the Fuyao continent, Bai Yi wielded his sword and left a remote school far away from the flames of war. He listened to an old master use a strong local accent to teach and dispel the doubts of a young child. Bai Yi looked around and smiled indifferently. He wondered if the plum trees and flowers in his hometown were white. It turned out that after father and mother left, they traveled far away. The scholar Bai Yi had a clear conscience in this life and a clear conscience. Then, Bai Yi left. (722). In the ruins of the Jinjiao continent battlefield, a short and skinny old man with white hair and purple clothes with a wine flask tied around his waist stood barefoot on the tip of an iron spear that was inserted into the ground. Yu Xian looked around. Corpses of elite soldiers and qi cultivators were everywhere. There were also piles of corpses that were supposed to be built by the beasts of the demon race for the skeleton throne so that Bai Ying could make use of these skeletal ghosts that had been reduced to puppets to push northward and take over the remaining territories of the Jinjiao continent that was no longer capable of fighting a decisive battle. Bai Ying was indeed the most deserving of death among the 14 throne demons. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. She had already wreaked havoc in the Golden Armor continent. Once this beast reached the central divine continent, how terrible would it be? It was a pity that he was a step too late. He could not stop the crazy Wanyan Laojing and could not take the opportunity to take down Bai Ying. Actually, Yu Xian's purpose of crossing continents was to put aside his grudges with Wanyan Laojing and help the Golden Armor continent hold on for a few more days. Yu Xian admitted that his talisman skills were indeed enough to suppress Bai Ying's skeleton army. After all, Yu Xian did not have much, but he had a decent number of talisman. Winning with numbers. In addition, Bai Ying did not look like someone who was good at fighting. Yu Xian felt that since his life was not in danger, as long as he did not learn from Zhu Shunji, it would not be a big problem to join in the fun. But at this moment, Yu Xian was standing on the tip of the spear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The old man tugged at his beard and was even more worried. Bai Ying was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the Fuyao continent to kill Bai Yi. Did he want to be in a favorable position? It was just that he did not know how this throne demon, who did not seem to be good at fighting, was feeling. Was he as worried as Yu Xian? After all, to kill Bai Yi, he had to pay a price. Yu Xian looked at the little girl who was slowly walking over and stopped a little further away. The old man smiled and said, "You're called Pei Qian, right? You're famous. You look like Cao Ci. Young people like you can scare us old farts to death. Very good, very good." Pei Qian had been looking left and right. She stopped and cupped her fists. Then she asked, "Old immortal you, can I clean up the battlefield? If possible, at most 5 minutes. Half an incense stick will do." He could kill a pure Jade Realm demon cultivator with a flick of his finger, and this old senior was dressed like this. Pei Qian recognized him with a single glance. He was the talisman of the Central Plains, Yu Xian. Pei Qian felt that although he had missed out on Sword Immortal Ju, he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. His master had once mentioned Yu Xian and admired him greatly. For an old immortal that even his master admired to be willing to come alone to the Golden Armor Continent's battlefield, Pei Qian felt that he had missed out on Old Immortal Yu, but he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. This battle had not been in vain. Back then, Pei Qian had asked his master whether the yellow paper talisman on his forehead was more valuable than the talisman that old Yu had painstakingly drawn. At that time, his master nodded and gave Pei Qian an extra bowl of fish soup. Actually, at that time, Charcoal had already eaten her fill. When she took the bowl with a bitter face, he didn't know if he was right or wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of these things from his childhood. He felt that he had let Old Immortal Yu down. It wasn't about which talisman was more valuable, but that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and casually called him Old Yu. Therefore, Pei Qian finally had the honor of meeting him in person and was especially respectful. Moreover, this old senior's state of mind was just and honorable. He was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky and the stars shining brightly. Pei Qian had only glanced twice before and didn't look much. After roughly determining the inclination of the people in that scene, Pei Qian didn't dare to look much. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Are you afraid that Bai Ying is hiding among them? If not, she would have run away long ago. At this time, no bastard dares to come and die. Don't worry. Not to mention 5 minutes, even 2 hours won't be a problem. However, little girl, what are you doing here? You're a pure martial artist. Although your realm is high, you can't handle these corpses properly. Let me do it." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed, but he still said honestly, "Old Immortal Yu, I want to take some items from those demon cultivators to exchange for some divine money." Yu Xian was stunned for a long time. Such a young pure martial artist. He felt like he was only a little bit behind Cao Ci. So he was actually asking him if he could pick up money? Was he that bad when he was only a little bit behind Cao Ci? Actually, it was very scary. Moreover, he was a little girl much younger than Cao Ci. Yu Xian almost asked shamelessly, "Little girl, do you have a master? If you don't, I know a little about fist techniques. Why don't you take me as your master?" As for whether she knew fist techniques, he would kidnap a disciple first. However, Yu Xian was very clear that such a young genius must have a good master. Yu Xian laughed and said, "Don't worry about picking up money. I'll keep an eye on her for a while." After a while, he would make a decision. Anyway, Bai was not that easy to kill. Pei Qian received the Old Immortal's decree. He cupped his fists and smiled brightly. He took out an ancient seal from his sleeve. Then, he gently stomped his foot and shook the brightest treasure-light objects on the mountain from the corpses of some demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he kept them into the object close to him. Pei Qian swept over. Wherever she went, she would step on the ground. Within a radius of a few miles, only the items on the demon cultivators would be uprooted from the ground. Then, she would accurately guide them with her fists. As if they were guests, they would all be brought into the mansion close to him. She had borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zaishi. Later, she borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zhumai. She did not gain much from the previous few battles. After all, the battles on the battlefield were tragic. Survival was the most important thing. Pei Qian did not dare to be distracted. Today was the only exception. However, the ruins of the battlefield could be said to be full of heavenly treasures and immortal items. Pei Qian still planned to leave after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. She could not delay the old immortal any longer. Yu Xian seemed to be standing on the tip of the spear, looking towards the south towards the Fuyao continent. However, he was actually paying attention to the female martial artist behind him, who was picking up scraps. He wanted to see if she kept her promise to only pick up the treasures on the mountain from the demon cultivator's corpse. If she accidentally picked up the wrong one, Then don't blame this old man for being careless. Very good. The little girl had a good eye for picking things. She was also very careful in doing things. Since that was the case, no matter how many opportunities there were, they should be taken by her. As long as she could see them and take them away, the little girl could make a fortune. Of course, Yu Xian did not care for these items that were too ordinary. Moreover, he was at most cleaning up the corpses of the battlefield to prevent them from becoming a problem in future battles. How could he be in the mood to make money? Moreover, Yu Xian had never worried about money or his natal items in his entire life of cultivation. He had always relied on his own ability to make them come uninvited. What's so good about being a pure martial artist? Why don't you join my sect and learn my Dao techniques as a talisman? You don't even need to use your fists to kill people. One must know that in the central divine continent, there has always been a saying that killing people with immortal aura, talisman of Shen. Little girl, have you heard of it before? Are you tempted? You can be tempted. It was a pity that the little girl's eyes were only shining. What a greedy person she was. She did not know that the real immortal money was right in front of her eyes. Exactly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That Pei Qian returned to the place where he had stopped and cupped his fists again. He thanked old immortal Yu and took his leave. Yu Xian nodded. The little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that brat Cao Ci. The old man had also made up his mind. He would go and take a look. He would only go to the Fuyao continent to take a few glances and throw a few talisman. If he could not win, then he would run. Pei Qian, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath. Before he left the battlefield, he looked at the corpses that were destined to be unable to be buried. Even if they were buried, it would be meaningless. Pei Qian bit his lips and said in his heart, "Everyone, take care." Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The earth trembled and rippled, shattering the corpses of many Earth Immortal Realm demon cultivators. After Yu Xian heard Pei Qian's thoughts, he smiled slightly and stepped lightly on the tip of the spear. The old man landed barefoot. The long bridge flipped and caught up to Pei Qian like an immortal riding the wind. It was neither fast nor slow. It was neck to neck with Pei Qian. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the long spear with the golden talisman engraved on it. It was the life weapon of the unpolished Jade Realm demon that old immortal Yu had killed. Pei Qian turned his head and shouted, "Old immortal Yu's reputation is not in vain. No wonder my master would say that the talisman is unparalleled. The talisman's Dao is mysterious. It is like the gathering of rivers into the sea. It is a myriad of phenomena. It is even more amazing in the central divine continent." Pei Qian felt a little guilty. His master had not said that before. He did not know if his words were too flattering. If only his master was here. He would definitely know his limits. Pei Qian did not dare to look at the mortal world. It turned out that his master was not the only one who was not by his side. It did not matter. She had temporarily taken in an anonymous disciple. He was a little mute who did not like to talk and did not speak much. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Pei Qian found the child at the top of a mountain. He was still squatting on the ground habitually. Cao Ci and Sister Zaishi stood side by side. They were both dressed in white and looked like a pair of immortal couples that had walked out of a painting. After Pei Qian landed, she called our man. The little mute who did not want to say anything just looked up at her and then lowered his head again. Pei Qian looked at Cao Ci and felt a little helpless. Until he saw the confrontation between Cao Ci and an ascendant realm demon. Cao Ci was at a disadvantage, but she was not in a difficult situation. Only then did Pei Qian know the truth. It turned out that Cao Ci still did not use her full strength when fighting on the battlefield in the past. Killing demons, saving people, punching, strength, trajectory, pulling back, and punching again. Every punch was just right. Cao Ci seemed to be able to predict every punch, so there was no need for her to fight first. After Pei Qian and Yu Feng left, Yu Xian stroked his beard. No wonder the little girl was so polite. It turned out that she had a good master who taught her carefully. He did not know how old she was, but she actually had such steady knowledge. Yu Xian restrained his smile and disappeared in a flash. He went all the way south and traveled across continents. He muttered, "If I die, I die." The old man was all alone. He only had the talisman to accompany him. Hao Ran saved Bai Yi, the talisman Yu Xian. Fuyao continent. Bai Yi was alone with a sword. Dressed in a green robe, he flew to the sky. The mountains and rivers of the continent under his feet had become a big world of formations. From the sky to the land, everything was shrouded in the fate of the wilderness. With the coast of the continent as the border, it became a huge cage to detain, suppress, and kill Bai Yi alone. Bai Yi did not care. As long as the battlefield was far away from the human world, Bai Yi was not used to seeing too much. The final battle of his swordsmanship in this life was like a poem. How could it be like this? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. Bai Yi hovered with his sword and looked around. He was not at a loss. The only regret was that Bai Yi did not want to owe anyone. It was just that this sword that had accompanied him for many years could not be returned to Daoist son of Da Shendu Temple. This celestial sword was called Tai Bai. This was the first time Bai Yi met Daoist Sun and the celestial sword Tai Bai. It was also the first time Daoist Sun traveled the vast world to relax. Daoist Sun gave Bai Yi the sword as a gift at first, but Bai Yi was unwilling to accept it. Daoist Sun changed it from a gift to a loan. The reason was that the celestial sword's name clashed with the color of the peach blossoms in his temple. It was difficult for him to get lucky. The celestial sword Tai Bai was a perfect match for Bai Yi. I'll treat it as marrying off my daughter to Hao Ran and get a son-in-law. It's not a loss at all. From this, it can be seen that I only split the big and small profits. There were only 3 people who could make Bai Yi feel that he owed them. The patriarch of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage, Sun Huaizhong. His close friend Jun Qian. Teacher Wen Sheng. Grand ancestor of Moon supporting mountain. Wen Haiju. Swordsman Liu Cha. Bai Ying. Yang Ji. Fei Fei. Yuan Shou. Yao Jiao. Huang Luan. Lotus Nunnery Master. Niu Dao. Kie Yun. Dragon Lord. 5 mountains. There used to be 14 thrones in the wilderness. Now, that was a matter of the past. At the end of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Lotus Convent matron, who had refined half a moon, had already been killed by Dong Sangeng. Not only that, he had also slain the greater demon and the moon. It was said that the greater demon Yellow Luan, who had refined countless immortal cave abodes and pavilions, had been killed by Alliance and sword immortal Yarrow Chongdao. As a result, its cultivation realm dropped continuously and it had no choice but to change its physical body. It was reduced to the nascent soul realm, living a life worse than death. As for the first throne greater demon that had perished in Hao Ran in the Fuyao continent, it had changed its name to Dazzling Armor. In the words of the old scholar, it liked to flaunt its wealth and hated such trash the most. It was an existence that had killed countless mountain and river deities in the Fuyao continent to make up for the loss of its great Dao at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Bai Yi had delivered 3 strikes and finally killed it at the ruins of the inverted mountain. The first strike was to send the guest away from the Fuyao continent to avoid harming the innocent. The second strike and Dazzling Armor could be considered to be traveling the sea together to return the favor to the wilderness. The third strike, Bai Yi, was also the most powerful. It could be considered to be a memorial to the sword cultivators who had died heroically at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Actually, Bai Yi should have delivered 1 or 2 more strikes to truly kill Dazzling Armor. However, at that time, someone had made a move and suppressed the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestors' heaven and earth transformation mystique. Otherwise, Bai Yi would not have minded traveling with his sword. It was a good opportunity to see the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi that still belonged to Hao Ran. At this moment, Bai Yi was hovering in the middle of a sea of clouds above a continent. The sea of clouds beneath his feet was the withered skeleton greater demon Bai Ying's natal technique. It was filled with the surging resentment of vengeful spirits. Countless white bones, skulls, and arms wanted to surge towards Bai Yi, but they were all dispersed by Yi's noble spirit without needing to use his sword. Bai Ying no longer sat on his skeleton throne. He stood up. Beside him stood a powerful sword attendant who had the appearance of a dragon monarch array master. Great Demon Wu Yu stood on top of an ancient deity's corpse that floated in the air. He extended his hand and grasped a long spear that pierced through the skull. Thunder rumbled. 5 colored lightning surrounded the long spear and Great Demon Wu Yu's entire arm. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the continent. It made Wu Yu look like the supreme deity of the Thunder sect had returned to the mortal world. There was a 3-headed and 6-armed giant sitting on a cushion that was covered with golden books. The sword scar on his chest was only half wiped away after passing through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He deliberately left the other half. He wanted to wait until he personally destroyed the Ascension City under the 5th heaven before he could completely wipe away the sword scar. The great demon Yang Ji, who wore an emperor's crown, wore a black dragon robe. He had a human head and a dragon's body. Around his huge body, there were many Ascension Realm cultivators with Peeper in their arms. Coincidentally, his old friend, Yuan Shou, who had crossed the continent at the same time, caught them and chewed on them like soybeans to treat his injuries. In the battlefield at Old Dragon City, Yuan Shou had suffered many flying swords from the North Continent's sword cultivators. Although it did not hurt the foundation of his great path, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the great demon True Body was tough. Once he was injured, he would not be afraid of Ascension Realm opponents who were not sword cultivators. However, now that he was facing Bai Yi, Yuan Shou and Yang Ji were not polite. Yang Ji did not mind this little loss. Both of them had to recover to their peak combat power. Yuan Shou was still hovering on his sword. He carried a long rod on his shoulder and a string of beads that were refined from many mountains in his hand. Now, there were many more beads in his hand. They were all from some of the big mountains in the Tongyi continent. In fact, it was not a matter of whether they had a chance of winning or not. It was a sure win situation. Whether it was Liu Cha from his own camp, or Alliance who returned from the Outland to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or even Bai Yi, they would all end up the same way. The only thing that concerned Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, or rather, all the great demons, was whether or not one of the 6 of them would die, and which one of them would die was the most important. Bai Yi's last sword strike in his life was bound to drag one of them down with him. Even if he could not kill anyone, he would end up as a yellow phoenix, which was equivalent to death. A burly great demon dressed in golden armor looked no different from a human, but he was 100 feet tall. The ancient golden armor on his body was both a cage and a shelter. The golden armor was on the verge of shattering. Streaks of golden light that were as thick as water flowed out of the stone stream like a stream. His alias was Niu Dao, which was an extremely vulgar name. He was different from the other sovereign stage great demons who stared at the vast world and took what they needed. His true target of revenge was still in the Qing Ming Tian, not even the Beko Keikyang building. It was a young old fellow who liked to stay in the Lotus Grotto Heaven to observe Dao. The only great demon who did not like to reveal his true body was the unusually handsome Kie Yun. He had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Therefore, he appeared exceptionally small and was roughly the same size as the scholar Bai Yi. Bai Ying, 5 mountains, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou, Niu Dao, and Kie Yun. They came from different battlefields and different locations. In the end, they were all present in the Fuyao continent. The 6 great demons who surrounded and killed Bai Yi were all sovereign stage great demons. The Lotus Monastery Master, Huang Luan, and Yarou Jiao, the 3 great demons were already history. However, there was now Xiao Chuo, who was in a rather high sovereign position, and 2 more ascendant realms who were not so popular. The last 2 new sovereign stage great demons were actually not taken seriously by the previous sovereign stage great demons. They were just there to make up the numbers. For example, in this encirclement that was unprecedented and perhaps would never be repeated in the future, Zhu Mi did not let them show up at all. Bai Yi smiled and said, less than half of the new 14 sovereigns came to the Fuyao continent. Are you looking down on me, Bai Yi? Kie Yun twirled a strand of hair at his temples and said with a smile, These are words that only the Holy Master can say. Bai Yi shook his head and said, there are some words that the Holy Master may not be able to say. The meaning behind his words was naturally that there were some words that only he, Bai Yi, could say in the world. The 6 great demons did not speak. They probably had nothing to say. Bai Yi reached out and gently held the hilt of his sword. He said doubtfully, what are you all standing there for? Just come and kill Bai Yi. You don't dare to kill? Then I'm going to kill a demon. He unsheathed his sword. The immortal sword was too white. The sword light was too white. Suddenly, there was only light between heaven and earth. The first mountain-river restriction in the Fuyao continent's sky canopy that belonged to the wilderness completely collapsed. A torrential rain of 7 colors, all of which were sword chi formed by Bai Yi, smashed towards Yunhai and the 6 great demons. At the northern ferry of the Tongyi continent, the teachers and students of the Wilderness's Sea of Literature lineage, a total of 4 people, were taking a walk together. Zhu Mi was in a good mood. It was rare for him to talk about some old matters with his 3 direct disciples. After leaving the central divine continent, Jiao Sheng wanted to become the Wilderness's Sea of Literature. Zhu Mi naturally, he had to pass through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. At that time, the scholar who boasted that he would bring peace to the human race was still unwilling to give up on his hometown. Therefore, he found Chen Qingju, the eldest sword celestial who had nothing to do all day anyway. At this point, Zhu Mi smiled knowingly. You can say that it was a fake imperial edict. At that time, he claimed that he had a tacit agreement with the vice leader of the Confucian Temple and the chancellor of the Learning Palace. As long as the tens of thousands of sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were willing to help and follow the Chi cultivators of the vast world to attack the moon-bearing mountain of the wilderness and open up a new territory for the vast world, the sword cultivator's identity as a condemned disciple for 10,000 years would become a thing of the past. The Confucian Temple was willing to give out a piece of blessed land for the sword cultivators to rule over. From then on, both sides would not interfere with each other's business. A young blind man with a scholarly aura said, in terms of sentiment, reason, and the general trend, the Confucian Temple should make such a sacrifice. No, they should make such a sacrifice. Zhu Mi's last disciple, Zhu Qinggao, was now the last disciple of Zhu Mi. The teacher said that the world was changing, and many good words would turn into bad words. Just like the name Lofty, the original intention was good, but what about the world now? Then, as the last disciple of Zhu Mi, you should strive to turn this name into a good word in everyone's heart. Zhu Mi smiled and said, of course, I have to promise Chen Qingju that at least half of the sword cultivators will survive when the war ends. Otherwise, the scholars, including Jiao Sheng, will easily regret their decision. Zhu Qinggao asked curiously, what did that sword immortal boss say? Chen Qingju likes to walk on the city wall with his hands behind his back. I walked with him for a few miles. Chen Qingju smiled and said that this matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you can convince the Confucian Temple and a few sword immortals other than me, I won't have any problems. I'm the previous penal official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I've been in this position for more than 100 years. Of course, I used an alias. Chen Qingju also helped me to hide my real identity. You won't be able to guess it, right? Zhu Mi smiled. For some reason, although Chen Qingju was surprisingly easy to talk to, it seemed that from the start, he did not think that he could succeed. The sword immortal penal official smiled and said, I really can't guess. Liu Bai suddenly asked, Teacher, why is Bai willing to wield a sword and guard the Fuyao continent alone? The teacher only laughed. He did not explain anything to this direct disciple. Zhu Qinggao could only help the teacher and senior to explain patiently, Senior, do you think that Bai died for nothing? Zhu Qinggao shook his head and said slowly, yes and no. Yes and no. When Zhu Shenji was in the Central Plains, he was the old immortal in the hearts of almost all the Qi refinement warriors, especially the native sword cultivators. He was one of the 10 in the Central Plains. Although his ranking was not high, only 9th, he was still regarded as invincible in the sword. In the end, after he was killed by a sovereign great demon, many people in the Central Plains began to fight for the old fortune teller Huayin, who was at the bottom of the 10. Many people even felt that Zhu Shenji was an old trash who did not live up to his name. What sword immortal? Perhaps even if he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in that barbarian land, Zhu Shenji might not be able to carve his name. Once Zhu Shenji died, Wanyan Laojing betrayed him. If it were you, who is already in the Ascendant Realm, would you want to get involved in this mess? Isn't Bai's swordsmanship better than Zhu Shenji's? Killing that sovereign with 3 swords to avenge Zhu Shenji? Then what will happen if Bai dies? But the problem is, if Bai does not go to the Fuyao continent, who can go, who dares to go? Whether it is the Fuyao continent or the Tongyi continent, is it the place to decide the fate of the world? Liu Bai was actually not stupid. If not, he would not have become Wooden Clog's right-hand man in planning matters. He nodded and said, in the end, we still have to look at the situation in the Central Plains. As long as the vast world can defend itself, it will be in an invincible position. We will be in trouble, very troublesome. Many of the accumulated first-mover advantages will gradually become hidden dangers, big and small, and will surface one by one. Sai Chen suddenly said, Bai should quit while he is ahead and return to the Central Plains. He has opened up a brand new world and has already done a lot of good deeds. Killing a sovereign with a sword is enough to have a clear conscience. It's time for someone else to take the stage. Zhu Qinggao shook his head and said, if Bai also thinks like this, then the vast world will be easy to fight. Liu Bai admired this last disciple that Mr. had just bestowed a name to. Now, he was her little junior brother. Back then in the Jioshan tent, Liu Bai had already admired the military camp leader Wooden Clog strategizing. Now that they were in the same sect, Liu Bai felt even more inferior. On Mr.'s side, Zhu Qinggao was never timid, as if he was never afraid of saying or doing wrong things. When talking to his senior brother, Sai Chen, he was not at a disadvantage at all. It was definitely not intentional. In terms of words, his junior brother must win against his senior brother. Zhu Mi smiled and said, you guys are still thinking too lightly. Don't think that just because the Great Wall of Sword Qi has stopped us for many years, that your world is not strong. Yes, it's fine if you think so. As for Mr.'s hometown, this vast world, it's even better if everyone thinks so. That's great. Only a few, like Xiao Hu and Bai, would dare to be the only one sober when everyone is drunk. Most people are afraid of this. If those idiots at the foot of the mountain are annoyed, then the temper of the immortals at the foot of the mountain is not small. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was too difficult to take down. It was a bad thing, but also a good thing. After taking down the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be easy to take down the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent. The morale on the battlefield would not fall, but instead rise. Also, the South Swirl continent would be taken down sooner or later. They had to destroy the Gold Armor continent and the Aquarius continent. If not for the fact that Zhu Shenji wanted to die, he would have to die. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to the Fuyao continent situation. Furthermore, this guy was stubborn and did not retreat. I was prepared to give him a chance to become famous. But later on, Bai also killed a sovereign with 3 swords. Bai did not even have a chance to use his sword. Because Zhu Shenji had severely injured a sovereign with 1 sword even earlier. From this, it can be seen that the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are all like ants. Look at our Central Plains divine continent's Zhu Shenji, who is only 9th. Doesn't he only have a total of 14 sovereigns? Our old sword immortal Zhu only had 1 sword immortal in the Shanshui cavern. His sword immortal took care of 1. Therefore, this battle was actually very easy to fight. Those demon beasts used up half of the world's strength, but so what? They were not worth mentioning. Therefore, we were only lucky to take down 2 continents. Therefore, the Central Plains Confucian Temple was too cautious. The scholarly sages made a big fuss over nothing. They were too unwise and irresponsible. It was laughable, too disappointing, too sad. Liu Bai listened with his mouth agape. Zhu Mi shook his head lightly and looked towards the Central Plains divine continent. He smiled and said, the world has not changed. It will always make people laugh until their tears dry. The strong do not care about right and wrong. At the same time, they must have no worries. As long as the strong are strong enough, they can sit firmly at the top. Words and actions, even if they are silent, everything is reasonable. Even the world will help them reason. Ju-mi smiled and said, "I will die in vain." At that time, the world will only see the truth with their own eyes. The most proud Bai Yi of the human world was killed by Liu Cha of the savage world with one sword. That's all. Previously, everyone was not afraid at all. Now, I want all of you to be scared to death. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, people were used to fighting and killing. They died when they wanted to. How could the world that had enjoyed 10,000 years of peace be compared to the savage world? When it comes to mobilizing the power of the entire world on a large scale, you people are scattered across the vast world. Each of you can play with your own mud in your own homes. Ju-mi laughed loudly. Then, he straightened his clothes and shook his sleeves. He took the initiative to open the heavenly fate restriction of the continent. He bowed to the heaven and earth and said loudly, "The holy teacher, my hometown has made scholar Jiao despair for too many years. Now, it's time for me, Ju-mi, to disgust all of you." Above the sea of clouds in the Aquarius continent, Shu Ruo asked, "This Jiao?" Kui Dong said, "He's just putting on an act. He's hiding something." Ju-mi turned to look at the Aquarius continent, "Only Xiao who knows me best." Ju Qingao only asked one important question, "What about the Confucian temple?" Ju-mi smiled and said, "Why is it so important? My hometown is not a reasonable place." Ju-mi was a reasonable person. Therefore, he had already spoken for the Confucian temple. He had already pointed out why the Confucian temple in the Central Plains was so restrained. Jiao 12 strategies for peace. Which strategy was not to prevent the Confucian temple from what happened today? Which one of them was not the root cause of the current situation? Even the gentleman and the sage could not be the imperial tutor of the Confucian temple, the ruler behind the scenes. Even the emperor could not be a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore, they deserved to suffer today. The Confucian temple asked for it. When people had to die on the battlefield, how could the sage, the gentleman, and the sage reason with them? Would they bring a few books of the sage to those who were about to die and talk about the sage's principles in the books? Back then, the righteous world did not listen to them. They shelved the 12 strategies for peace that I painstakingly wrote. Now, let's listen and think more about it. It's a pity that there's only one Kui Dong. It's a pity that Xiao who will die. Not only will he die, but his name will also go down in history. Even if the righteous world wins the war, it will still be the same. The Confucian temple has given the world too many paths to take. It has given the world too much freedom. However, it will only make people feel that they are not free. It's far from enough. Very good. If you want pure and unrestrained freedom, I will give you Yushan. The only principle is that the strong are respected. This is what the savage world has always believed in. It's not what I, Ju-mi, said. Ju-mi quickened his pace. The 3 students tactfully let the teacher walk by the beach alone. The official stopped and looked at the battlefield at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Imperial concubine Fei had sent the god of plagues and the 2 passers-by to the old dragon city. It seemed to be effective. Ju Qingao and Liu Bai turned around and walked slowly. Ju Qingao was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said, "Senior sister, do you know which hidden official you like?" Liu Bai was dumbfounded. She laughed and scolded, "What? Wooden clog, are you crazy?" Ju Qingao also stopped and laughed, "Who's crazy?" "No one is crazy." Liu Bai's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." Ju Qingao continued to walk. "Rather than worrying that the hidden official will be my future inner demon, I might as well open up my heart and admit that I like him. Firstly, Chen Pinggan will definitely die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if I take a step back and say that Chen Pinggan doesn't die, senior sister actually knows that she is destined to never be able to personally take revenge on him in this lifetime. Then the hidden official will always be on the path of cultivation, waiting for Liu Bai. The more you deceive yourself, the more opportunities the hidden official will have. Secondly, not only do you have to like her, but you also have to really like her. Then, Liu Bai only needs to have a thought in his heart. In the future, he will personally ascend to the city to let the culprit who killed Chen Pinggan know one thing. Chen Pinggan likes Ning Yao, but it is not as good as Liu Bai. Liu Bai was sweating profusely. He did not move to catch up with his junior brother. The official and Zhu Mi laughed in their hearts. Teacher has accepted a good disciple. Zhu Mi smiled. It is normal for a senior brother to not be as good as a junior brother, but don't come too early. Zhu Qinggao is different from you senior brothers and senior sisters. He truly admires the Great Wall of Sword energy, and he yearns for that young hidden official. Hence, his rejection of the vast world is much heavier than all of you. At the same time, he has a greater chance to become the Chen Pinggan of the wilderness. Only when he is like him can he surpass him. As for that Fei Ran, she has her own path to walk. She changed her name to Chen Yin because she was bored after reaching Tongyi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran does not need to become someone else. Teacher is in a good mood today, so I will say a few words to you in advance. There are some young people in my heart that I have high hopes for. Other than you, Zhu Qinggao, Fei Ran, and you Sai, Tan Tan? There are a few more. There are about 10 of you, less than 20 young people. I'm looking forward to your great Dao accomplishments. Believe me, it will not be low. I will go find Kui Yu and bring her to see that Wutong tree and that Yarrow suppressing building. The official, you and junior brother will help to keep an eye on the old Dragon City battlefield. The official accepted the order. Teacher is meticulous, thorough and meticulous, and conducts himself well. Junior brother is noble and virtuous, and conducts himself well. The old elementary scholar staggered as he sat in the sky of South Po Suo continent. He was not far away from a sage of Right's lineage. One did not want to speak for the time being, while the other was waiting to speak. Anyway, the old elementary scholar beside him would definitely speak, and no one could stop him. You sages have always been lonely since ancient times. It's been hard on you. As expected, the old elementary scholar coughed a few times. Since he was at the unification of the 3 continents, he could not spit out real blood, so he just treated it as a cough to moisten his throat. He first complained about how hard it was for others, then complained to the sage, "It's not easy for me either. Forget about the Confucian Temple's merit book, it's not that big of a deal. However, you have to give me an extra credit first. In the future, when the Confucian Temple quarrels, you have to stand on my side and speak up for me." The Confucian Temple's sage nodded and said, "Let's talk about it as it is. I have said exactly what I should have said, sage of literature. As for what I shouldn't have said, it's useless even if the sage of literature makes a scene here." The old elementary scholar sat cross-legged and beat his chest, feeling wronged. "I'm not as magnanimous as your teacher. No wonder there's no prefix in front of the word sage. Look at me, you should learn from me." The sage said straightforwardly, "I've seen a lot. I can't learn from you." The lineage of the Sage of Rites in the Confucian Temple had always been the closest to the lineage of the Sage of Literature. Otherwise, the Grand Chancellor of Right's Learning Palace would not have hoped that Maro Xiaodong, who was not a direct descendant but was a registered disciple of the Sage of Literature, could stay in Right's Learning Palace and focus on his studies. The supervisor of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gentleman Wang Zai, who was from Right's Learning Palace, would not have taken the initiative to speak ill of Chen Pinggan, who was not a hidden official at that time. In the end, he even took the initiative to ask Chen Pinggan for a seal with the seal script, "The sun shines in the day, and the moon shines in the night." He did not even regard Chen Pinggan as an outsider and asked Chen Pinggan to sign his name. The old elementary scholar sighed. What a boring person. If he was not too lazy to go far, he would have changed to a more sensible and witty person to chat with. The Confucian Temple in the central region had a total of 72 Sage of Right's Learning Palace. These Sage of Right's Learning Palace were responsible for guarding the sky canopy of the 9 continents year after year. They had to watch over the brightest lights in the world day and night. They had to suppress the actions of all the Ascendant Realm cultivators and prevent them from leaving the continent without permission. They also had to monitor the whereabouts of the immortals and their indiscriminate use of supernatural powers to prevent harm to the people in the world. For example, the Tongya continent and the Fuyao continent had 3 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. The Aquarius continent had only 2 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the smallest continent. As for the South Hassa continent, it had 4 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the closest to the Inverted Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There was 1 Sage of Rites Learning Palace in the Fuyao continent. He had a good temper with the old elementary scholar and was relatively talkative. He joked with the old elementary scholar in private that he saw the lights of praying and making wishes in the world from afar. They rose up one by one and were getting closer and closer to him. He really felt that the beauty of the world had reached its peak. It was because of the sage's words that the old elementary scholar had the humorous comment of sitting on wax. It was the old elementary scholar's unique skill to be able to take bad words seriously and say good words seriously. As for being able to say nice things in such a weird way. Bullshit your mother. I, the old Shotsai, am a scholar with a scholarly reputation. Who would he say anything bad about? The old elementary scholar asked, "Do you have any wine? There is always an endless supply of good wine in the world. You can borrow 2 pots from any rich family. Let's drink. Remember, don't pick the divine wine from the immortal mansion on the mountain. I'm not a picky person." The sage shook his head. The old elementary scholar hit his palm with his fist. "Then I'll go find Chen Chunan to drink some wine later. I don't even need to borrow it." Alas, look at how things have turned out. It's as if the scholars of the Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as generous as those of the Sage of Secondary Learning Palace. Blame me. Blame me. It's hard to absolve myself from the blame. Fortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would definitely punish myself by drinking 3 cups. The sage said, "If the sage of literature says so, then so be it." The old elementary scholar immediately laughed. "If you stand upright, your heart will be full of noble spirit. No wonder you can be a sage above Chen Chunan. The other Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as impressive as you. The only imperfection is that you are a little stingy with some small things." The sage said, "If I remember correctly, someone almost put a sack over a registered disciple and threw him into the School of Rites Learning Palace. Before doing so, he even encouraged him that if one day he really became a Sage of Rites Learning Palace, he must go to the South Po Suo continent to oversee the sky screen. Must he help his teacher vent his anger?" The old elementary scholar waved his hand vigorously in denial. "Impossible, impossible. Maro Xiaodong respects his teacher the most. He would never betray his teacher." It was unknown whether he was denying it or admitting it. The sage said, "Maro Xiaodong drank too much at the Grand Chancellor's place." He said it as if his teacher was still as elegant as ever. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "That makes sense. That makes sense." The sage suddenly looked into the distance beyond the mountains and rivers of a continent and asked, "Sage of literature, can we win? Can we save people from dying?" The old elementary scholar thought for a while and answered, "Since we can't do more, you should think more positively." There were still some sages in the Confucian temple who, at the cost of their cultivation of the Great Way, searched for broken secret realms in the long river of time. Then, they placed them on the map of the vast world, either waiting for the fated person or waiting for the right time. In the end, they would become the newest paradise or blessed land in the vast world. He would never occupy the Confucian temple. There was once a vice-hierarch who joked that there was no need for the sage's principles to compete with the world for benefits. In the past 10,000 years, the biggest gain was, of course, the discovery of the fifth heaven. The discovery of the traces and the stabilization of the path were credited to a certain sage who had quarreled with the old elementary scholar the most and embarrassed the old elementary scholar the most during the battle of the third and fourth heaven. Only when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi showed up together did the sage feel relieved and passed away. The sage only smiled at the old elementary scholar when they met. The remaining sages who accompanied the sage of literature, some of them all, some of them only half. They were so strange and resolute that they went to a faraway place where they would never return. They accompanied the Sage of Rites for hundreds, thousands of years. Therefore, the old elementary scholar, who loved his youngest disciple the most, never said a word for his last disciple when it came to the faraway journey. However, when he was in the fifth heaven, he met his last disciple, who had gone through untold hardships to find his wife. She was a wonderful young lady, Ning Yao. She was an old elementary scholar. He almost burst into tears in front of his good friend, Bai Yi, and a junior. Indeed, it was hard to talk about such hardships. It was even harder for his last disciple to go through such hardships alone. It was rare for the sage to take the initiative to speak. He even smiled and told the old elementary scholar about an old friend's story. Actually, compared to them, it was not that long ago. But now that he thought about it, it seemed to be a long time ago. My good friend passed by this place in the past. Before he returned to Tongya continent, he scolded the sage of literature a lot. The old elementary scholar scratched his head and then crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sneered and said, "It's not like I'll lose some meat if he scolds me. If I take it seriously, even if I'm not the sage of literature, I would have wasted tens of thousands of sages' book." The sage smiled and said, "My friend's last sentence was, 'The cold pig's head meat in the Confucian temple is delicious. Anyway, the old elementary scholar can't eat it. If he shamelessly goes to the Confucian temple one day, he can steal a few pieces from him." The old elementary scholar slapped his knee and said, "Let's eat it. Who's afraid? Can it be called stealing when a scholar steals cold pig's head meat?" In the past, the old elementary scholar had a rare stern face and ruthlessly scolded a young disciple who never had to worry about his studies. The old elementary scholar told a young boy that it was a matter for the future. "Little Chi, today, I'm angry with you for the first time. Listen carefully, I have to raise my voice. You're not allowed to cry. Okay, the truth is that it's not about your voice. Is cold pig's head meat that easy to eat? Is it that delicious? It's best if you can eat it. If you can't, then don't eat it. You can't be a sage just to eat pig's head meat. What's wrong with being a gentleman and a headmaster of the academy? Why don't you have lofty ambitions?" The old elementary scholar did not come up with the idea of eating cold pig's head meat, but he really carried it forward. Many sages would occasionally mock themselves and be willing to take the initiative to mention this saying. Is it that easy to be a sage? The old elementary scholar once said that in the Confucian orthodoxy, it's easy for a gentleman to die, but difficult for a sage to die. The old elementary scholar only said half of his words. Is it that easy for a sage to die? Why is it that the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen, the dignified sage of Confucianism who accompanies the Confucian temple, is already considered an extremely knowledgeable scholar in the world? Even the sage of Confucianism can use Confucianism's supernatural powers. For example, the headmasters of the 72 academies in Fuyao continent and Tongya continent, the sage of Confucianism, and the scholars who no longer have the chance to flip a page of the sage's books can still kill their enemies before dying. Then why is it that in the face of the large-scale invasion of the wasteland, the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen can only integrate their fate into the world of one continent? This is the most that those pitiful sages can do. Does that old thief Wanyan old Jing know? Of course, does he care? Not at all. Do those who silently criticize or curse the Confucian temple in the Central Plains for not making any contributions know what happened to the sage of Confucianism, the headmasters, and the Confucians of the Three Continents Academy? Do they care if they know? Not necessarily. They want people to be heroes, but they also talk about winners and losers. For example, the old friend that the sage beside him mentioned was the sage of Tongya continent who allowed Du Maro to go to Old Dragon City. The old elementary scholar cursed and scolded. If it wasn't for the second sage who stopped him at that time, he would have beaten him up. So what? The Confucian temple in the Central Plains didn't have cold pig meat to eat. Relying on the many years that he presides over the sky screen and still concentrating on his own knowledge, he was able to eat incense from the Confucian temple again. He even wanted to return to Tongya continent. Not only did he want to die, but he also wanted to come early. As for that fellow's true body, He followed the Sage of Rights to protect the vast world and fought against the remnants of the ancient gods. Should the old elementary scholar give him a thumbs up? Yes, he should. Under the heavens, a Baekhyang building was created to suppress the otherworldly demons. Under the Lotus World, a Western Buddhist kingdom suppressed countless of the most stubborn vengeful spirits. Under the vast world, it seemed to be in charge of targeting the demon race in the wasteland. It was far more than that. As the most important enclave under the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword energy and tens of thousands of sword cultivators guarded this place for 10,000 years and restrained the demon race in the wasteland. If the Great Wall of Sword energy stood for 10,000 years, wouldn't the Confucian Temple be safe for 10,000 years? Would they just watch from the sidelines? Why didn't the Sage of Rights, who was the second deity of the Confucian Temple, appear in the Confucian Temple? He didn't even say anything about the battle between the third and fourth deities. There were thousands of reasons, but the biggest one was that the external threat was too great. Distant worries were never far away. All the Sage of Rights who presided over the sky screen were in the outer world. They followed the Sage of Rights to fight against the remnants of the ancient gods. Only their yin spirits were left in their hometowns. They were half dead and had to preside over the sky screen as a pitiful god. Otherwise, why would the ancient gods who invaded the sky screen as guests under the vast world be in a daze for 10,000 years and obediently serve as the door gods for the vast world? The old scholar said, just like what you said just now, tell the truth and judge the matter as it is. Your friend has really benefited the world by virtue of his moral essays. He has done a pretty good job. I don't say this in front of you, I say the same thing to my disciple. The sage nodded and said, I like the Sage of Literature's principles the most. In fact, other than the sage's principles, the words of the old scholar left a deep impression on the Sage of the sky screen. He was a very old scholar, not a sage of literature. Those who don't get along with me are bad people with rotten hearts. Those who have a conflict with me are enemies with no redeeming qualities. Those who don't have the same literary heritage as me are blind scholars. Who the hell am I? Back then, the old scholar was in the Confucian Temple. He seemed to be talking about himself first, but he was talking about everyone else later. The old scholar turned his head and asked sincerely, since you admire my knowledge and my character so much, why don't you become my disciple? The sage said indifferently, I'm a few hundred years older than the Sage of Literature. Besides, I believe the Sage of Literature knows very well whether the Sage of Rights line is good or not. The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, oh you're too shy. I have a good relationship with your Sage of Rights. It'll be fine if you change your school. I might even praise you for your good taste. Even if the Sage of Rights doesn't praise you, I'll have to praise you in front of him. I've really taken in a good student who doesn't have any prejudice against his school. The sage didn't reply. The old scholar was famous for his love of climbing up a pole. If he didn't have a pole, he would chop bamboo and firewood to make one himself. Even if he was facing the Sage of Rights or even the Sage of Literature. Even if he was facing a country bumpkin or a schoolchild. The old scholar coughed lightly. In the secluded areas of the two continents where people didn't go, in the human world that hadn't been completely stripped of its great fortune, there would be strange phenomena. Clouds would rise and fall, or water would rise and fall. As for the South Surrey continent, with the sage beside the old scholar, the fortune of the mountains and rivers would disappear as soon as it appeared. The old scholar smiled and said, "You're tired. My guest isn't a good one." The sage shook his head and said, "Anyway, I don't have any wine to entertain the Sage of Literature." The old scholar asked, "You're not chasing me away, are you?" The sage nodded and smiled. "If the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it." The old scholar sighed and said, "It doesn't feel good to just sit and wait for death, does it?" The sage shook his head and said, "It's better than the Sage of Literature. I don't have to suffer." The Sage of Literature only left the yin spirit to guard the sky and stabilize the fortune of the mountains and rivers. It was a helpless act by the Confucian Temple, but also a fortunate thing for the human world. Since ancient times, the lonely sages didn't have a real body, they were purer and more compatible with the way of heaven. The old scholar stood up and left, cursing. He staggered and quickly disappeared. Anyway, the chi cultivators in the world were all impassioned and full of righteous indignation. They scolded the sages for being good people who only knew how to give their heads to others. The old scholar's words didn't make much of a difference. The sage sighed. Xiao Chuo drew his sword and fought with his left and right. The old scholar didn't just need to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. If it was an ordinary ascendant realm cultivator, he would have swallowed the mountains and rivers to make up for his lack of great Tao. The sage looked down and saw that the Chen Academy, which was a collection of great achievements in the world's memorial archway, was arguing again. Now, there were many Confucian scholars in the various imperial academies of the central divine continent. Even the 72 academies were speaking up for justice. It was as if they were willing to sacrifice their identity as Confucian scholars to scold the sage of literature for not doing anything. They were so muddle-headed that it seemed like they hadn't even touched a single military book. They actually allowed the Tongye and Fuyao continents and half of the Jinjia continent to fall into enemy hands. How does the central divine continent need to build a battle line? The central divine continent can't even defend two small places like the Tongye and Fuyao continents. As long as the Confucian temple's sages all come out, the 10 people of the central divine continent will assist them. If 10 people aren't enough, they can add on 10 backup people. With the mighty UPU and the Immortals' help, those barbaric beasts of the world, the 14 thrones and whatnot, will all be easily destroyed. There was a young woman wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She listened quietly at a gathering of Confucian scholars for a long time. Regardless of whether they were right or not, she would listen first. It was just that after hearing so many words, she also wanted to ask a few questions. Thus, she found a Confucian scholar and asked, "Are you going to ask the Ascendant Realm cultivators and the Immortals to come out? The Sage of Literature and the Sage of Rites will take action. What if they are still unwilling to come out? After all, people will die in war. The Ascendant Realm cultivators of the Tongye continent are all dead. They cherish their lives and fear death. I think the cultivators on the mountain are the same as us. After all, the purpose of cultivating on the mountain is to attain Tao and achieve immortality. I don't even need to mention the Sage of Literature. Who dares to disobey the Sage of Literature's rules? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Kill a few to establish dominance. Then the rest can only follow unwillingly to the battlefield. In the end, as you said, they all bravely went to their deaths and died in a faraway land. Aren't the words of the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain circulating now, saying that the great cultivators of the world are not free? Will they really be free when the time comes? For example, will they just switch to the wasteland? When the time comes, they will have to fight against the wasteland and prevent their own people from rebelling. Will it be very difficult? The key is the hearts of the people. The higher the position of the people and matters, the higher the view. Similarly, the higher the view, the more the people below the mountain will see the actions of the people below the mountain. In the eyes of the people below the mountain, what about the hearts of the people in the central divine continent? The hearts of the people? In this chaotic world, what does this little bit of hearts count for? Those who do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we win a great battle, the hearts of the people above and below the mountain will naturally change. Of course we have to care. The wasteland, from the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, to Ju Mi, to the entire Jiazi tent, has always been scheming against the hearts of the people. For example, didn't Ju Mi say that when they reach the central divine continent, the wasteland will only demolish the Confucian temple and the academy and leave everything else untouched? The dynasty will remain the same, the immortals will remain the same, and everything will remain the same. The moon-bearing mountain won't monopolize the additional authority of the Confucian temple. They are willing to sign a contract with the immortals of the central divine continent. They plan to share a continent with all the major sects of the central divine continent. The precondition is that the ancestors of the upper 5 realms won't help either side and will only watch from the sidelines. As for the immortals below the upper 5 realms, even if they go to the battlefields of the various continents to kill demons, the wasteland won't punish them. Look, isn't this the hearts of the people? Why are you talking about this nonsense? How dare you talk about the hearts of the people above the mountain? Do you still care about the righteousness of a scholar? I heard that you're a student of the Cliff Academy. You're really short-sighted. You don't have much benevolence, righteousness, or morals in your heart. Aren't I talking about the facts with you? Shoo shoo shoo, don't be so noisy. What does a woman know? Here he is. The Confucian scholars of the Central Plains who were studying in the academy went to other places and continued to talk loudly with their fellow Taoists. They were high-spirited and full of mettle as they pointed out the world. If it were embroidered Tiger Quidong, he would have detained all of them and sent them to the battlefield in the north of the Golden Armor continent on a few intercontinental ferries. I don't care if you really want to die or if you're just fishing for fame. Li Baoping, who had traveled to the Chen clan alone from the central divine continent, couldn't help but sigh. He took off his wine gourd and secretly took a sip. It's so tiring to talk to people. Regardless of whether I'm right or not, you should at least listen to what I've said. It's not like you're all wrong just because I said something right. The old scholar went to the human world. Inadvertently catching a glimpse of that red robe, the old scholar was in a good mood. He planned to chat with Chen Chunan for a while before going to meet with Little Treasure Bottle. On a cliff near the water, the scholar who had changed from carrying the sun and moon on his shoulders to the sun and moon hanging in the sky did not even turn his head. Liu Cha went to the Fuyao continent. Xiao Chuo is still blocking his way. The old scholar lamented, the little girl with 2 pigtails looks cute, but she's not cute at all when she does things. Chen Chunan smiled and asked, you really don't hate Xiao Chuo at all for what she did? The old scholar said, it's all because she's a living person. As for other things, they'll do as they should. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the responsibility first before you can talk about correcting it. Chen Chunan said, left and right are the most difficult. The old scholar nodded and said, it's different inside and outside the book. Scholars are always in a difficult position. Chen Chunan made a sound of surprise and joked for the first time, is the old scholar going to start scolding? If you want to scold, don't just scold the line of the sage of literature. Remember to scold the scholars from the other lines of literature as well. The old scholar said, the first few pages of the old almanac are the ones I borrowed from the old man. Do you want to hear about it? Not to mention you, even your teacher might not know as much as I do. You're someone who only likes to read the books of the sage and doesn't care about what's going on outside. You don't like to ask about those trivial things. That sage of ours is very reserved. Looking at his posture, it's as if he wants to burn a stick of incense for every page he turns. He's not tired, but in my eyes, he's really tired. Chen Chunan raised his hand and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old scholar. The old elementary scholar shook the unusual wine pot. The wine inside was even more miraculous. The old elementary scholar frowned and threw it back to Chen Chunan. You can keep the fate of the mountains and rivers here. I don't lack this little bit. The old scholar said, I don't have enough strength right now. Help me cover it up a little. If there's a mistake and the secrets of heaven are revealed, it's all your fault. Chen Chunan immediately helped to isolate heaven and earth. As long as it was a serious matter, the old scholar would never hesitate. The old scholar looked at the big water outside the stone cliff and told Chen Chunan some of the old almanac. 10,000 years ago, the human race climbed the mountain and even reached the sky. They either destroyed the heavenly court or killed or expelled those high and mighty existences. Those existences who regarded the human race as the source of incense and wantonly controlled the life and death of the human race became a thing of the past. In fact, when that moment really came, almost all of the human race couldn't believe that they had really won. From then on, it seemed that the human race was responsible for establishing eternal peace in the whole world. The demon race, which had existed before the human race, had made mistakes and made contributions. In fact, they still had a deep grudge against the human race. In the end, they were still given a quarter of the world, which was later called the wasteland. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, but the products were the most barren and the spiritual energy was relatively thin. After that, The sword cultivators who had made great contributions were moved to the area of today's Great Wall of Sword Chi after an earth-shattering civil war to build a high city. The three ancestors appeared one after another, and in the end, they worked together to build the Great Wall of Sword Chi into a large formation that could ignore the weather of the wasteland and stand tall. Chen Chunan asked, "Those ancient sword cultivators didn't hesitate to break off relations with all the factions. What was the reason for this?" "I only know that if the sword cultivators didn't split internally, it's hard to say what the world would be like now." The old scholar sighed and said, "What else could it be? Sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world and have killed the most deities in the heavens." One group of sword cultivators was arrogant and felt that the ruins of the celestial court that the ancestors of the three sects didn't want anyone to touch should be sealed up. That group of sword cultivators felt that of course it should be occupied by them. They promised to kill all the deities that fled far away so that others wouldn't have to worry about them. The other group of sword cultivators led by Chen Qingdou, Dragon Monarch and Guan Zhao felt that it shouldn't be like this and that they should move to a bigger human territory to rest and recuperate. In the end, that was the result. They fought fiercely again, and the world was almost turned upside down again. Although Chen Qingdou's group of sword cultivators didn't make a move, the founding ancestor of the school of the military had long been on the same side as the sword cultivators. "We were so close to winning." Chen Chunan asked again. At that time, the human race won a Pyrrhic victory and didn't worry about the remaining sword cultivators. What if? Although Chen Qingdou and the other sword cultivators didn't make a move, there were so many seeds of hatred. Sooner or later, they would grow into a towering tree with sword aura. As long as Chen Qingdou, Guan Zhao and the others went back on their words, or if the sword cultivators had a conflict with other humans, they would definitely make a move. "That's why," the old scholar said helplessly, "that's why they became felons." Isn't that pitiful? Of course it's extremely pitiful. But you have to know that in the past, the remaining sword cultivators might not even be felons. Look at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Did the Confucian Temple restrict them at all? Back then, a military school's second founding ancestor who had lost his wife said that these arrogant fellows had the closest temperament to deities and would be a huge problem. Didn't the previous group of sword cultivators refuse to be controlled? They felt that they had made great contributions and wanted to occupy the ruins of the heavenly court. Very well, they weren't deities and wanted to be the new deities. The remaining ones changed their minds and joined the battlefield to make a move. Since that's the case, why don't both sides just fight for a few hundred years and see which side gets wiped out first? That's easy. Only in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years can the world be truly peaceful. Chen Chunan came to a realization. The old scholar waved his sleeves gently. "Watch carefully." Some of them were said by the old man himself, while some were from my own imagination. But when you add them together, it's not too far from the truth. Chen Chunan glanced over and saw numerous ancient figures standing by the banks of the great river. On the banks of the river, the figures seemed to be close to each other, but also seemed to be very far away. An old scholar stood by the river, seemingly enlightened by the passing of time. A wooden-looking monk stood on the opposite bank of the river and looked over. A young Daoist priest sat by the river and was washing his face with water. A green bull lay beside him. Then the young Daoist priest looked up and smiled at the old scholar and Chen Chunan 10,000 years in the future. A burly man in armor and holding a saber with both hands frowned and said nothing. But he was murderous and looked at a young man with a sword on his back who was closest to him. This was a discussion on the banks of the river. Only the sword cultivator was present. His name was Chen Qingdu. In addition, there were two demon ancestors who participated in the discussion. One of them was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wasteland. The other was Bai Zi. Beside Bai Zi stood a middle-aged man in a green robe. It was the Sage of Rites. Further away, there were several majestic figures with boundless ancient intent. But they were relatively blurry. Even Chen Chunan couldn't see their faces clearly. In the farthest place from everyone, there was a tall figure who seemed to be pulling up a head of black hair. The old scholar said, Chen Qingju's first sentence was so tough that it seemed like he was holding up the world with his backbone. Just one sentence. Chen Qingju said to fight, and he fought. It was as if the young man with a sword on his back really said that on the bank of the largest river of time in the world. The old scholar pointed at the burly man with a saber in both hands. He held the saber in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. Very good. Further away, Bai Ziyi wanted to speak, but the Sage of Rites gently pulled on his sleeve and shook his head, indicating that there was no hurry. The tall figure in the farthest place was blurry, but his voice was cold and clear. I'll help Chen Qingju. The monk on the opposite bank shook his head. The young Daoist priest sighed. Can't you see the true enemy of the great Tao? Even if he was only looking at a time scroll from 10,000 years ago, even if he knew the final result, Chen Chunan couldn't help but feel heavy. The old scholar chuckled. Next, it's time for us old men to take action. Magnanimous, magnanimous, how magnanimous. Do you think my heartfelt words were just flattery? No way. Chen Chunan saw the old scholar, who was also the great sage master of the world, wave his hand and then walk to the side of the young man with a sword on his back. He gently pressed the hilt of the sword and looked up with a smile. I'll take care of the sword cultivators. I'll swear that no matter what the sword cultivators do in the future, no matter who they fight, the Confucians will bear all the consequences and responsibilities. The monk on the opposite bank put his palms together and the Daoist priest on the bank nodded. Then the old scholar withdrew his gaze and smiled at the young man. Chen Qingju, believe me. In the future, I'll give the sword cultivators an explanation. I can't say how good it will be, but I guarantee it won't be bad. Chen Qingju, if you don't believe me, then there's no need for trouble. You just have to fight as you please. I'll protect the sword cultivators of the world. I've long been used to this. Chen Chunan suddenly became serious. This mellow scholar's expression became more and more solemn. He bowed to the great sage master from 10,000 years ago. He bowed to the true sage in Chen Chuanan's heart. The tall figure in the farthest place said indifferently, it's best if you fight. If you don't, I'll go to your territory in the future. The old scholar put away the painting of time. There was no more figure in the water outside the cliff. This was the truth and the truth. Otherwise, who could define the sword cultivators who were best at killing as felons? Because it was everyone other than the sword cultivators. Not only the human race, but also the two demon race ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't something that the sword cultivators were completely reasonable. The sword cultivators' scabbards couldn't control their swords. The Daoist cultivators' Daoist hearts couldn't control their Daoist techniques. In the future, no matter how many thousands of years passed, the human race would only be a muddy pond. In the past, the gods were high up in the sky and treated all the humans on the earth as puppets. Would the human race be free of worries in the future? Would they then start killing each other? At that time, the two leaders who represented the demon race in the meeting actually had a huge difference of opinion on the matter of the migrating sword cultivators. One approved, the other didn't. But since it was divided into the wastelands, they didn't say much. However, the leader of the wastelands who approved of turning the sword cultivators into felons definitely didn't expect that the felons would be stationed in between the wastelands and the vast lands. After all, compared to the sword cultivators who were part of the human race, the enmity between the demon race and the human race was more complicated. At that time, the two demon race ancestors who were in the meeting at the riverside were the current master of the moon-supporting mountain and Bai Ziyi, who was later suppressed in the majestic town tower in name. Why were there so many remnants of the ancient gods who had been quiet for 10,000 years suddenly appearing all at once? And why were they all coming for the vast lands? Not to attack the Beko Keikyung building and not to trample on the moon-supporting mountain in the wastelands. Because the vast lands took in all the sword cultivators, the first two scholars took up the responsibility to preserve the legacy of the sword cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the vast lands and the wastelands would just be two separate worlds at most. Why did they have to go through the extra step of having a great wall of sword chi to kill people for 10,000 years? Why did they have to make the vast lands and the Great Wall of Sword Chi hate each other? No matter what, since the Confucians dared to talk about this, They had to pay the price and endure 10,000 years of attacks from beyond the heaven. All the accompanying sages who were in charge of the canopy of heaven had separated themselves from the great path. Their real bodies had gone beyond the sky, following the Sage of Rights in the battle against the evil. Only their yin spirits were left in Howren's hometown. Wasn't it the end of the Tongyi continent's gentleman, Zhongkue? It was a long time ago. The remnants of the ancient gods who could escape this calamity, other than those who were once supreme, had their golden bodies completely dissipated, or were forced to reincarnate as humans. As for the rest, there weren't many, but which one was easy to deal with? Why was Chen Qingju willing to go to the moon-supporting mountain with his sword? It was to return a favor. Why was he willing to defend the city for 10,000 years? It was to win an upright explanation for the sword cultivators from the Holy Master. Otherwise, wouldn't Chen Qingju be a piece of trash in your eyes? A huge piece of trash. Back then, during the meeting at the riverside, he didn't dare to use his sword. He didn't dare to die just like that. The human world was destroyed. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was cut into two, but he didn't even use his sword. Boss, a sword cultivator, was inferior to a teenage sword cultivator in the lower 5 realms. The old scholar sat on the stone cliff and glanced at the sky canopy. Then, he said softly, I once asked the old man why the sages did this and made such a huge sacrifice, but he didn't say a word. The Confucian temple seemed to be hiding something on purpose. Only those righteous people who were candidates for the position of sages knew the inside story, so that they could make a choice early on whether they wanted to be a ghost or not. I was really anxious at that time, so I asked the old man, let's talk to the world about our hardships and the difficulties of being the head of the family. Let's try to reason with them. Whether or not you can take it in and remember it, let's at least try it out. At the very least, we can let the ingrate know that he is an ingrate. You know how the old man answered me. The old man stretched out 3 fingers, not 3 sentences, but 3 words. Why? Chen Chunan asked doubtfully, what do you mean by the words the Holy Master? Was the Holy Master blaming and demanding of all the sages, or was it inevitable that he would be disappointed after merging with the Way for 10,000 years? Or was there some other deeper meaning? The old scholar said regretfully, you know that I'm good at reading people's expressions, but the old man was expressionless at that time, so I couldn't guess the answer. Chen Chunan said, the sages were willing to give the world more freedom, which was what Jiasheng hated the most. He wanted to separate the heaven and the earth again. The most outstanding cultivators were in the heaven, and the rest were on the earth. Compared to the vast world in the past, the strong had the greatest freedom, and the weak had no freedom at all. The strong in Jiasheng's eyes had nothing to do with one's temperament. The old scholar stood on tiptoe and patted Chen Chuanan's shoulder. It's not easy for you to be criticized behind your back, but you're almost catching up to me. Good, good. I'm your brother, and you're my brother. We're good brothers, no wonder we can chat together. The cultivators of the central divine continent who were inextricably linked to the Tongye continent, Fuyao continent, and Jinjia continent, as well as the various dynasties, noble clans, and immortal sects, were all staring at the battlefield in the South Swirl continent. In the end, they were all watching Chen Chunan alone. Those who were reasonable kept it in their stomachs, while others were already pointing fingers. Some even spoke openly. The old scholar said softly, die, die, die. Why don't you come to the South Swirling continent to die? Why don't you go to the Jinjia continent to die? Why don't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to die? Why don't you go to the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent to die? Why don't the 10 people of the central divine continent die? Why don't the 10 people of the vast world die? Why don't the Confucian temple's vice-chancellor and chancellor die? Why don't the sages die? And you, Chen Chunan, why don't you die outside the South Swirling continent? The old scholar said helplessly, many sages have already died. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. You guys should at least give Chen Chunan a chance to die a worthy death. All of you are F**king dogs, 100 times more F**king than Alliance. When the time comes for the South Swirling continent to be destroyed, oh, shut up. In fact, I won't shut up anymore. I'll start by saying that Chen Chunan is a piece of trash and that he will die sooner rather than later. I'll start by saying that Chen Chunan is a sinner of the Confucian lineage and that he deserves to die. It's a good thing he died, or he would have let down the quasi-sage lineage and the Central Plains Confucian temple. Chen Chunan seemed to have expected this, and he wasn't disappointed. He just smiled and said, "Our quasi-sage lineage has the most sages in the Confucian temple. Of all the Confucian lineages in the world, the quasi-sage lineage was indeed the most prosperous." The old scholar nodded. "That's why you guys die more often, and the burden is heavier. That's why I won't bicker with you guys." There was one good thing about the old scholar. He recognized good things. Whether it was good principles or good people, he recognized them all. Right and wrong were separated. The people who couldn't stand being wronged the most were scholars who only chose good things to read, good things to listen to, and profitable things to learn. Whether it was Jiao Sheng of the vast world or Zhu Mi of the savage world, there was one thing they were right about. The Confucian temple of Confucian temple did care too little and spoiled them. Nowadays, many Confucian scholars of the quasi-sage lineage were more noble and would scold anyone who made a mistake. Even the mainstay of their own lineage, the mellow scholar Chen Chunan, dared to scold him and was willing to scold him. Chen Chunan didn't mind at all. Instead, he helped many people out. He smiled and said, "Those who think this way and dare to say this publicly are actually not bad. After all, your heart is for the vast world. Once you read more in the future and broaden your horizons, you'll be different. I've always felt that the more young people read, the wider their horizons are. Generation after generation, the better. I have no doubt of that. Look at Wanyan Larojing. Other than having a higher cultivation level, what else can he compare to? As for Mr. Naylan of the Central Plains, his sect is in an awkward situation because of his background and the fact that there are many demon cultivators. He's not much better off than me, but he's still tolerating it. So, what you said about old people being crazy and young people being calm isn't completely correct. The same principle also depends on the person, place, and timing. Your reasoning is ridiculous." The old scholar laughed angrily. If it weren't for a large group of gentlemen and sages who worked hard to stop them and explain the reason, there would have been a huge fight between the cultivators on the mountain and the cultivators outside the mountain just because of the death of a demon chess piece. Chen Chunan suddenly said, "There are still too few old scholars in the world. Otherwise, it would be much better." Only the old scholar could invite Bai Yi to open up the fifth world. He could invite Bai Zi to not help either side and even take out a map of the ancestors' search of the mountains and give it to the South Hassa continent. It was rare for Chen Chunan to speak up for the old scholar. Unexpectedly, the old scholar didn't appreciate it. He stomped his feet and said, "Old man, you're right. Why? Why did Zhu Shunji have to go to the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent? Why did the talisman Yu Xian have to take the risk to leave the central divine continent? Why did Zheng Juzhong of the White Emperor City go to the Aquarius continent to accept disciples and conveniently pass by the Luxure pit? Why did he have to pinch his nose and bring people to the South Hassa continent to lose money? Why did the only son of the second sage have to lie down at the foot of the moon-supporting mountain? Why did my disciple have to go save Bai Yi when she was about to slash her own teacher? Why did Lu Ji chase after Liu Cha without saying anything? Why didn't Zhon Long go to the Pearl Grotto Heaven? Why did the fire dragon Zhenren have to guard the bridge above the sea? Why would the Taoist temple be willing to take out a life iron ring? Why did the old monk in chicken soup take the initiative to enter the game? Why did Bai Yi travel with his sword and finally feel proud for once? The old scholar sighed. Of course, the common people have a clear conscience. They never know what happens on the mountain or in the sky. We can't be harsh on them. He asked again, then what about the cultivators with enough vision? What about those who see everything but turn a blind eye? Chen Chunan answered, this is the freedom that the Confucian school gives us. If we're willing to do this, then we'll accept it and don't complain. The demons of the desolate world were like a starving person who barged into a rich family's house. They wanted to eat their fill and survive. If they were too slow, they would be killed by the demons behind them. If they were afraid of death on the battlefield, their entire family would die. Would the Confucian Temple and the Confucian sage of the Central Earth do this? Would they dare? Would they be willing? Would they be willing? Would it be appropriate? Only the Aquarius continent was the most willing and dared to compete with the desolate world in terms of ruthlessness, meticulousness, and calculation of people's hearts. Some of the sage's teachings were temporarily placed in books. How many peak cultivators in the world heard the words of the moon supporting Mountain Grand Ancestor? How many of them actually listened? In any case, there was definitely more than one traitor of the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Larojing. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "I want to complain. I can't bear to scold the common people, but there are some peak cultivators who are even more scheming than Old Man Huai, especially those bastard scholars in the Confucian orthodoxy. Their brains are full of water. I'll spit on their faces one by one. I have to admit that those who cultivate the Tao are already different from the rest. There are good and bad." Chen Chunan was silent for a long time before saying, "Human nature is evil." The old scholar was not happy at all when he heard this. Instead, he said, "The nature of the mind is divided into two and the human heart is inclined towards kindness. The young people of today are very different. There's still hope for the future." Chen Chunan finally smiled and said, "The current Confucian sage disciples and students are all very powerful. On the other hand, my quasi-sage branch is being scolded because of me. Are you secretly happy?" The old scholar patted Chen Chuanan's sleeve. "I'm not that kind of person. It's not good to judge a scholar with the heart of a sage." The old scholar couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Look, you're secretly happy? There's no such thing." The old scholar's figure flashed as he went to look for little treasure bottle. Chen Chunan was about to ask. The old scholar's hoarse voice resounded in Chen Chuanan's and lake. "Wait and see." The seemingly empty Confucian temple of the Middle Earth rippled slightly. The square of the Confucian temple was already shattered. On the opposite side of the Flood Dragon ravine, a huge whirlpool appeared under the feet of a grey-robed elder. At the peak of Mount Sway in the Middle-earth Divine Continent, a burly golden-armored mountain god cupped his fists and said, "Greetings to the holy teacher." An old scholar smiled and said, "Mount Sway is the highest place in the world. I'll be borrowing your territory for now. Sorry for disturbing you. Remember to send all the living beings to the Crown Prince Mountain. There might be a bigger commotion later." The golden-armored deity cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." The old scholar said helplessly, "You learned it from that scholar?" The golden-armored deity smiled and did not disturb the holy teacher and the others. He went directly to the foot of Mount Sway. The old scholar sat cross-legged and took out a book from his sleeve. He spoke telepathically to the Sage of Rights from beyond the heavens, "Unlike you, I haven't fought in a long time. I'm sorry." When the old man took out the book, the golden-armored deity standing at the foot of Mount Sway felt his shoulders sink. Not only that, but the entire Mount Sway had also sunk by several feet. In the outer heavens of the vast world, a middle-aged scholar dressed in green robes was using the law phenomenon technique. He held his hands in the air and protected the entire vast world with his own strength and etiquette. The sages of the Confucian temple who had traveled to this place were fighting against the remnants of the ancient deities. The situation in the outer heavens had never been so dangerous in the past 10,000 years. A deity that was as majestic as the Sage of Right's Dharma idol slashed with his sword again because he was far away. Beside him was a huge deity that had followed him for 10,000 years. He casually grabbed a star beside him and used lightning to refine it into a lightning pool. Then, he smashed it toward the golden avatar of a Confucian temple's vice-hierarch. The old scholar who presided over the vast world opened the first page of the book. The entire mountain trembled once again and fell even more. Only the vast world had white. Moreover, he was a scholar. At the peak of Mount Sway, the old scholar glanced at a human world in the Earth Divine Continent. Finally, he looked into the distance. "Do you really think I don't know how to fight? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.